An Inconvenient Bride. Westward Hearts Book 7. By Blythe Carver. Chapter 1. Holly Reed was in trouble. This wasn't the sort of trouble she was accustomed to getting into. Angering the school superintendent back in Baltimore, when she had demanded the girls in her class be held to the same academic standards as the boys, for example. Nor was this the same as getting into a fight with one of her sisters, her quick temper and sharp tongue continually leading her to say things she wished she could take back. Imagine fearing the loss of one's position or the anger of one's sisters. All of it paled in comparison to the predicament in which she found herself upon regaining consciousness, in the back of a filthy wagon in the middle of nowhere. Her mouth was covered, a bandana tied around it, and what she assumed was a handkerchief tucked inside. She tried to move her arms, but her wrists had been tightly bound behind her. The same was true of her ankles, rough cords of rope chafing her skin even through her stockings when she attempted to move. Her heart raced like mad, so much so that dark spots began to dance before her eyes. She knew all too well what this meant. She would faint, losing consciousness once again. Instinct told her to calm herself as best she could so as to avoid this. No matter where she was, no matter who had placed her in this situation, she would need to keep her wits about her if she hoped to escape. Just who would she be escaping? And where? And how would she get home? She listened hard, closing her eyes so as to sharpen her hearing. The stench of raw meat nearby was enough to nearly overwhelm her, but she fought against its assault on her senses, that she might better take in her surroundings. Muffled conversation took place not far from where she waited in the wagon, the voices of the men floating to her on the night air. It was a terribly cold night, with winter quickly approaching. She shivered, wishing for a moment that the fire which she heard crackling beyond the wagon were enough to keep her warm. Though if it meant leaving the wagon and being in the presence of these strangers, she would have rather frozen solid. Who were they? 3 distinct voices. 2 of them rather young, while the other sounded as though it belonged to an old man. He was the leader of this little group, the one who had come up with the plan. The plan to kidnap her. For that was where she had found herself. In the middle of a kidnapping. And now she recalled seeing the older man from the corner of her eye, just before he took hold of her, and pressed the strange-smelling handkerchief to her face. A flash of mind-numbing fear had raced through her in those final moments between awareness and the sweet painless oblivion into which she had floated. The place where there was no fear, no terror. That terror had returned, and it was only by the grace of God that she managed to keep a hold of it before it overwhelmed her. It would hardly do for her to collapse into sobs when she could not breathe through her mouth, and clogging her nose would leave her unable to draw air. To say nothing of the fact that she needed to see her way out of this. To panic would mean to take leave of her senses, and she could ill afford such a luxury. She would need every bit of her intelligence to get out of this. After taking a series of long, slow breaths, the painful racing of her heart slowed considerably. She made a point of imagining herself free of her bindings, of the wagon in which she had been so unceremoniously thrown. They had positioned her between a canvas bag which reeked as though it held spoiled game, and a sack of what felt like grain as she leaned back against it. She hardly dared upset it too much, for fear of alerting her captors to her wakefulness. The longer they believed her unaware, the better. She held her breath, listening harder than she ever had in her life as the men discussed their plans. The older one snickered. Just imagine how that family of hers is running about like chickens with their heads cut off. They must know by now that she's gone. The men shared a nasty laugh, making her skin crawl and her eyes water. To think, taking pleasure from what could only be the pain her sisters were currently suffering. How could anyone be so cruel? One of the younger men asked, "When are we gonna send the note? How long do you think it'll take before it gets there?" Note? What was this about? First thing in the morning, of course. Joe will ride into town and leave it with the postmaster. Just be sure to keep your face covered when you do, he added. The third man, most likely the one referred to as Joe, replied, "It ain't like this is the first time I ever done something like this." The men laughed again, nastier than before. Not the first time? The first time doing what? Kidnapping a young woman? And how much we gonna ask for? The second younger man asked, greedy and eager. She imagined him rubbing his hands together in glee. Just like we said before. 15,000 split 3 ways. We'll each have more than enough to set us up for life if we play our cards right. Her eyes widened in surprise. It couldn't be. $15,000? Well, they weren't asking for 15,000 eggs or 15,000 hatpins. Did they truly believe the Reeds had that sort of money, simply lying about the place? It was all so clear now. They must have taken note of her family, and had believed rumors in and around Carson City regarding wealthy heiresses living out on Reed Ranch. How she did wish people would mind their business and leave others to theirs. No one aside from the sisters and their husbands, save the bank and the lawyer who had drawn up the will, understood the situation for what it was. The girls did not own the ranch and whatnot for another 7 months. And even then, the ranch would only legally be theirs so long as all 5 sisters maintained a residence there. Were the ranch theirs by rights, there would be little hope of putting one's hands on so much money in such a short amount of time. She supposed Louis might sell off some of the cattle, but she would rather he didn't. The livestock, along with the land from which they fed, meant a great deal to him. It meant a great deal to all of them. Much more than they ever could have imagined, upon first arriving in Carson City. And now these fools wanted to take what Louis and her father, and every hand that ever worked the ranch had struggled and sacrificed to build up. All because they were too lazy and too greedy, and more than likely too weak-minded to build up anything of their own. They would rather terrorize young women, and make their money the easy way. They preferred to sit around a fire, laughing together over how they'd managed to trick her with nearly no effort. She wondered just what they planned to do with her until they received their payment. A number of unsavory images occurred to her then, making her stomach churn and her eyes water. She could not afford to give in to an emotion, and she knew it well. This did not mean, however, that she was made of stone. What if they attempted to harm her? What if they abused her in some way? And how much worse would it be, once they discovered they would not be collecting such a princely sum? The answer to all of this was quite simple. She could not allow enough time to pass for them to make that discovery. She could not give them the opportunity to abuse her. She needed to go, and to go now. How she would manage it was a different matter altogether. The men continued to talk, and the smell of roasting meat soon filled the air and made her mouth water despite the handkerchief which had been balled up inside. How hungry she was, even in the midst of her agony. She had only just been on her way to the house which Rance and Mason shared, where Phoebe and Rachel had prepared supper. She had driven to town in order to fetch the girls and return them to the ranch for a few days. To think at the time, she had considered her greatest concern to be the melancholy her sisters would surely descend into upon leaving their husbands. How was she to know that something far more terrible had awaited her? She had been mere minutes from reaching Carson Street when she'd found the young man lying in the road. Yes, it was all coming back to her. She'd brought the team to a halt, and had quickly climbed down from the buggy, prepared to drive the man the rest of the way into town if he required assistance. He'd appeared injured, but she now knew that was a ruse designed to catch her unawares. Only when she had bent over him, had the older man appeared beside her. With his strange-smelling handkerchief, one she now supposed had been soaked in ether or some other such substance. She had made it so easy for them. She cursed herself at the memory, remembering the many times Louis had warned her against ever leaving the buggy for any reason. You never know who you will run into on the way to or from town, he'd warned time and again. And to think she had brushed his warnings aside as merely being a result of a fond brother-in-law, concerned for his wife's twin sister's safety. When she got out of this and made it home, she would apologize profusely and promise to never take his warnings lightly ever again. Just how far were they from Carson City? There was no way of telling, for when she craned her neck to look up at the sky, all she could see was stars and darkness. Nothing to give her an idea of how far her captors had taken her. She supposed they would be a good distance from the ranch, though near enough to make a ride into town to drop off a ransom note. This still told her nothing. If she were to escape the wagon, and even steal a horse, she would not know which direction to take the thing. She had not learned the constellations, had no sense of which direction was east and which was west. She knew nothing about the open plains, nor of the mountains which sat beyond them. What was she to do? What had she always told her students? That it was best to take things one step at a time. Whenever there was a problem, looking at the problem in its entirety only served to cause a feeling of hopelessness. Rarely could a sizable problem be solved all at once. She needed to heed to her own advice now. The first problem was her bindings. The conversation around the fire had quieted, leaving her to wonder if the men had fallen asleep. Were they truly that thoughtless? None of them had checked on her since she had awoken. Perhaps they assumed she would cause a great deal of commotion when she did, and would alert them to her awareness. If the men were sleeping, and she could manage to free her hands, that would mean being able to free the rest of herself. But she would have to be very quiet, moving as lightly as possible so as to avoid shaking the wagon. With this in mind, she began moving her wrists back and forth in hopes of loosening the ropes around them. It was slow going, as whoever had bound her had not exercised much mercy. Her hands had long since gone numb from lack of circulation. Even so, she felt a bit of slack after a while, which encouraged her to try harder in spite of the way the rope bit into her skin. It felt raw, exposed, and she suspected she had already bled. That could not matter, not now. Not when her life and her virtue were at stake. Just the thought of being defiled by one of the wretched monsters who'd kidnapped her was enough to make her forget any pain. It might have been minutes, or it might have been hours. Regardless of how long it took, she managed after a great deal of struggle to slide one wrist free of the rope. Her arms ached terribly as she moved them, the blood flowing to her hands and making her bite her lip against the pain. At least she could feel something. That was good. It meant she was alive and had survived so far. The moment she was able, she hooked her fingers beneath the bandana and pulled it down around her neck, then spat out the handkerchief. Her mouth was as dry as cotton, but she could breathe through it again. She took advantage of this and inhaled deeply, fairly gulping the night air and savoring the way it filled her lungs. Bending to free her ankles would be another matter entirely, as it would require more movement and thus greater chance of being heard. It was sheer torture, but she forced herself to wait. To make certain the men were asleep before making a move. Even when her instincts told her to run, to flee, to race away before any of them could catch her. Every passing moment could mean one of them waking up and coming to check on her. But it was a chance she had to take. She listened hard, holding her breath, attuned to the sounds of their heavy breathing. Two of them were snoring, the other muttering softly to himself. None of them moved. Even so, she forced herself to count to 100 before daring to continue. When she did, she took her time. Her nerves had never been so strained, near to the point of breaking by the time she was able to reach the ropes. She worked on them with trembling fingers before forcing herself into calmness. No sense fumbling about, wasting even more time. Before long, the ropes loosened, and she repeated the act of getting the blood flowing once again. The pain was even greater this time, and she bit down hard on her lip to hold back her groans of agony as muscles which had tightened and gone numb suddenly returned to life. After what felt like a lifetime, the pain eased and she could move without hurting. Once that was the case, she held her breath again and listened carefully before pushing herself up far enough that she might peer over the top of the grain sack. The fire had all but gone out by then, and the three men sleeping around it were unaware of her freedom. Just as she had imagined, one of the men was rather grizzled, his whiskers gray and his face deeply lined. He was the one who muttered to himself in his sleep. The other two slept with their backs to her, and she watched closely to make certain that neither of them was lying in wait, aware of her wakefulness and simply waiting for her to try to escape. After what seemed a reasonable length of time, she concluded that they too were asleep. Their horses were hobbled a short distance away, where they might graze on the grass and wait for their owners to call them into service. 2 of them were unsaddled, telling her they were the team in charge of pulling the wagon. The other still wore a saddle, perhaps in anticipation of the need for a quick escape. Perhaps something had finally gone her way. She sent up a silent prayer, both of thanks for having made it this far and in supplication. She needed divine guidance so desperately now. There was nothing left to do but climb from the wagon and take the horse. This was the hardest of all, and fear froze her muscles. She could not bring herself to move. But if she did not move, how would she escape? How might she put this behind her? And what would the men do if they awoke and found that she had freed herself? Once again, the notion of any of them putting their hands on her was what it took to get her moving. She slid along the rough, splinter-laden planks until she reached the far end. A pair of hinges set into the wood told her the door would swing down, but she did not dare allow that for fear of hinges squeaking. Instead, she stood on shaky legs, took hold of the side of the wagon and climbed over with her heart in her throat. The wagon swayed, but only slightly. Though it made little noise, she still crouched behind one of the wheels and watched the men on the other side. One of the younger 2 grunted and shifted in place, but resumed his snoring moments later. She released the breath she had been holding, her eyes darting all around. It was so dark, the moon little more than a sliver and the stars giving off not nearly enough light. To her right, in the distance, she sat a series of foothills which then gave way to mountains. She knew this to be the Sierra Nevada chain. The chances of escaping without being spotted by the men were much greater if she managed to make it to the foothills before they woke. Otherwise, they might easily be able to spot her on the flat, open prairie. It stretched out for miles in all directions except for the mountains. She might wait there a while, until she was certain they had moved on without her, before emerging again and fleeing to her home. There was hardly time to question this plan as she dashed toward the horses, half bent and hiding herself behind them once she made it that far. They seemed startled at her presence, and she was desperate to soothe them, anxious when she imagined them alerting her kidnappers. She hoisted herself into the saddle after freeing the gray gelding, and turned the horse in the direction of the hills. How she longed to take off at a full gallop, to kick up dust, and put as many miles between herself and these 3 wretches as possible. But that, too, would only awaken them. It took perhaps the greatest amount of self-control she had ever exhibited to walk the horse from the campsite. One slow, plodding hoof beat after another. Her heart beat 3 times as fast, perhaps faster. Enough to sicken her. Only when she looked over her shoulder to confirm that the men and the remaining horses were far behind her, did she allow the horse to pick up speed. She allowed it to run as long and as hard as it wished. She was free, and the awareness this caused created tightness in her chest that made it difficult to breathe. She was uncertain whether she wanted to laugh or cry or scream or all 3 at once. For the time being, she would settle for holding back her glee until she was home again.
Chapter 2. Snow had fallen during the night. Roan had predicted this, having felt the change in the air so many times before. It had gone from merely being cold to being cold with an icy chill, telling him that in spite of the clear skies, a storm would soon roll in. Sure enough, within the few hours which he had spent sleeping, the world had turned to a swirling frozen mass of pure whiteness. Serene, even in the face of the wind which blew in from the north and down the face of the mountain on which he'd made his home. It was never an easy time here. He considered himself fortunate to possess both the smarts and the skills needed to prepare himself to wait out the long winter. Trapping had gone well that spring, summer, and autumn, leaving him quite comfortable and prepared to outlast the worst of the weather. He busied himself at the stove, heating over the fire a pan of beans and salt pork, which he intended to eat, before going out to survey the surrounding area. There would likely be at least 1 or 2 animals who had not been able to reach their dens before the first flakes fell. If anything, it would be a mercy to hunt and kill them, sparing them the pain of starvation in the harsh winter wind. He had his traps to check as well. The chances of having ensnared a raccoon, a wolf, or a bobcat might be slimmer than usual, with most animals choosing to take cover under the circumstances, but it was as much a part of his daily life as was tending to Merlin, and seeing to his own needs. Merlin enjoyed his morning meal of straw and water in the lean-to attached to the rear of the shack in which Roan made his home. When the weather turned truly cold, he sheltered the horse indoors, though would not go so far as to share living space with the animal. While he and Merlin had been through a great deal together, there were limits to the lengths Roan was willing to go to. Besides, it did help, knowing there was another living creature besides himself in that otherwise desolate shack. Loneliness was nothing new. In fact, he found it preferable to the company of most people. Perhaps he was too set in his ways, he reflected, as he sopped up the juice from the beans with a hunk of old cornbread. Trapping provided all he needed. His life was a simple one, and he wanted for little. He had already dressed in his buckskin trousers and moccasins, and once he'd finished eating, he washed up his plate and fork before donning his fringed buckskin shirt. Next came the long coat which reached his knees and wide-brimmed hat which would keep some of the snow from reaching his eyes. His possibles bag hung from a peg just inside the door, containing flint and striker, tobacco, and beads for trading with Indians passing through the area. He slung it over his head, the strap crossing his chest. His rifle, his tomahawk. He would have felt undressed leaving the shack without them. "I shall return, Merlin," he murmured, stroking the horse's fine black mane. The horse nosed around near one of the pockets in Roan's coat, and he smiled before withdrawing a small carrot. "I have spoiled you," he admitted, rather rueful. It was easier to check the traps on foot than to mount the horse and walk it in the storm. Once the snow stopped falling, he could take Merlin out with him. It was bitter cold, the wind cutting straight through his clothing. He was well accustomed to the temperature, however, and merely acknowledged it before tugging down the brim of his hat to protect his eyes and setting off for the traps along the stream. They were empty. All 8 of them. He cursed under his breath, and reminded himself he had not hoped for much. He reminded himself, too, that he was not in need of additional pelts to trade. No fewer than a dozen times in as many weeks had he come down from the mountains to trade his furs in Carson City. That was never a chore which he enjoyed, as it meant being in the presence of a great many people at once, but there was no avoiding it if he hoped to sustain his existence. Mountain men such as himself were either regarded as an oddity, something to avoid as one would avoid a dangerous plague, or as a mythical figure worthy of admiration and even legend. He knew that figures such as Kit Carson and those of his ilk were to blame for this, the tales of his exploits having reached far and wide. Roan had even listened to some of these tales and had laughed to himself at their outlandishness. Truly, the reality of life as a trapper was far from romantic or even terribly exciting much of the time. Certainly, one might cross paths with a bear or a full-grown wolf, which would necessitate the use of one's rifle and tomahawk. Many times had he brought down an animal much larger than himself with these weapons in hand. Yet he could hardly imagine sharing these tales with others and expecting them to sigh in satisfaction when he told of how close he had come to losing the fight on more than one occasion. There were certain things men did not need to speak of. The only thing Kit Carson, just the thought of the man's name made Roan want to spit on the ground in disgust, managed to do was to attract the attention of men who believed themselves up to the challenge of such a life. Men who believed after reading of Carson's exploits that life in the mountains was a grand adventure which one did not need to prepare himself for in both body and spirit. Those men either found themselves mauled to death or starving to death or simply frozen to death. How responsible! But why should a famous figure of mountain man lore care for the lives of those he inspired? Roan double-checked the traps to ensure they were working order, and set to ensnare the next animal who stopped at the stream for a drink before continuing on, rifle in hand. He might still be able to find a young buck or fox before returning to the shack to warm himself by the fire. It did not take long for such bitter wind to work its way into a man's bones. He descended the mountain, making his way slowly along the rocky slopes, which were now more treacherous than ever thanks to a thick layer of snow. He thanked the Lord that it was not ice, which would make any travel infinitely more treacherous. Movement up ahead caught his attention, and he stopped to determine its source. The snow fell thickly, heavily, obscuring his vision. He squinted, certain he had seen something, yet unable to see it now. His hand tightened around the rifle before he raised it, pressing the butt to his shoulder and aiming. Though what he aimed at, he could not say. He would simply rather not leave himself at a loss should a hungry, desperate animal suddenly lunge at him. More movement. Then, to his surprise, sent up a cloud of snow as it collapsed. Whatever it was exhausted. He hurried down the slope which sat between him and the animal, and on reaching it, found himself standing over a gray gelding. It wore a saddle, so it had to belong to someone. But who? Roan's frown deepened, as he imagined some fool believing he could travel into the mountains unencumbered even as they sat at the threshold of winter. He looked around then, searching the snow for tracks which the horse would have made as it continued on its way without its rider. Perhaps he would find this fool, and be able to knock a bit of sense into his head. He got no more than 20 or perhaps 30 paces from the gelding, before finding a slash of dark blue in the snow. To his surprise, what he found was a lady's skirt. A skirt, which the lady in question happened to be wearing. "What the devil?" he gasped, clawing at the snow which had fallen around her after she fell. No telling how long she had been there, freezing in a snowbank. She was deathly white, as pale as the flakes which fell upon her cheeks. Only her dark hair and brows provided any color. Even her lips were so pale as to appear frozen. Was she frozen? Was he too late? As if she heard him, the girl moved. He breathed a sigh of relief and lifted her in his arms, only then looking around to see if there was shelter nearby. It would be too much effort to carry her in her condition back up the treacherous slope, and it would also mean leaving the gelding behind. He could not bring himself to do this. There appeared to be a ledge no more than a few 100 feet away. She might have found it herself had she not collapsed out of exhaustion. He hurried there, trudging through the thick snow, and was gratified to find space deep enough to hold them both along with the horse if he managed to lead it there. "Rest here," he murmured, knowing she could not hear him but feeling as though he ought to say something. She wore no coat, which only deepened the mystery surrounding her. Who would venture out in a storm such as this without even wearing a coat? Her clothing was hardly shabby, and she appeared well nourished enough. Rather than staying to ponder this, he turned and hurried back to where the horse had fallen. It could scarcely lift its head, its breathing rather labored. This told him the beast had struggled quite a bit before finally falling. He crouched beside it, clearing the snow from its nose and mouth. He murmured to it, his mouth close to his ear, coaxing it. Just as his father had taught him when he was a boy, and Merlin was no more than a pony. "Come now. Let us go where you can be warm. It is not much farther. Come, I know you can do it." He held the reins, encouraging the horse to rise and follow. It took a bit of time and a great deal more encouragement, but eventually, the beast rose on shaky legs and made its slow, careful way through the snow. He praised it all the while, speaking in the low, soft tones which would not frighten the poor animal. He allowed it to rest beside the young woman while he removed his possibles bag and fetched his flint and striker from inside. There was a handful of what appeared to be dry brush which had not yet been touched by the snow, and he offered up a silent prayer of thanks as he gathered together and set it ablaze. It would not be enough to warm them for long, but he hoped it would be long enough to at least rouse the girl into wakefulness. He wished now that he had brought Merlin along with him, for he might have packed blankets or something otherwise suitable for covering the girl. He removed his coat and draped it over her, careful to cover as much of her as possible. It meant drawing her legs up and tucking her skirts around her feet before placing the buckskin over the top. Already some of the color had returned to her cheeks, and her chest rose and fell in a slow, steady rhythm which bolstered his confidence. It was then that he turned his attention to the gelding, whose breathing was markedly heavier than hers. He removed the saddle and used it to prop the girl's head up. Just what was he supposed to do with her? He could not imagine a young woman of means losing herself in the mountains, especially without a coat and without supplies. There had been nothing secured to the saddle, though he supposed they might have lost it along their journey. A coat? A good strong pair of boots? She had neither of those things, nor was she wearing a hat or muffler. Nothing to protect her. With this in mind, he lifted the buckskin just enough to withdraw her hands and hold them between his own. They were still so cold, though the fingers were red rather than white. That was a relief, as white would mean freezing. Only then did he take note of the condition of her wrists. Chafed, rubbed raw. Dried blood had long since crusted over the skin. She had been tied with a rough rope. Just who was she? Either the fire's warmth or the pressure of his hands gently rubbing hers opened her eyes. Dark, flecked with gray. Sharp eyes, taking in her surroundings all at once before coming to a stop upon finding him. "Who are you?" she whispered.
Chapter 3. The strange man stared down at her, his dark eyes searching her face. Another man. Another man who might hurt her. He was holding her hands. She jerked them away from him with a gasp. "I asked you a question," she hissed, incensed. His brows lowered, the corners of his generous mouth tipping downward. She had made him unhappy. Well, she was fairly unhappy herself. At least, she would not be alone now. "I was about to ask you the same question," he grunted. He spoke haltingly, as though English was his first language, but he was not accustomed to using it. She'd had a few students like that at school, shy children who had grown up alone, friendless, with few people to talk to. Conversation had not come easily to them at first, though she had helped them become more comfortable with it over time. "My name does not matter. What matters is where I am and who you are." She finally took note of the fire, blazing merrily just beside her. "Did you build that?" She thought he might have laughed. It did not flame up on its own. Oh, so he believed himself to be in possession of a sense of humor. That was exactly what she needed at that moment. "I do not mean to be rude," she explained, struggling to form words despite her chattering teeth and very dry mouth. "It is simply that I am out of sorts at the moment." He looked her over. He'd covered her with his coat, she saw. It was warm, though it did not possess an appealing smell. He had likely worn it a long time. "Yes, you seem to be. You are very fortunate that I happened to venture out to check my traps. I might not have found you until it was too late." Too late. The thought of it, and everything it entailed, sent a shiver of repulsion through her. She might have died. She might have frozen to death. As it was, even covered by this coat, and lying beside a fire, she still felt half frozen and near death. She was so terribly weak and so very tired. She'd pushed the poor horse as far as it could go, even after the snow had begun to fall. They had become hopelessly lost by then, and she had only searched for shelter in which they might wait out the worst of the storm. How many times that she regretted heading for the foothills of the mountains beyond, rather than trying to find home. Looking back, she would never have known which direction in which to ride. She might have been caught out in the middle of the open prairie when the first flakes began to fall, with no hope of shelter in any direction. She would surely have frozen to death in that case. Even so, observing this strange man who wore animal skins and spoke as though he had not known the acquaintance of other people for much of his life, she had no choice but to ask herself if this alternative was any better. Turning her head, she found the horse beside her. "Brave thing," she murmured fondly. "You rode a long time." She nodded. "Since before the snow began. It was still full dark when I started out." "From where did you start out?" "I was not aware of a settlement anywhere nearby." Memory returned all at once, like the waves in the harbor back in Baltimore when a storm was about to kick up. They'd crash and threaten the tiny fishing boats and the men who struggled to keep them afloat. She was one of those boats now, struggling to keep herself above water. He was waiting for an answer. She stared into the flames, unable to look him in the eye. "I was running away." To her surprise, he snickered. Her head snapped around, so she might fire a filthy look his way. "Does that amuse you?" she demanded. "Pardon me," he murmured, looking down at the fringed buckskin which covered her. "I did not mean to say that I was running away from home," she amended, more than a bit offended by the way he was so ready to dismiss her. "I was kidnapped. 3 men took me and held me in a wagon." Understanding dawned on his face, and he looked down at her hands. "I beg your pardon, truly." I forgot about the condition of your wrists. They tied you? She nodded, biting her lip until the threat of tears passed. They tricked me. I was riding into town to fetch my sisters, and one of them lay across the road pretending to be injured. How they knew who I was or when I would be passing by, I cannot tell you. But I heard them speaking of me when they thought I was asleep, and I know they had planned to collect a ransom before my return. Quite a lot of money, much more than my family would be able to pay. Who are you? He asked. That is none of your concern, she reminded him. Suffice it to say, I am not as wealthy as those men believe me to be. My father was a rancher, and I stand to inherit his ranch along with my sisters. But we are not in possession of it at this time, and there would be no way to pay the amount they demanded. I had no choice but to escape. Naturally, he agreed. He then went from crouching to sitting, his legs crossed, leaning over his knees in sudden interest. How did you manage it? He puzzled her. While good-looking enough, she imagined, he wore his dark hair long, tied at the nape of his neck with a length of leather cord, and his dark eyes did hold warmth and intelligence. He appeared to be more interested in her escape than he was in anything else. Another man might have asked her exactly how much money she did have, in case there was a reward for her return. Yet not a single spark of interest had entered those nearly black eyes of his when she had mentioned money. I did what I could, she shrugged. I would rather not think about it very much. No, I don't suppose you would. He appeared to fall into deep thought, his forehead wrinkling. A high forehead, a proud forehead. She began to question his heritage. His high cheekbones and tawny skin spoke of Indian blood. It mattered not to her, either way. It simply struck her as a matter of interest. Why are you staring at me? He asked, looking straight at her with accusation in his voice. She blushed. I was admiring you, I admit. Because I am a half-breed, he snickered. I would never use that term, she was quick to assure him. And it was the truth. Not only would she never speak it, she would certainly never do so with the amount of bitterness with which he'd uttered it. He did not appear convinced, but did not pursue the matter. You will need water, I imagine. Food. More wood. Yes, all of that sounded wonderful. And while he was at it, if he could draw her a hot bath. He stood, the top of his head nearly brushing the rock above it. Her heart leapt into her chest. Where are you going? She asked, prepared to follow him if only she had the strength to do so. She fell back against the saddle with a weak sigh. Do not tire yourself, he muttered, shaking his head in clear disgust. You must save your strength. For what? She asked with a breathless little laugh. It all seemed so amusing all of a sudden. Every last bit of what she'd been through made her want to laugh. He did not appear half so amused, choosing to bend and place a hand on her forehead rather than laugh. You have a fever, he muttered. I must go and gather supplies. My home is further up the mountain. I will return soon. No. Don't leave me. She reached for his hand just in time, clasping it before he could take it away. Please. I don't want to be alone out here. If you could make it through what you've already managed, you can manage a bit longer. He pulled his hand from hers, before slinging a bag over one shoulder. Wait. Wait, please. She found it difficult to concentrate. Perhaps she truly did have a fever. How do I know you will return? He blinked, unmoving. Because I say I will. That means nothing. I do not know you. How am I to know whether you plan to keep your word or not? Because I am telling you I will. Perhaps he was the one with the fever instead of her. He did not seem to understand what she meant. Either that, or he deliberately pretended not to understand. I do not know you. I cannot trust your word. It is snowing terribly, and is bitter cold. I am leaving you with my coat. And it cost me dearly, he added when she still looked skeptical. That isn't good enough. She nodded to his bag. Leave the bag with me as well. I will not. Then you will take me with you. I cannot. Then I will throw this coat of yours in the fire, she threatened, desperate now. That would only be to your detriment, he grunted. You might freeze without it just as I might. Please, he whispered, eyes filling with tears. Please leave your bag so I will trust in your return. I beg you. He groaned, looking out toward the storm as if weighing his options. A trapper is never caught without his bag and his weapons, he muttered, his brow increasing as his frown deepened. She could hardly bring herself to feel sorry for him, when this was so important to her. Please. My trust has been broken as of late, and needs something to hold on to help me believe you. So be it. However, he took his coat from her. I will not freeze and be without my tools. Though to his credit, he set more wood into the fire before venturing out. He looked over his shoulder. I will return as soon as I can, he promised. Do your best to stay awake, no matter how fatigued you might be. And move if you can, though not too much. You must keep the circulation going. He did not need to explain why. If she fell asleep in cold such as this and the fire went out, she would freeze. With that, he disappeared into the swirly whiteness, leaving her alone with the horse who carried her over so many miles so valiantly. She nestled nearer the beast, sharing its warmth. Waiting.
Chapter 4. It seemed that whenever he forgot why he preferred solitude, he made the acquaintance of someone who reminded him just why life was better lived alone. The woman was impossible. Demanding that he leave his bag with her, knowing nothing of how he depended upon what was inside in order that he might live. And it mattered not that she lived on a ranch, or that her father had been a rancher. Her fine clothing told him she had spent her life in the city, that and her manner of speaking. She was educated, had more than likely spent her youth in society. Nothing in the world appealed to him, less the notion of spending his life among the members of society. The snow fell heavily enough that it nearly blinded him, and he was glad that he had taken his coat back whenever the wind howled. It blew so he nearly lost his hat more than once, though it was tied under his chin to keep it in place. He lowered his head, raising one arm in front of his face that he might protect himself from the worst of it. His feet slipped, causing him to slide backward along the treacherous slope. He reached out blindly, grabbing for anything that might help him regain his balance, and was relieved to take hold of a piece of brush half covered by the snow. Its roots went deep enough into the mountain to bear his weight while he regained his footing. The woman did not have the first idea just how treacherous this journey would be, yet she had the nerve to demand he leave something behind to prove that he would return. He could not go on thinking about her, when so much of his attention was required simply to keep himself from being lost forever to the storm. He had not expected it to increase in strength this way, and he questioned for the briefest moment whether it had been a wise decision to leave her on her own. No, he had needed to. She might starve or become even more ill for lack of food and water. Then she needed a blanket, as did the gelding. As would he, waiting out the storm along with her. What a fool he was, risking himself this way. He owed her nothing. In fact, he had already saved her life. She would be dead by now had he not pulled her from the snow and set a fire for her to warm herself by. He might easily consider his duty fulfilled. He might build a fire in the shack and warm himself by it, allowing his body to become unfrozen bit by bit while the wind howled outside the door. And by the time he returned for his bag, she would be gone. Even the simple act of thinking this made him angry with himself. It was not his way to leave a woman in need, no matter if she was a stranger to him. No matter if she angered him with her stubborn ways. It seemed to take an eternity for him to finally make the climb up the steep slope, but soon the shape of his shack made itself clear among the driving, blinding snowflakes. He might have wept with relief had he the strength to do so. And were he not convinced, the tears would freeze to his face in an instant. Knowing he was so close to home gave him the strength he needed to push through. He fell through the door and into the shack, slamming it shut behind him, and taking a moment just to catch his breath without the icy wind stealing it from him. Merlin neighed in the lean-to. "Just wait," he gasped, his eyes closed as he regained his bearings. "You will be out there soon enough." What to bring? That was the question. He asked himself what he would pack if he were going out for an extended hunt. He rolled up blankets, then filled his pockets with dried meat. In Merlin's saddlebag, he tucked a pig's bladder, which he'd treated with layer after layer of grease to make it waterproof that it might be used as a canteen. It was full of cold, clean water, and he would be able to melt snow when the time came. He gathered as much wood as his arms could hold, and bound the sticks together in a clean sheet, tying it in a knot and hanging it from Merlin's saddle. The small sack of oats which he always brought along on their hunting trips was half full, enough for both his beloved horse and for the gelding still recovering in the storm. For the briefest moment, he considered once again reneging on his promise and waiting out the storm. Why should he risk his life for the life of a woman he did not know, and with more than likely not care to know, would the opportunity present itself? Why should he risk falling and injuring himself and freezing to death for her? When he imagined what his father would think of him, what he might think of him then and there if it was true that the departed watched over those still living, it was enough to shame him terribly. Angus MacIntosh would certainly never have considered leaving a defenseless woman on her own, storm or no storm. Though upon remembering what she had told him of her escape, he questioned whether she was truly so defenseless after all. She had suffered already, and had likely only escaped with moments to spare. With that in mind, he was disappointed in himself. The girl needed him, especially after having been so badly treated. She had already narrowly escaped death. She deserved his assistance. And so he led Merlin out of the lean to back out into the storm. He regretted it in an instant. There was no time for regret. Regret would not get him back to her, and it would certainly not keep him from injury. The horse was reluctant to say the least, but he coaxed and urged his old friend into following behind him. He led the way, as he always did, choosing his footing as carefully as he could, before allowing Merlin to follow in his footsteps. While moving down the slope was in some ways easier than climbing it, it came with its own dangers, such as losing his footing and sliding down, though he might easily have done that on his way up, as well. In fact, he nearly had. Merlin stopped, attempting to rear back on his hind legs in protest. Roan reached out to him, knowing instantly what the trouble was, and removed the ice which had formed around his nose and mouth. His breath was freezing, threatening to smother him. "There. Now you can breathe, my friend," he called out before continuing on. And on and on. In fact, they walked for so long that for a moment, he feared they might have passed the point where he'd left her. He stopped, looking this way and that, panic threatening to overtake his good sense. Had he gone too far? Should he double back and climb up this time? He wished there was a way for him to know for certain, but wishing would get him nowhere. He might easily freeze on the spot while wishing. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he drew in the deepest breath he could and cried out. "Hello," he shouted, the wind stealing his voice and carrying it away. It was no use. She would never hear him. Then a miracle happened. "Here." The sound was weak and soft. "I am here." He squinted into the snow, using every bit of his concentration and skill to locate the point from where her voice had come. The wind blew from north to south, crossing him from right to left, which made him turn to the right and look in that direction for her. A flicker of light revealed the location of the fire, and he cleaned Merlin's muzzle before continuing. Once again, just as he had upon locating the shack, he found the strength to carry on once he knew he was going in the right direction, and the journey would soon come to an end. By the time he stumbled into the makeshift shelter, he was covered in snow from head to foot and nearly frozen. She sat up, surprise and alarm overpowering her weakness and illness. "Are you all right?" she asked. He managed to catch his breath, then laughed. "Exactly what is all right?" he asked as he put himself to work immediately. He took the wood from Merlin's saddle first, untying the knotted sheet with fingers stiff from the cold. Only the thought of a warmer fire kept him going, forcing himself to move through the pain. He fed wood onto the fire, sighing in relief when it grew. He then pulled out the canteen, handing it to her. "Drink," he ordered before turning away to attend to other matters. "What is it?" she asked. "Water. Though you are in no position to question what I have brought you," he muttered. My, but she was full of questions. Considering that he had risked his life twice to bring it to her, it seemed to him she had a great deal of nerve to question him at all. His teeth chattering, he used one of the blankets to cover the gelding, then another to cover Merlin. He, himself, had a fair bit of warming up to do. The last blanket, thickest of all, and the one on which he chose to sleep while camping out of doors, he saved. After feeding even more wood to the fire, he took the canteen from the woman and finished what was inside. He handed her a strip of dried meat. "Eat," he grunted before holding his hands over the fire to warm them thoroughly. "What is it?" she whispered. "Venison," he grunted. Clearly she saw how useless it was to question him, taking a bite and chewing it slowly. Her eyes were still glassy, too bright, and he hoped that food and water and rest would be enough to help her. While she seemed to know just how to aggravate him, that did not mean she deserved to die. "Were you injured? Beyond your rope ends?" She shook her head. "I don't believe so." He had seen exhaustion result in illness before, and hoped for her sake that that was the case now. Otherwise, there was little he would be able to do. While his father had taught him a great deal about surviving in the mountains, he had been no medicine man. And Roan had never known enough of his mother's people and their ways to know what to do with a sick woman. There was one thing he knew to do, and he intended to do so once she finished eating. The horses were tended to as well as they could be. Once they rested and warmed a bit, he would make certain they were fed and watered. With that, he settled in beside the sick woman whose name he had not yet learned, and stretched out beside her on the hard rock. "What do you think you're doing?" she demanded, struggling to sit up. "Rest yourself," he growled. He was far too exhausted, and far too cold even with the help of fire to argue. "Do you know nothing of surviving out of doors?" "Does it seem as though I do?" Fever or no fever, her sharp tongue had not been damaged. "We would do better to share the heat from our bodies, or else we might both freeze. The blanket will help us." It was lined in beaver fur, thick and warm, and he sighed without intending to, upon spreading it over the two of them. Any protest she wished to offer died the instant the blanket settled over her. "My, that is nice." For once, he could agree with her. He positioned Merlin's saddle beneath his head and drew her as close as he dared. Would she strike him? No, she was not that much of a fool. Now, all that was left to do was wait for the storm to break. What would he do with her then?
Chapter 5. The first surprise struck her when he returned. He might have promised, but that did not mean he had to honor his word. After all, had she frozen to death, she would not be able to hold him to it. Even she knew that, and even in her fevered state. And he might have returned after the worst of the storm had passed, and then carried on with his life as if nothing had happened. Yet he had returned, and he'd appeared all but prepared to collapse when he did. Caked in snow from head to foot, his face a dark red from the cold and wind. A wind which managed to find her even beneath this ledge. But he'd managed it, which told her he spent his life out of doors. He was well acquainted with the mountainside, and knew how to manage animals in the fiercest weather. That spoke to his patience, his skill, and his sense of honor. That was the first surprise. The second came when he curled up behind her, sharing his warmth while taking some of hers. It did not take much time before conditions beneath the heavy fur-lined blanket were quite comfortable indeed. Though she might have been a great deal more comfortable were it not for the rock beneath her. But she was willing to settle for warmth, especially after shaking uncontrollably for much of the time he'd left her alone. She'd shaken until her bones rattled, until her limbs ached, and then she'd shaken even more. Until she asked herself if it was possible to die from shivering. Until she'd almost hoped it was possible. Only the thought of her sisters, wondering what had ever become of her, had kept her from giving in to despair. Just as the thought of them had kept her going, as it had when she'd fled to the foothills, then onward up the mountain. Anything to put distance between herself and those fiends. Now she was warm, delightfully so. She could relax for the first time since she'd climbed from the buggy to assist who she'd thought needed her assistance. Her eyes snapped open when he moved behind her. No, she could not relax. Not for a moment. Not with a strange man sharing such intimate quarters. She had never been alone with a man before. Rance, Lewis, Mason, none of them counted. This was entirely different. He was touching her for heaven's sake, and he smelled of tobacco, animal hide, sweat. To call it discomforting would be the same as referring to the storm raging around them as a snowfall. She cleared her throat. "What is your name? You never told me." He was silent for a long time, long enough to give her the impression that he'd fallen asleep. When he spoke, he sounded pained. Roan MacIntosh. She would not have guessed he'd have a Scottish name, though she supposed it explained the subtle red highlights in his hair. Even as dark as it was, it would have made him stand out among those of his tribe. If he belonged to a tribe. She supposed they might live in the mountains. It was possible. She decided to ask. It was easier to attempt conversation than it was to ask herself countless times whether it was truly suitable for her to be sharing a blanket with this strange man. "Do you live alone?" He didn't answer at first. "You cannot live far from here, if you manage to make it there and back with blinding snow in all directions." "You are quite curious." "I am. I've never known anyone who lived in the mountains." "Are you certain it isn't your fever causing you to be so talkative? You ought to sleep." "You told me not to sleep." "That was before you were warm. Now you can sleep." Goodness, but he did sound angry. She sighed. "Why will you not tell me? It would be easier if you would tell me." "Easier?" "This." She stiffened, feeling at once like an utter fool. "You cannot pretend this is an ordinary situation. Unless you happen to be in the habit of rescuing strange women and lying beside them beneath a blanket without the benefit of—" Very well, he grumbled before her words got away from her. Good thing too, for she might have said something truly regrettable. "I live alone, farther up the mountain." "I thought you must. Why do you do that? Why does anyone do anything?" She rolled her eyes, glad she faced away from him. Did he take pleasure in refusing to be forthright? "Well? Why? Have you spent your life here? Why do you need to know?" "I do not need to know anything. I would like to know. You can't expect me not to care a whit for someone who behaved so bravely on my behalf, can you?" To her surprise, he grumbled and sounded downright uneasy when he replied. "Bravely? Do not flatter me. I was not trying to do any such thing. I deeply appreciate what you've done. Just the same. Do not tell yourself I was brave. I did what needed doing. Nothing more." But he was a friendly sort. Though she supposed, given the situation, things could have been a great deal worse. How does one make their living while living in the mountains? "Trapping," he grunted. "You're a trapper? I've never met one of them before." "Now you have. And you happen to be sharing a blanket with one who would like very much to rest now, while he thinks about what we shall do next. Unless you have thoughts you would like to share in regard to that." "You must know I have nothing to share in regard to that." "I suspected as much." He fell into silence, which even with her back to him, struck her as being rather sullen. Yes, the word sullen described him to a T. Were she not wary of his sullen attitude, and possibly angering him to the point where he would abandon her, she might have continued speaking. As it was, she decided to leave well enough alone. The fire was so nice. It placed her under a sort of trance, the dancing of the flames enough to calm the movement of her thoughts. She chose to turn her attention toward them, instead of turning her situation over and over in her mind, questioning how long it would be before she could make it home. No, it was nicer to simply let go of her fears and of the guilt she suffered whenever she imagined what her sisters must be thinking. Until he moved again and reminded her of his nearness, breaking her pleasant trance. It was her turn to scowl now, as she craned her neck to look behind her. All she managed to make out was one smooth cheek, and a bit of that hair of his. "Can you please stay still?" "Forgive me," he grumbled. You must find the rock more comfortable than I do. It is a sight more comfortable than the snow, she reasoned. Fair enough. Then he barely suppressed a chuckle. Does it disturb you? My presence? As a matter of fact, it does. I am not in the habit of sharing a blanket with a man who cannot be bothered to hold a civil conversation. He groaned. As I said, I'm quite fatigued. And unaccustomed to showing good manners at a time such as this. It seems to me you are unaccustomed to showing good manners at any time. That could very well be, he admitted. A good thing for you, then, that rescuing you from the snow was not a matter of manners. Otherwise, you would be in terrible trouble. She was not entirely unsure that she was not still in terrible trouble. Trouble could take many forms after all. In case you were wondering, my name is Holly. Holly Reed. I was not wondering, he mumbled. This incensed her terribly, but she did not have strength in her to start a fight. I had merely asked myself why you did not seem to care, seeing as how I told you of the reason why those men kidnapped me. The fact that they believed me to be in possession of a great sum of money. It is clear that you have no intention of allowing me a moment's peace, he mumbled, moving about a great deal. Why would I care what your name is, when you have already told me the men were in the wrong? Had they not been in the wrong, it still would not matter to me in the slightest what your name is, or who your family happens to be. You may as well know that now. She knew this ought to encourage her, or at least comfort her somewhat. The man was not a mercenary. She doubted he would even look for a reward, after all he had done. This should have bolstered her spirits. Instead, it only served to increase her curiosity. What sort of man would not even consider reward, after everything he had done? Unless he had already determined to conceal his interest in her financial standing. After all, she might find him entirely too interested and begin to doubt his motives. Or perhaps she simply gave him too much credit entirely. There was a chance he had thought of none of this. Perhaps he was the simple man he appeared to be. Have you always lived alone? She asked once her thoughts turned in that direction, wondering about the sort of life he led. He certainly dressed simply enough. And what sort of comfort could he possibly live in, here on the mountain? Will you please cease asking so many questions? I am ill-accustomed to them. I am only curious about what we might find when we reach your home. That is quite presumptuous of you, he pointed out. I did not say you are welcome in my home. This took her breath away. He might as well have struck her. What do you suggest then? Do you believe I ought to go on my way once the storm subsides? Yes, I do at that. If the snow is not too deep, I have no doubt the gelding could make it through. Besides, snow always falls in the mountains first. There is a good chance he has not fallen elsewhere. It would only be a matter of making the descent. She knew this ought to thrill her. The man made a good argument. There was a chance she could be on her way soon. If only she did not get the sense that he longed to be rid of her. She did not understand why this should upset her. After all, the man owed her nothing. They did not know one another, and outside of these rather peculiar circumstances never would. Yet for some reason, she took personally the fact that he made such short work of being rid of her. It is clear to me why you live alone, she whispered, wrapping her arms about herself and leaning as far away from them as possible. You have a very disagreeable way about you. That I do. He did not even aim to disagree. She had never known a person who did not at least pretend to be kinder, or gentler, or more agreeable than they were. Had no one ever taught him how to conduct himself, while in the presence of a stranger? Had not his mother at least taught him basic manners? She would have rued the day her mother found out that she had ever been half so surly and disagreeable. Were she a child, she would have gotten the switch for it. There had been several such instances in her youth, though the abundance of petticoats she'd worn beneath her dresses had softened the blow somewhat. But it had done the trick. Her mother had instilled in all of the girls a sense of decency at least. They had learned from an early age the difference between cordial courtesy and outright rudeness. This cur, on the other hand, had been spared such instruction. And as the adage went, a spared rod spoiled the child. It appeared to be true here. Were she not half so fatigued, she would have brought this up with him. As it was, however, she was far too weary to continue. Perhaps the short rest would help. Once she awoke, she could tell him exactly what she thought of his poor manners and his insolence. Yes, let him remember her the next time he behaved so dismissively toward another person. She was still angry when sleep overtook her.
Chapter 6. Roan knew not when he had fallen asleep. He had not intended to do so, but had merely used fatigue as an excuse in hopes of silencing his companion. Never had he known a woman or man so determined to hear the sound of their own voice. No matter how he had dissuaded her, she had insisted upon prattling on and on. Not that anything she had to say made the least bit of difference, but most talkative people did not care one way or another if what they had to say was of great importance. They simply wanted to speak. Well, she had spoken her piece and then some. The sweet, blessed silence she'd fallen into had provided him nearly as much relief as the presence of the blanket they shared. It was while reflecting on the blanket's softness and warmth that he must have begun to doze. Upon opening his eyes, the first thing he noticed was the presence of the wind. It had not quieted down in the least. This was a blizzard, nothing less. What marvelous timing the girl had. He could not begin to fault her for it. He could blame her for a few things, beginning with her incessant need to question him no matter how many times he tried to put her off, but he could not blame her for being out in the elements in the middle of a blizzard. Were it up to her, she would be home on her ranch, wearing her fine clothing and practicing her fine manners. Drinking tea or coffee or whatever it was fine ladies drank while they did what fine ladies did. He would not know about any of this. Raising his head slightly, he gazed across the fire to where Merlin waited patiently. Upon noting his movement, the horse raised his head in turn and blew out a snort which Roan took as a sign of his impatience. And he could relate to this, as he was feeling rather impatient too. For all he knew, there were traps in need of his attention. He might as well have been in one of those traps himself, for there was little he could do at the moment but wait for the girl to awaken and hope she was in a better condition than she had been earlier. It could have been the fever which had inspired her talkativeness. He had seen fever before, had he not? In his own father, in fact. And in his mother before that, though he had been far too young to possess an understanding of what was going on at the time. He'd only known that Mama was ill and weak, and that she had sweat a tremendous lot, wetting her hair and soaking the pillow beneath her head. The girl's gelding snorted in response to Merlin, and Roan turned to find it alert and sniffing around for something to eat. A good sign, one which warmed his heart considerably. He was careful to avoid waking her as he rose from the ground, tucking the blanket more securely around her sleeping form. Exhaustion had truly taken hold, leaving her utterly unaware of what went on around her. That was for the best. Especially since he did not possess the patience necessary to answer more questions. He whispered to the gelding, who seemed skittish and untrusting. He was a stranger, after all. Rather than force his attention on the horse then, he merely lowered his hand and left it extended near the horse's nose. He allowed the animal to take in as much of his scent as he wished, determining whether this strange man was to be trusted. It took time earning an animal's trust. Too many men forced their will upon the beasts, insisting on breaking the animal's spirit to force it to fall in line. He preferred allowing nature to take its course. There was a reason all animals possessed the instincts they possessed. Those instincts kept them alive, protected them from harm. Who was he to believe himself worthy of discarding such ancient wisdom? After several long minutes, the horse lowered its nose to his palm and sniffed deeply, nostrils flaring. He patted its muzzle, then ran a hand along the side of its head and over the space between its ears. "What a fine one you are," he whispered, smiling. He had always felt more comfortable with animals than he had with humans. He understood them better, and they asked for far less. He took hold of the sack of oats and poured a small amount in front of the animal. After a few cautious sniffs, the horse ate almost greedily. There, there, he murmured with a fond chuckle. Do not sicken yourself by eating too quickly, my friend. There is more for you, but you must first show me you are capable of holding down what I have already given you. He then did the same for Merlin, though he was a bit more generous. Merlin had not suffered as the gelding had. Using his hands, he scooped up a great deal of snow and left it before both horses that they might have the chance to refresh themselves. It would not be enough, but it would have to do for now. They could not stay beneath the ledge much longer. Not with their supply of wood already dwindling, another handful necessary to keep the flames alive. It would only hold out for the rest of the day, perhaps through the night. No longer. Would the storm spend itself by then? He saw himself as having two options before him. The first was to wait until the following morning, by which time neither they nor the animals would have any more food, and the wood would be entirely gone. The second, to make haste as soon as possible and make the climb up to the shack. He did not much care for the notion of going back out there, but he knew there was no avoiding it. Regardless of when they left, they would need to leave eventually. The snow was already deep enough that he feared it might be too deep to move through, even if he waited only another hour or two. He had never seen it fall so fast, so heavily. It was as if the girl had brought it with her. He shook his head at this foolishness, wondering what she would think if she knew such an idea had occurred to him. She would more than likely take a great deal of offense. Though he supposed suffering through her offended sensibilities was a sight better than trying to bury her in the ground that had most likely frozen by now. He looked down at her, noting the way she appeared to huddle against herself. Arms folded, fist tucked tight beneath her chin. He tucked the blanket closer around those fists, only leaving her face exposed. It was a fine enough face, he supposed. He might even call her lovely were the circumstances different, and were it not that she infuriated him so. If not infuriated, at least frustrated. She did indeed frustrate him with her useless questions and her insistence upon learning every bit of his life. As if he were nothing more than an oddity for her to ogle, in the absence of anything of greater interest. He had suffered more than enough ogling over the course of his lifetime, the son of a Scottish trapper who had become friendly with one of the tribes he'd met during the course of his travels. What a pair they'd made, turning heads whenever they had descended from the mountain to trade their furs for supplies. How rude people could be, staring out right at the young half-breed boy and his red-headed father with the heavy Scottish brogue. Many had been the time when a gossiping old woman had questioned his parentage and asked after his savage family. How it had pained him as a youth, once he had grown old enough to understand. His father Angus had always instructed him to ignore these people, referring to them as the ignorant fools they were. They knew nothing of what it meant to live an honest, hard-working life as a fur trapper. They also did not understand how common it was for trappers coming from Europe to accept a young Indian woman's hand in marriage in partial payment for the goods they offered. That had been how his parents had first made each other's acquaintance, during a feast held in honor of his father's arrival near the area where the tribe made their home. Roan's grandfather, the tribal leader, had offered his most beautiful daughter, along with a handful of gold trinkets and other various treasures, to both repay Angus and to curry favor with him. This was often the way such transactions were made. What would the citizens of Carson City, or any other city, know about that? They were afraid of the so-called savages who roamed the hills and the plains. Though it was not as if he knew much of their lives, his family. They had never been a family to him, casting him out along with his father upon his mother's death. He had only finished his 4th winter when this had occurred, and it was that event which had inspired his father to take his son into the mountains and make a home there. Away from the tribe, and away from so-called proper civilization as well. Neither group had served Angus well, and Roan could understand as a grown man why his father had made this decision. For neither the tribe nor so-called proper society had ever done him any favors. Roan could scarcely imagine banishing a child in his 4th winter, much less if the child in question were his grandson. He did not even know his grandfather's name, as Angus had refused to speak it. He knew next to nothing about his people, or rather they who would be his people, had they accepted him. Exactly what would this Holly Reed of Carson City, Nevada, understand about that? She was ignorant of such matters. Unaware of the way even innocent questions could sting when one had suffered under scrutiny their entire life. When they had been left out, even spat upon more than once. It was so easy for these civilized people to behave so, yet they certainly benefited from the furs which he trapped for them, did they not? Even the most strong-willed ornery animal knew better than to bite the hand which fed it, but most men and women never learned this. Part of him wished he could explain this to Holly in a way which she would understand, but that would mean she would first need to be in possession of a true desire to learn about him. He knew she did not possess this desire. She was merely curious, an onlooker who would forget him the moment she returned to the bosom of her family. She might even look back in shame at the quiet moments they'd spent together. Or rather, moments which would have been quiet had she been able to hold her tongue. She stirred, groaning as she returned to wakefulness. He could not help but watch as she awoke, holding his breath so as not to disturb her. Why he felt the need to do this was a mystery to him. As so many things were. She stretched a bit, her long thick eyelashes fluttering over her eyes. She seemed not to remember her circumstances for a moment, and when she did, her eyes widened. Her body tensed, her breath caught in her throat. He recognized this. This was how animals reacted when they were spooked. This he could understand. "Have no fear," he murmured. He did not dare draw near, knowing instinctively that she would pull away. He studied her, noting the way her eyes appeared clearer than they had been before. Her cheeks were no longer as flushed, either. The small fine hairs around her forehead and the nape of her neck were damp and matted, telling him her fever had broken while she slept. This was a relief, though it also meant the need to take greater care than ever. Any lingering dampness in her hair or on her skin might lead to a terrible chill, or worse, if she was exposed to the blizzard which still raged beyond their shelter. She appeared to gather herself, the panic with which she had awoken smoothing into something closer to grim understanding. "I see it is still snowing," she murmured, her brow creased in frustration. He nodded, crouching close to her. "I gathered snow inside the canteen," he explained, handing the thing to her. "Drink." She did, tipping her head back. He could not tear his gaze from the sight of her throat, working as she swallowed. Why did it interest him so? He turned away, his attention moving to the horses. "How is he?" she asked, a softness in her voice now as she turned to the gelding. "Better, like yourself." He poured more oats for the gelding and watched with amusement as the horse ate with great zeal. "He isn't my horse," she admitted, sounding almost ashamed. "I never thought he was." "Truly. I assumed you'd taken him as a means of escape." "Oh. Yes. That is precisely what I did. I've become quite fond of him." "As have I." He smiled down at her and found her smiling in return. To his surprise, this pleased him. He cleared his throat, averting his gaze. The fact of her gentle femininity was not lost on him, and he felt deeply uncomfortable now. What woman would want to spend time with him in such close quarters? He looked out at the storm, where the snow had begun to slow, though only a bit. The wind had calmed somewhat as well, giving him the chance to see further than he had before. This was a positive development. "We ought to go," he decided on the spot. "We ought to what?" "Go. Soon. During this break in the storm. It might not last long, as we cannot stay here for much longer and hope to survive." "You want to guide me down the mountain now? While the snow still falls?" He sighed, still unable to turn to her. He'd been cruel earlier, telling her she was not welcome in his home. The truth of it was she might still have a great deal of travel ahead of her, and it could take the rest of the day, or longer, to even reach the foothills under such conditions. He'd never intended to send her on her way. He'd only been tired of hearing her questions, and had wanted nothing more than to silence her. "I intend to bring you home with me for now. There is no descending in this weather. How you managed to make it this far up onto the mountain is in itself a miracle." "I admit, I wasn't thinking clearly." "You wanted to escape. That was all you could imagine." I understand that. He looked over his shoulder. Worry not. We will make the climb together. How he wished her face would not glow as it did at that moment.
Chapter 7. You're certain this is the best course of action? She asked, frustrated by the tremble in her voice but unable to keep it at bay. It was one thing to imagine making such a journey, but another to do it. The snow continued to fall, the wind continued to shift it to and fro. And they were about to venture out into it. He only nodded in response, his jaw tight. You have done this before? In such conditions? She'd prepared herself as he'd instructed, using the warm blanket as a coat and hood. She pulled it tight over her head and draped it over her shoulders. It would have to do, for he needed a coat, and also needed the use of his arms to lead the horses. The blanket lessened her ability to move freely, and would do the same to him. Many times. He looked at her, his eyes moving over her makeshift coat. Do you not trust me? I trust you. I do not, however, trust the storm. He had a nice laugh, rich and deep. It transformed his face, making him look youthful and warm. He should have laughed more often. Nor do I believe your instincts are sharper than I allowed. I suppose I ought to take that as a compliment. He finished packing the horses before handing her a coiled rope. Carry this over your shoulder. Why? Must you always ask questions? He hissed, shaking his head in disgust. He went from amused to disgusted very quickly. She sighed. I only wish to know what to do with it. If it is needed, of course. He pressed his lips in a thin line. Naturally. I should not have. That is, should one of us fall. The rope is to be used then. Throw it up to me, and I will pull you up. Or I might throw it down to you, she reminded him with a smile. He merely glanced her way, dismissing this possibility without a word. Are you ready? He helped her mount the gelding. Make certain you hold tight with your legs. Even if seems the hooves are slipping, do not make a sudden movement that might startle him. That will only make the problem worse. A horse knows how to keep its balance, and he ought to be able to right himself. Do you understand? Yes? She only hoped she would remember his instruction when the time came. How was she to refrain from acting on pure instinct, should the horse threaten to throw her or should it begin to lose its footing? How would she know if the gelding would be capable of righting itself? She would not know until it fell. And if it fell, it would pin her beneath it. And crush her. A great deal of good that we do, stranded in the snow with a crushed leg. Or worse. She did what she could to pretend this was of no concern. Roan moved with confidence, and she could be confident too. Even if she quaked inside. The instant the wind hit her, it chilled her to the bone. She tightened her grip on the pommel, and tucked her chin beneath the blanket she'd wrapped around her head. It was no use. The wind was devious. It managed to work itself in between every fold, every inch of space. It was determined to wrap itself around her and freeze her. Roan tugged down the brim of his hat, and fought against the driving wind, taking one plodding step after another. The snow reached his knees, forcing him to raise his legs high in order to clear the surface. It was easy now to admire his strength and dexterity. To admire the way he fought the snow, the screaming wind. He moved headlong into it, leading the way. This struck her as heroic, especially when she could hardly see. The gelding moved even more slowly than either Roan or his stallion, reluctant to venture far in the terrible conditions. She wished there was some way to comfort the poor beast, and to encourage it. All she could do was hold on as tightly as she could with her legs, and try to remember not to react suddenly, should the horse lose his footing. Roan stopped, surprising her, and cupped his hands around his horse's nose and mouth. She wondered what he was doing, before he then turned to her gelding to do the same. He appeared to be scraping ice from the poor animal's face. It was so cold, the snow falling so thick and fast, that its very breath was freezing and smothering it. She leaned down, drawing as deep a breath as she could to make him hear her. It would be better if I dismounted. He looked up at her, his eyes barely visible, and she nodded her head violently. She had to make him understand. They would move much more quickly if she could clean the gelding's face, rather than making him do both by himself. When she made it clear she was not about to change her mind, he reached out to take her arm. She leaned on him, dismounting, and took the reins. But this was much more difficult. She told herself if he could do it, so could she. All it took was placing one foot in front of the other, lifting her knee as high as she could to clear the snow before placing her foot down again. Taking enough steps would mean reaching shelter. All that mattered was the next step and the next. Not the screaming mind, not the cold that brought tears to her eyes and made every bit of exposed skin on her face feel like it was burning. She glanced up from time to time to find the stallion's tail not far from her face, and just beyond it was Roan. He was more sure-footed than she, though even he slipped from time to time. He had marvelous grace, however. He would have made a fine dancer. And how amusing would he find it, were she to share that with him? Not very, she would wager. Strange to be thinking of that now, though she supposed it was just as good a thing to think about as anything else. Far better than to bemoan the wind which stole the breath from her lungs. The more she thought of that, the more difficult the climb. A muffled shout came from up ahead, and her head snapped up in time to find Roan sliding away. "No!" she screamed, reaching for him as if there was a chance of reaching him, and if she did, she would not have been able to prevent him from falling. Rather than coming toward her, he slid off to the left and out of sight. There must have been a drop-off of some sort there, and he had been unable to see it due to the snow. She called out his name, praying he would answer, but the wind stole the sound. She plunged ahead, still holding the gelding's reins, taking hold of the stallion before moving as near as she dared to the point where Roan had toppled over. He was down there, holding onto a rock. There was no telling how much longer he would be able to maintain his grip. It looked rather slick, icy and snow-covered, and his hands would so cold. She looked around, frantic, asking herself what to do. She couldn't let him die, and he surely would if allowed to hang there much longer. The only thing that came to mind was the rope over her shoulder, but she had no chance of pulling him up. Instead, she tied one end of the rope to the stallion's saddle. Her fingers were stiff with cold and almost unusable. It took a great deal of concentration, even though there was not a moment to lose. What would she do if he continued to fall, and she was unable to stop him? She would surely freeze to death out there, and the horses beside her. She cinched the knot tight, then turned and found him still dangling. His feet scrambled in the snow, but it was to no avail. She threw the end of the rope down there, doing the best she could to make certain of its landing close to him. "Take it!" she screamed, wrapping it around her arm several times to make certain he did not pull the horse down with him. She patted the stallion's flank, guiding it forward, and the rope went taut an instant later. It bit into her arm, making her scream and protest, but she would not let go for anything. Between his climbing and the stallion's pulling, Roan made his way up the steep incline after a breathless minute. She'd never been so glad to see anyone in her life, not even Kate after she'd run away from the ranch. He was snow-covered but alive. He clamped a hand on her shoulder, looking her in the eye. He said not a word. Besides, she would not have been able to hear him, and there was nothing to be said. What words could they exchange that might truly explain what they'd accomplished? They continued then, with Roan insisting she hold onto the rope he had left tied to the stallion, in case she fell too. She did not fall. By the time they reached the shack, she was certain she would die there in the snow. Certain that she had not an ounce of strength left to her. That he would have to leave her there and dig her out once the storm passed. In the end he extended a hand to her, and she took it gladly, allowing him to pull her the last few steps before opening the door and shoving her inside. He did not follow. She assumed this meant he was going to tend to the animals. Then she collapsed onto the floor. She had not even the strength to remain standing before she unwrapped the snow-caked blanket. The thing was nearly frozen stiff, crackling and dropping chunks of ice onto the floor as she peeled it away. Staring at the ceiling, she offered up every prayer she had ever learned. Prayers of thanks for safety, prayers of petition. She asked God and her mother and even her father if they would please watch over her and keep her safe, warm and dry. Roan found her that way, still on the floor, once he'd finished caring for the animals. He dropped his coat to the floor, then removed his hat and even his moccasins before turning his attention to her. You must remove your boots, stockings, anything that has gotten wet. It is important that you get warm, but you cannot be warm if you are not dry. As he said this, he worked frantically to build a fire in the hearth against the wall opposite the door. She fought her way to a sitting position, but her fingers could not seem to work the laces on her boots. She struggled, nearly on the verge of tears with frustration and exhaustion. He turned to her once he finished with the fire and made quick work of the laces, then took her hands in his and rubbed life back into them. He was not gentle or comforting in the least. She supposed there was no time for that at the present. Not if she wished to keep her fingers. He did the same for her feet. The stockings, he grunted, rubbing hard enough to hurt. I can't, she whispered, her teeth chattering. You have no choice. To the devil with modesty, unless you want to lose your toes. He lifted the now sopping blanket from the floor and draped it over her legs. Quickly. She had no choice. Beneath the blanket, she worked the stockings down to her ankles and over her feet, after which he rubbed harder than ever to get the blood flowing in her cold flesh. She bit back a groan of agony, certain this would kill her. She had never known such pain. But it subsided, until she was able to move on her own. Thank you, she breathed. You will need to remove your dress, and do not tell me you can't do it. It needs to dry. Here. He thrust a sheet at her, then turned his back. It will dry quickly by the fire, but you need to remove it and dry yourself. I will not offend your modesty, I promise. This was certainly the greatest indignity of all, but she was uncomfortable in the cold, wet garments. Her fingers made quick work of the buttons down the front of her shirtwaist, then of those at the waistband of her skirt. She dropped it all to the floor, quickly followed by her petticoats. All that was left was her shift and beneath that, her stays. She would simply have to leave them on. There was a limit to her daring, and besides, they were hardly even damp. Wrapping herself in the sheet several times, she announced that he could now turn to face her. Even so, her body flushed as she suffered greater embarrassment than she had ever known. He hardly seemed to care, going about the business of hanging her clothing and stockings near the fire. It was a matter of mere moments before steam began rising from them. I must do the same for myself, he informed her once he finished, sounding rather apologetic. I will undress in the lean-to. He did that while she sat by the fire, holding her hands out to catch any bit of warmth she could. While he tended to his needs, she looked around herself. It was certainly simple, no more than 4 plank walls whose small cracks had been stuffed to keep out the wind. A single window was cut into the wall close to the door, and a pane of glass revealed the swirling snow outside. If she never saw snow again, it would be too soon. Beneath the window was an iron stove, and she supposed she ought to consider herself lucky to have happened upon a trapper with both a stove and a hearth for additional warmth. Beside the stove was a series of shelves built into the wall, holding canisters and jars. A small square table and 2 chairs sat before it. Only one of those chairs was normally occupied, she imagined. This struck her as being rather sad. In the opposite corner was a small bed, its sheets and blankets stripped clean. She supposed the sheet on which he slept was what he'd given her to wrap around herself. Strangely, she could not bring herself to care whether this was quite proper. She finally understood that there were situations in which propriety could not be considered. What mattered was living, and they'd both come close to losing their lives earlier. What did it matter whose sheet she used to cover herself, so long as she was dry and warm? When Roan returned, stepping through the door between the shack and the lean to where he left the horses, he was wrapped much as she was. She averted her eyes instantly, willing herself not to take notice of his bare arms and shoulders. Her cheeks flushed hot, her breath coming in strangled gasps. Truly, this could not be happening. Are you unwell? He asked, taking notice of her distress. She shook her head, keeping her face turned away. Oh. I see. Pardon me. I shall dress myself as soon as I am able. Was there amusement in his voice, or was she imagining it? How could he possibly find the situation amusing? He sat near the hearth, leaving a good bit of distance between them. After a moment, she managed to glance his way. In the firelight, his tawny skin glowed. "And you? Are you well?" she asked, looking at his hands. He had scraped them terribly when he'd fallen, clearly having scrambled against the rock to find a handhold. "As well as I can be," he murmured before turning to her, his expression solemn. "Thanks to you." She flushed again, though this time it was not embarrassment which caused her to do so. "I did what you needed me to do. I used the rope." "Yes, but your quick thinking was what saved me. You might have panicked, but you didn't." "Thank you. I admit, I did not give you enough credit at first. My apologies for that." Her throat tightened with some inexplicable emotion. She could only nod, before turning back toward the fire. She had the feeling that if she were to continue looking at him, she might be lost.
Chapter 8. The wood floor was hard under Roan's back when he woke the following morning. It was unlike him to sleep so soundly and for so long. The sky had barely begun to darken when he'd made his bed on the floor before the hearth, and by the time he woke, dawn had begun to break. Most surprising of all was the lack of wind. It had been howling when he fell asleep, bringing to mind the lullabies which his mother had sung to him while rocking him to sleep before her illness took hold. Though her lullabies had been sweeter by far. Now it was silent. Almost alarmingly so. He sat up, looking around. The bed was empty. "Holly," he called out as he got to his feet. Would she have taken it into her head to leave while he slept? Was she that foolish? Yes, he had offended her sensibilities with his lack of clothing as their garments had dried by the fire, but they'd both dressed just as soon as possible. Yes, he had placed his hands on her, but that was only in service of restoring her circulation. He had hardly taken enjoyment from it. The door to the lean-to opened, and there she stood. "I was tending the horses," she admitted with a slight smile. "They were hungry and thirsty. They worked hard yesterday." He frowned, skeptical. "You are familiar with the care of horses?" "I live on a ranch." She tilted her head to the side, eyes narrowed. "Do you think me feeble?" All he could do was chuckle. "I had forgotten. I admit, I knew little about such matters before coming here." She sat on the bed, hands folded primly in her lap. "Where did you come from?" He went to the stove, lighting it before putting on coffee for the two of them from the canister on the shelf. He was not the type to believe in blessings, but if he were, he would consider it a blessing to have recently gone into Carson City for provisions. There was more than enough coffee, sorghum flour and cornmeal for both of them, along with potatoes and salt pork. He hoped that wherever she had come from, she was accustomed to eating simply. "Baltimore," she replied. He'd known it from the start. She was from the city. "And what brought you all this way?" Her laughter was soft. "I seem to remember you disliking questions," she reminded him with another gentle laugh. "I see the situation is different when you are the one asking them." She was right, though he did not enjoy admitting it to himself. The fact was, it was easier to ask questions than to allow silence to unfurl between them. When there was nothing but silence, there was nothing for him to do but imagine the days and days which she might well have to stay with him. What would they do? How would they exist together? "Very well, I will stop teasing," she said. "As I told you, my father left his ranch to my sisters and myself. I was born on the ranch, along with the rest of us, but my parents divorced when we were very young. My mother's family was from the east, so she took us there." "What does she think of you being here again?" he asked, for lack of anything better to say. "She passed away 2 years ago." He paused, wincing with his back still turned. "I am sorry to hear that. My mother passed on when I was very young. I hardly remember her." "I remember my mama," she said with a smile in her voice. "And I can tell you that she would turn in her grave she knew that I had spent all this time alone with a strange man, without a chaperone." He poured a cup of coffee for her, then turned to offer it. And to his surprise, she was weeping. She sat with her hands over her face, her shoulders shaking with grief. He placed the coffee on the table in the corner, and went to her. "What is it?" There were many things he could manage. Training horses, for example. Trapping. Trading. Managing to live through a blizzard. But a weeping woman? This was entirely beyond him. He rubbed his palms against his trousers, finding them slick with perspiration. "There is no call for weeping," he said, and he instantly knew it was the wrong thing when she glared up at him. "Isn't there? My sisters must think me dead. When I remember how very terrible it was to lose our mother, and I imagine them suffering the same pain now." Tears glistened on her cheeks, more of them rolling down all the time. "And there is nothing I can do. I can only wait here, knowing how upset they are. And my twin sister is with child. What if?" She turned her face away, fresh sobs bursting free. He hadn't the slightest notion what he ought to do now. Comfort her. What was there to say? She was undoubtedly correct. It had been 2 days since her kidnapping, a day since he'd found her in the snow. 2 days could seem like a long time indeed, when a loved one disappeared without a trace. He could scarcely begin to imagine what these women were suffering. "How many sisters do you have?" he asked, hoping to encourage her to speak of them rather than of the fright they must be enduring without her. She held up 4 fingers. "Molly, my twin. Phoebe. Rachel. Kate. Everyone except Kate and myself are married. Louis is Molly's husband, foreman on the ranch. I only hope he can keep her from becoming too upset. I would hate to be the reason for any harm to her or the child." "You would not be the reason. You were not at fault for what happened." He crouched beside her, frowning. This all made him quite uncomfortable. Were she an ornery mare, he would know what to do. A headstrong yearling? He could tame her. A weeping woman, on the other hand. That was well beyond his skills. For the first time since she had told him her story, he wished he could strangle the men who had kidnapped her. It was their fault she was weeping, just as it would be their fault if any harm were to come to Holly's sisters. And it would have been they who were at fault had anything befallen her. If she had been the one to fall over the steep ledge instead of himself. If she had frozen to death before he reached her. Another reminder of how cruel and how selfish men could be. Was it any wonder that he chose to live on his own? Once it seemed she had calmed herself sufficiently, he handed her the coffee. "I must attend my traps and horses. I can prepare something to eat before going out, if you prefer." It was an empty gesture after her show of emotion, and he knew it. But he also knew there was little use in dwelling on what could not be changed. There was no changing her circumstances for the time being. She needed to understand it as well, and to accept that weeping would only worsen things. A sip of the strong coffee seemed to bolster her, or perhaps it was the inner strength of which he had seen glimpses. She squared her shoulders, her jaw set in a firm, determined line. "No, I should be the one preparing something for you. You are the one with no choice but to go out in the cold. I'm certain I can make something out of what I've already seen in your larder." He mumbled something close to thanks. This was still so new to him, the notion of being in close quarters with a woman. There was more space between them than there had been beneath the ledge, but this was still much more time than he had spent alone with any one person since his father's passing. And then his father was a man. An entirely different creature to the one sitting before him now, in her skirts and her lace-trimmed shirtwaist. It was nearly a relief to step outside, even if the cold instantly set his teeth on edge. At least the snow had stopped falling, yet it came up nearly to his knees, making the act of clearing a path to the stream a difficult one. Though it was nothing he had not done before. The sight of 5 occupied traps was a welcome one. He had managed to capture 3 foxes and 2 beavers. Not nearly as much as he would have trapped were the weather more reasonable, but it was better than nothing. And the cleaning and skinning of them would mean something to do other than sitting in uncomfortable silence with the perplexing woman in his home. His breath caught at the sound of footsteps in the snow. One hand closed around the rifle, its butt stuck in the snow, the barrel resting against his shoulder as he collected the traps. Another step, another. Plodding steps. Weak shuffling, perhaps those of a hungry animal. Hungry animals were the most dangerous. In one smooth, practiced movement he stood while lifting the rifle to his shoulder, aiming in the direction from which the footsteps came. He found himself face to face with a woman, but this was not the woman he had left behind in his home. However, the face was a familiar one. It looked a great deal like his own face, which he'd seen more times than he could possibly count while bending over the slow-moving stream. Down to the dark hair with a hint of auburn they'd inherited from their father. He would have known her anywhere. "Lenore," he whispered, disbelieving what his eyes told him was the truth. So many years had passed since he had last seen her. They'd met in Carson City, while both trading for provisions at the mercantile. At least 7 or 8 winters had come and gone since then, yet she seemed to have aged twice that many years. Her face was lined, careworn, drawn. She was not well. And on her back she carried a child. A weak smile began to form once she knew for certain that she had come to the right place. "Roan," she managed to breathe before collapsing against him.
Chapter 9. Holly had never known such silence. While it was not completely silent in the little shack, thanks to the noise she made at the stove, and the comforting sounds of the horses in the lean-to, it was still far quieter than she was accustomed to. No heavy footsteps signaling Louis' return from chores. No giggles, no arguing. None of Kate's endless recitations. Holly never thought she would miss them, never thought she'd long for the sound of her sister's voice as she recited this poem or that passage. Never did she think she would miss Molly's domineering tone, either. She had already accustomed herself to the lack of city noise, but the ranch had a music of its own. The hands riding past, the hooves of their horses striking the ground in rhythm. The thunder which made the ground tremble, signaling movement of the herd. Laughter and jesting when the men returned from a hard day's work, their enjoyment when they reached the long house on the other side of the stables and paddock. When the windows of the house were open and the wind blew just right, she could hear their conversation. Nothing specific, but rather their voices overlapping as they told stories and competed to see who could spin the tallest tale. She had not been aware until now just how much she had come to depend upon those sounds. The feeling that she was never alone. The security of it, the knowledge that her world continued to turn and that the people in it were well. She had none of that now. Nothing more than fried corn mush and a bit of salt pork. At least the food was plentiful, though she did wonder how he had not yet tired of his limited options. He was a simple man, and there was certainly no one worth impressing out here. Though she could not help but also wonder as she prepared their simple meal, just how long he planned to live this way. Was this all he wanted from life? Far be it from her to think poorly of a man's choices, especially when his choices led him to an honest life, but he was a young man, and there was still plentiful opportunity for him to perhaps settle down one day. What hope was there of settling down when his life was so secluded? How would he ever meet a sweetheart? Were Phoebe there, she would already have concocted a tale of woe. Something to do with a broken heart, perhaps a lady who had jilted him. Or one who had succumbed to illness. She would imagine him having locked his heart away after such deep disappointment. Knowing Phoebe, she might even bring herself to the point of tears over a story which existed only in her head. She jumped in surprise at the sudden opening of the door, cold air reaching her before she had time to think. Even though she stood practically touching the stove, it still managed to seep into her clothing and cling to her skin. The sort of cold a person did not easily survive. Which was why the sight of Roan leading a young woman into the shack came as a tremendous shock. He did not look at her, instead, leading the young woman to the bed and sitting her down. Holly hurried to the door and closed it, shivering and rubbing her arms as she turned toward their visitor. Correction. Not visitor. Visitors. As the young woman carried a child on her back. Holly could scarcely believe her eyes. A child. In the storm they had just survived? Yet he was very much alive and quite pleased to be. His wide coffee-colored eyes took in everything around him, and joyful smile reflected his feelings regarding his surroundings. "What is this?" Holly asked, hurrying over to them. She noted the way Roan rubbed the young woman's feet and hands just as he had done for her. She raised her head, this young woman, and Holly noted the resemblance between them. A sister? He had not mentioned any family. "There is tea in one of the tins on the shelf," he informed her in a tight voice, not looking up from his work. "Brew some now, strong and hot. We shall need to prepare something for the child as well." "I don't understand." Indecision and confusion froze her in place, though she knew she ought to be doing as he asked. Rather than going to the stove, she took the liberty of lifting the child from his mother's back, noting how warm was the contraption in which she'd carried him. A sort of pack, lined in fur. Only his arms and shoulders had been exposed, and they were covered in a tunic made of buckskin and covered in fur. It seemed to her that a young woman needed to lie down, was all. She would be better able to do so, without the threat of crushing her child. It had been quite some time since Holly had held a young child. Not since she had visited friends in Baltimore, young women with whom she had come of age who had then gone on to marry and bear children. She'd set them on her lap and sang songs and played games, but that had been the extent of her experience. The children she had taught at school had all been considerably older than this lad, who could not have been far past his second birthday. He seemed entranced by her, patting her cheek with his chubby little hand and babbling gleefully. He was more than likely delighted simply to be warm and indoors. "Did you hear me?" Roan looked up at her, his voice short and sharp. Holly stammered, surprised. "Yes, I simply thought." "Get to it then." He turned away from her in favor of tending to the young woman, who barely had the strength to utter a reply when he murmured close to her ear. The worry he felt for her was clear. She was obviously very dear to him, even if he had not mentioned her. This was enough to make Holly wonder what else he had neglected to mention. She knew better than to ignore his instructions, and thus carried the eager boy to the stove and returned the half-full kettle to the fire before scooping tea leaves from the tin. "Who is she?" she asked, unable to keep her questions to herself. He was quiet for a long time but finally replied, "My sister. Lenore." "And the child is hers?" "I assume so. I have never met him before." The discomfort in his voice verged on pain. It was difficult for him to speak of this. Why? Because he was forced to admit a lack of contact with his sister? Or because they had parted badly, and this was the first time he had seen her in at least a few years? She knew better than to expect an answer right away. "Well, he's in need of a changing. He is quite damp." When she turned and looked to Roan, it appeared as though his discomfort had deepened to embarrassment. "She has a bag with her. Perhaps you'll find." He shrugged. As strange and difficult as the situation was, she found herself biting back a laugh in the face of his utter lack of experience with these matters. It was not as if she had a great deal of experience herself, but at least the mention of a baby's underthings did not make her blush or leave her stammering. "That is fine," Holly said. Though it was not fine. Nothing could be further from the truth. She had not the first idea what to do with this baby, and it was clear that the young woman who had just begun to cough and groan in pain would not be of much assistance. "Please," the young woman managed to groan before another round of racking coughs stole her breath and her strength. How far had she come? And had she been ill before she started out? How had she even survived in the blizzard? Roan covered her with a great many blankets, and Holly brought a cup of tea with plenty of sugar. At least he had enough of that, along with other provisions which it appeared he had just stocked. He turned to her then, his back to his sister. "She says she was turned away," he whispered. "She has been walking for days." Days. What a terrible thought. And with her child on her back no less. "Turned away by whom?" she whispered, her eyes meeting his for a fleeting moment. He shook his head. "I do not know. Can you take care of her for a bit? I have furs that need tending. Traps I brought back from the stream." This left her quaking inside, caring for a sick stranger and a baby. He must have read the flash of panic in her eyes, for he added, "I shall only be in the lean-to. But I will close the door to give us both privacy." She nodded, resigned. Would there be an end to the surprises in store? Once she was alone with the newcomers, Holly leaned down over the sick woman. "Might I?" she whispered, gesturing to the fringed bag which Lenore had yet to part with. "I only need to change him. He seems to be in need of a clean diaper." Was that the word Indians used? Lenore loosened her grip on the bag, nodding. She was evidently familiar with the term. "What is his name?" she dared ask, lying the baby on the floor that she might clean him. This was new to her, entirely new. But she was an intelligent person, and she had certainly solved bigger problems than this in the past. In the recent past, in fact. Just as she had in the wagon when her wrists and ankles were bound, she would take this one step at a time. "Edward," Lenore whispered. "After his father." Whispering these 4 words was enough to exhaust her, and her eyes slid shut as another round of coughing left her whimpering in pain. Holly bit her tongue, before the impulse to ask after this Edward person overtook her. What sort of father was he, allowing this to happen? Had he no honor? No chivalry? Was he cold-hearted enough to send his woman and his child out into a blizzard? Perhaps he died. Perhaps that was the problem. Better not to ask then, unless the information was offered. For now, there was the matter of a soiled diaper and her confusion over what to do with it. "You have never done this before." It was the clearest thing Lenore had said since her arrival. Holly could only nod with a sheepish smile. She did not know she was being watched, assuming the poor thing had fallen asleep or was simply too weak to keep her eyes open. "I have no experience with babies. I barely remember when my younger sister was this age, and I was far too young to be involved." Lenore smiled, then went about instructing Holly on how to change and clean the baby. There was a great deal of love in her voice, weak as it was, and Holly had no hope of not being curious about this young woman's situation. What had brought her to this? And who would turn the woman and her child away in such conditions? "Are you comfortable?" she asked once the baby was taken care of. He would need to eat most likely, and she was gratified to find a set of teeth in his little mouth. Though he could hardly gnaw on dried meat. Could he? "As much as can be. Thank you for the tea." "Naturally. I can brew more if you wish." "Later perhaps." Lenore's exhausted sigh spoke of more than just physical fatigue. She was heartsick too. Then she asked a question which Holly would never have expected. "How long have you and my brother been married?" Her jaw dropped. Oh, no. No. We're not. No. You aren't married? We don't know each other." Oh heavens. She was making a fool of herself, and she knew it, but she'd never dreamed they'd given Lenore this impression. But of course they had. 2 people who appeared to share a home. What else could the explanation be? Lenore reached for her son, and Holly handed him over. It warmed her heart to see him snuggle against his mother's chest, so glad to be comfortable at last. Lenore stroked his dark hair, kissing the top of his head. "Roan found me in the storm. I had gotten lost," she explained, choosing to lie rather than going into detail about the truth of her situation. "He has been very kind to me. I've only been here 1 day. Not even the entire day, in fact." "Oh, I see." Lenore tried to stifle a cough. "I merely thought." "I understand. And I'm glad we made it back before you arrived." "So am I." There was no stifling the next burst of coughing, and Holly could not help but satisfy her concern and curiosity. "You are obviously ill. Do you? I mean, has anyone told you?" Lenore shook her head. "I've always been weak. Ever since I was a child, I was never able to run or play with the other children. I became sick easily, always. I am afraid this is something I've grown accustomed to." Yet she had walked for days. It struck Holly as unthinkable, insurmountable. Yet she had done it. Perhaps with the child on her back in mind all the while. If such illness was something she was accustomed to, perhaps she would recover quickly with some rest and good food. This gave Holly hope, as she returned to the stove and placed a ladle full of corn mush into a bowl. "Can you eat corn mush?" she asked, turning toward the bed. They were both asleep. Their meal would have to wait. She ate instead, watching them all the while.
Chapter 10. It was a relief to turn his hand to something with which he was well accustomed, when the alternative would have meant caring for a sister he barely knew. Lenore. What had made her think to come to him? From what she had already told him in broken whispers, her story had not been a pleasant one. As always, the cold hatred he felt toward his grandfather rose within him, wrapping itself around his heart until he wondered how it continued to beat. What the man saw as an act of honor was little more than cruelty, but Roan supposed there had been no getting through to him. What he had never understood, however, was why his sister had been allowed to remain with the tribe while he had been forced to leave as a child. Why was it acceptable for her to be part of their people, and not for him? Merlin snorted, bringing him back to his senses. The past didn't matter. All that mattered was his ill sister and his nephew. A nephew. The thought of having a family was entirely foreign to him. He had not even thought of Lenore in years. It shamed him to admit it even to himself, but he had forgotten her existence. He finished skinning the first of the foxes, then set about doing the same to the second. This was a chore he scarcely had to turn a thought toward, his hands moving of their own accord. He'd been skinning since he was old enough to handle a knife, as that had been Angus's main concern. Not that his son learned to read, write, or add figures. Though he'd learned to do all of these things, naturally. He supposed the man was wise in his way, as many who never learned to either read or write were still able to scratch out a living by trapping and treating pelts they harvested. They simply had no way of telling whether they were being cheated by the merchants with whom they traded. He was not surprised by the opening of the door leading into the house. What did surprise him, however, was the fact that Holly wore his buckskin coat over her shoulders. "I hope you don't mind," she whispered once the door was closed. "I thought it might be cold out here." She was right about that, though this sort of cold he could manage. There was a roof over their heads and walls around them. That was enough. The cracks and openings between the wood planks which made the walls allowed in enough light for him to see by, even if they also allowed the chill to creep in. "How is she?" he asked, assuming the best since he'd not been called in to help. "Is it true that she has always possessed weak lungs?" He shrugged, never looking up from his work. "I could not say. She is my younger sister, and I was forced out of the tribe when she was perhaps not older than her son." "Edward?" "Yes, Edward. I thought you might wish to know his name is all," she reasoned, a bit defensive. "As I said, I was young. I cannot recall any of those times. I met her once or twice when we were children, though at the time I did not know who she was or why it was so important to our father that we meet. Always in secret. I believe he might have arranged it with other members of the tribe outside of my grandfather's awareness. After all, she was his daughter. They allowed her to stay but forced you to go." He scoffed, as he had only just been reflecting on this himself. "It no longer matters. I have my life and I am satisfied with it. I am only sorry to see what has become of her." "Did she tell you anything about herself?" He caught her shivering out of the corner of his eye, wrapping her arms around herself and pulling the coat tight around her body. He imagined it would smell like her when she removed it, and was surprised when he found that the thought was not a disagreeable one. He nodded, grim. It seemed there would come no harm in telling her what Lenore had managed to explain. The child's father abandoned her. When she went to the tribe looking for help, they turned her away as well. Holly gasped. They did not. How could they be so cruel? He grimaced, working the fox's skin away from its muscle. It was so much easier to turn his mind to his work rather than thinking over painful events. Yet he knew this woman well enough to know she would not be put off even by a sharp word. Besides, she did not deserve a sharp tone. She had already taken care of Lenore and the child, and she hadn't needed to do either. It seems Lenore ran away with this man. She turned her back on the tribe, and rather than accept her, they reminded her of the choice she had made. I do not agree with their decision, but I do feel that she also made her choice long ago. This was clearly not good enough for Holly. She made her choice because she was in love. Just the same, it was ill-advised. Do you mean to tell me that you believe love is ill-advised? This was hardly a topic on which he wished to argue, then or ever. She sacrificed security for the favor of a man who more than likely never considered her anything but an interesting way to pass the time. Nothing more, nothing less. You don't know that. I believe I do. If I had the man in front of me, I would put my rifle to good use. No man should abandon his child. Nor the woman who bore him the child, Holly was quick to add. He rolled his eyes. Of course, yes. That goes without being said. Rather than continuing to argue, she sighed. How sad for her. How very sad. She needs a brother now more than ever. Excuse me? This surprised him so, he nearly dropped his knife. What? She looked puzzled. She needs you. Why else would she have come? You're the only person left in her life she can trust. The only person she could imagine coming to in this terrible situation. Do not tell me you plan to turn her away. Of course I don't plan to turn her away, but we are hardly close. I have seen her 3, perhaps 4 times in my entire life. My home is hardly fit for a woman and a baby. It's barely fit for just a woman. You can find a way. I'm sure you can. You've managed to survive out here on your own for so long. The addition of your sister can only make things easier for you. She could help you. She could tend to the traps, or perhaps... I see you've already given this thought. She shrugged. I cannot help it. Perhaps this is the way all women's minds work. We are always trying to find a way to manage. Do I not have a say in any of this? Of course you do. It's only that I could not imagine you considering turning her away. I do not intend to turn her away, but I will encourage her to build a home of her own. I will even help her build it. But she cannot live here with me. I'm not inclined to live with others. You are simply unaccustomed to it. She spoke as though she knew him so well, which only increased his irritation. What's the difference? Either way, I have no intention of sharing my life with her. It would be the same if we had been raised together from birth. I do not plan to live with anyone, ever. Perhaps this came out a bit more forcefully than necessary, yet he suspected it had to for her to understand fully how serious he was on the matter. He had no desire to ever bring another into his life, into his world. Ever. When several minutes passed with no response, he looked up from his work. He expected to find her scowling, yet the only word he could think of to describe her expression was fascinated. What are you looking at? He asked, suddenly self-conscious. She nodded toward the half-skinned fox. I've never seen that before. An animal while being skinned. She nodded. Does it sicken you? She grimaced, and he could not help but chuckle. It doesn't strike me as something I would want to turn a hand to, but I have always been rather squeamish. Yet you haven't turned away from it, he pointed out. That is true. It seems I am learning quite a bit about myself. I never would have predicted I would be able to escape the kidnapping, for instance. She offered a weak smile after this. He admired her ability to speak of such a situation. He suspected she possessed a great deal more strength than she had ever imagined. And perhaps you have the patience it takes to share your home with another, she added. He should have known. Nothing was ever simple with this woman. If she needed evidence of why he preferred solitude, she need look no further than the end of her nose. It was a situation such as this one that he longed to avoid at all costs. I know you think you are quite clever, he muttered. Perhaps he was a bit rougher with the fox than he needed to be, and he heard her sharp intake of breath as he tore the rest of the pelt from the animal's flesh. "But your way of twisting my words about and putting new thoughts in my head will not do you any good. I will remain firm on this. There is no room here for a woman and child. How can you be so cruel? It is not cruelty. It is a matter of knowing myself and knowing how difficult it is for me to get along with others. You ought to be aware of that by now," he added. It seemed they could not go more than a few minutes at a time without arguing. "I would think that you of all people would know what it means to be cast aside. I would think you of all people would feel for your sister and wish to lighten her burden." He tossed his knife to the floor and glared coldly at her. "I have no desire to discuss this with you. Is there anything else you wish to speak of?" The utter hopelessness on her face made him instantly regret his short-tempered response. Why did it seem he was always saying the wrong thing? Why, when pushing her away was the last thing he wanted to do, did he insist on doing so anyway? It was not that she meant anything to him. She had been kind to Lenore, she had seen to the child's comfort. And she had saved his life. Whether or not he had saved hers before then was of little consequence. She had thought quickly and did what needed doing, just as she had done needed doing when he'd brought Lenore into the shack. Such behavior ought to be rewarded, yet what was he doing? Belittling her, speaking sharply. How could she possibly wonder why he would rather be alone? He made a fool of himself at every turn. He made her unhappy, which then served to make him unhappy. Was she merely blind, or deliberately ignorant of this? By the time she spoke, so much time had passed that he'd forgotten he asked a question. Her chin trembled only slightly before she shook her head and set her mouth in a firm line. "No. There is nothing further I wish to discuss with you." How she managed to say so much while using so few words was a mystery. As were so many other things. He did not have the chance to apologize before she was inside the shack again, closing the door quietly behind her. He had the feeling that were it not for his sleeping sister and nephew, she would have slammed with all her might. And he would have deserved it.
Chapter 11. One good thing about caring for a sick person was what little time it gave her to bemoan her own situation. Were it not for the nearly constant care Lenore required, to say nothing of the work it took to feed and clothe and entertain a child, Holly might find herself sinking into despair. Wondering about Molly, about how she progressed with her condition. Hoping Kate had not spent the last several days doing nothing but weeping. Though in her heart of hearts, Holly knew she more than likely had. Instead, the few minutes she got to herself in the several days after Lenore's arrival were filled with nothing but sleep. Silent, dreamless sleep. This sort of sleep which followed utter exhaustion. Edward was a charming baby, sweet and good-natured. Even when she was at her most fatigued, or at her most angry with his uncle, he managed to brighten her day and give her a reason to smile. He gave Lenore a reason to smile as well. And she needed to smile. For she was not getting better. In fact, it seemed to Holly that her condition grew worse as the days went on. Her coughing deepened, causing her to convulse at times. She sometimes coughed up phlegm, but mostly whimpered in misery after a particularly strong fit. She had not much of an appetite either. On the second day, Roan had captured several squirrels and made a stew of their flesh and bones. While Holly had never eaten stewed squirrel, she knew better than to turn up her nose at the food offered by her host. As it turned out, the stew was delicious, aided by the presence of potatoes and carrots. Even Edward had enjoyed a bowl of mashed-up potatoes and carrots, with a bit of meat mixed in. In fact, he'd eaten quite heartily. Yet Lenore could barely muster the strength to sip the broth. "She needs to eat," Holly had whispered to Roan after Lenore's rejection of the stew. He'd looked to his sister over Holly's shoulder. "I am aware of that," he'd muttered. "Yet short of forcing the food down her throat, I know not what to do." Holly had settled for brewing plenty of tea with sugar, and coaxing her to at least manage a bit of the cornbread she'd baked. She had slathered plenty of pork fat on top, hoping to add a bit of sustenance to the otherwise meager meal. It was not enough. Lenore's strength, what little was left of it, lessened every day, just as her coughing also worsened. By the fourth day, Holly began to wonder if she would make it through this. She was not feverish, and did not sweat or vomit. She simply could not breathe without coughing, her body giving up after days of hard effort. Before she had walked the 3 days to the shack, she'd ridden on horseback another 2 days. Someone had stolen the horse while she slept with Edward at her side. "I thank the ancestors that it was not my baby the thief chose to steal," she had explained. Holly understood this and agreed with her, though she believed it might have been better had the thief not stolen anything at all. The poor woman. It seemed her life had been a series of misfortunes. Starting with her parentage. Roan does not know. Lenore looked up at Holly as Holly sponged her arms, then her legs. Edward was asleep on the floor, after Holly had built a small nest of blankets for him close to the hearth. "What doesn't he know?" Holly whispered. "I am not his full sister." Her mouth fell open, and she forgot about the sponge bath in light of this development. "He believes you are." "I know. You see, we have the same father. A Scottish trapper who fell in with the tribe." "Yes, he told me that much. I did not know until I came of age that we do not share a mother. His mother went on to the next world with the ancestors before I was born. My mother is still alive, and she told me of how she fell in love with my father after Roan's mother died. They kept it a secret, and she was then married to another of the tribe. He died in an accident. She believed this was a gift. She could now be with my father, as she had always wanted to be. When she learned she was with child, she believed she could pretend the child belonged to her deceased husband. And she did, for a short time. Yet when my hair began to show the red color of Angus's, the truth came out. The tribe had allowed my father and my brother to live among them. But when the chief found out that his daughter's husband had conducted himself in such a manner, he ordered him to leave. Along with Roan. Holly reeled from this. She finally understood why Lenore had been allowed to stay while Roan had been forced to leave. Why not allow Roan to stay as well? I cannot say. Just as I cannot say why they would turn me away when I arrived with my child. I don't understand what goes through the minds of men. Holly could agree with this, at least. She went on with the sponge bath, turning the conversation to more pleasant things. She told Lenore of Baltimore, of the long train journey to Carson City, of the ranch she longed to return to, and how it struck her as surprising that she had ever developed such strong feelings for the place when she'd been so miserable upon first arriving. "The land is in your blood," Lenore explained. "You were born there. It is the place your heart would always tell you to return to, were you not already forced to do so. You belong there. You belong to the land. You and all of your sisters. I can't imagine that we will all be able to share the house for much longer," Holly chuckled. "My sister is with child. My other 2 sisters are married. Someday perhaps the time will come for Kate and myself. How will we all fit there?" Lenore offered a weak smile. "You will find a way. Your heart will always find a way." It was a nice thought, she supposed. Her heart tying her to the land. Perhaps there was something to be said for that ancient wisdom. It would explain the attachment she had developed to the ranch at least. Edward awoke then, and Holly changed his damp diaper with an already practiced hand. It seemed to come naturally to her, the understanding of his rhythms and his needs. She supposed it was purely feminine instinct, and she was glad to possess it because Roan certainly did not. How would he have managed if she were not there? He might have been able to catch and stew squirrel, but he still could not mention Edward's diapers without stammering or averting his gaze. Were all men like this? Would Louis behave that way when his child was born? Perhaps so. After all, he had more than enough to turn his attention to on the ranch. She placed Edward on the bed alongside his mother, and he gurgled and bubbled and told her of his day. He simply did so in another language, one only he could understand. How he adored her, and how his mother adored him. Holly could not help but think of Molly and her child. Would it be this way for them? And Holly be able to enjoy moments like this with them? And would this young woman, too weak even to lift her child, see him grow up? Would she guide him through the difficult moments of his life? Would he ever know her? She had no choice but to turn away, emotion tightening her throat and bringing tears to her eyes which she did not dare shed. The way her luck tended to go as of late, Roan would enter at exactly the wrong moment and find her crying, and would then be indiscreet enough to make mention of it. "What do you think of my brother?" Lenore asked, her voice soft as ever yet wise. There was more to the question than what appeared on the surface. "I try not to think of him if possible," Holly admitted after taking a deep breath to steady herself. She turned back to mother and child, shrugging as if to show her lack of concern on the subject. "I do owe him my life, of that I am well aware. I would have died in the snow if it were not for him." "Yes, you have told me of that. Yet you have not spoken of the way you rarely look at each other. Rather, you do not look at each other while the other is aware." Holly stared at her. "That is true." "It is. I have seen this before." When Holly's mouth fell open, Lenore giggled softly. "What? Do you believe yourself to be the only person who has ever behaved in such a way in the presence of a man?" "He makes me uncomfortable," Holly admitted. "I do not know what to say or what to do. I have little experience with men, you see." Lenore chuckled, but this turned into a coughing fit. Little Edward pouted, close to tears, but Lenore patted his cheek and stroked his hair to comfort him. Once she'd calmed him, she said, "I did not expect he would. But the way you look at each other when your eyes do meet. I have seen that before. And I hope that my brother does not need to be alone much longer." "Of course he won't. You will be here, and Edward. This will be the best for all of you." Lenore offered no reply, though she did smile while gazing lovingly at her son. It was then that Holly noticed the spots of blood on the sheet. Blood which Lenore had just expelled from her mouth.
Chapter 12. Roan had never so desired the pleasure of returning to his mother's tribe and soundly thrashing his grandfather. He would never have behaved in such a way on his own behalf. He would never have given the old man, Roan assumed him to be old by now, the satisfaction of knowing he'd made such an impact on his life. No, his life was his own, and he had made the best with what he'd been given. His sister, on the other hand. She was a different matter entirely. As was the child. No matter what he'd said to Holly, he did not agree with the tribe sending her away. Not when she'd arrived with a helpless child on her back. Not when she was more than likely ill even then. Had they not seen it? Had their hearts not been stirred in the least? And did any of them wonder what had become of her? Of Edward? Lenore had spent most of her life with the tribe, he reasoned, as he tended the horses one morning. There was snow in the air, much to his chagrin. It had barely been 5 days since the blizzard, and what had fallen hadn't melted in the least, thanks to the ever-present frigid air. He walked Merlin and the gelding, who he had named Gray for lack of anything better, around the shack to exercise them, and reflected on his sister's need for the tribe, to feel as though she were part of something. A family. He supposed he was fortunate in that he had never come to need his tribe the way she had. Angus had taught him the value of relying on oneself, and those lessons have served him well in the years since his father's passing. Lenore had never learned this lesson. Roan knew enough from simply questioning his father as a child that to the tribe there was no notion of living alone. They relied on each other, working together to create something bigger and stronger than one single man or woman on their own could ever possibly create. Without them, and without her child's father, for whom she had given up the only security she'd ever known, she would be lost. The pain of rejection was fresh enough to rob her of the will to live. That was the only way he could imagine describing her ever-worsening condition. She'd lost what little strength she'd ever possessed. Even her son was not enough. The rejection the child's father had delivered, followed by rejection from the tribe, was too much for one who had always been sickly and weak. Yet she had made it to him. Perhaps that was all she could do for her child, and no more. Perhaps she had struggled so hard to survive the harsh weather and the many miles that there was nothing left of her. If she died, what would he do? How could he raise a child when he had not the first idea of how to do so? Yes, it was enough to make him want to hunt down his grandfather and make him pay. Yet that would mean leaving Lenore and Edward. And Holly. She continually surprised him with her stamina and her devotion to his family. There was no call for her to dedicate so much of her energy to them. She had no shared blood or shared history. She only happened to be in the same place at the same time. Yet her growing closeness with the child surprised and even humbled him. She took so well to the boy, who he supposed anyone would take well to. He was charming, with winning ways and a sunny smile. He brought out a side of Holly which would otherwise have remained hidden. A lightness, laughter. She laughed quite a bit while playing with him, even while feeding him. And this lifted Lenore's spirits. When she was awake and aware at least. It seemed those times were fewer and farther between every day. They were all his responsibility now, and he could ill afford to leave them with no one to hunt or set the traps or dress the meat. To say nothing of the protection he provided, just because the snow fell, did not mean men of poor character had ceased roaming the mountain, searching for shelter and more. He and Angus had once crossed paths with such a man, and after the man had died in the fight he had been foolish enough to start, they'd found numerous trinkets on his person. Wallets, gold rings. Much more than could possibly have belonged to him by rights. He'd stolen from many people, and would have stolen from them if given a chance. Angus had taught his young son that day, that while it was never preferable to take a life, the life of a thief who would just as soon take their lives was hardly anything to weigh on his conscience. By the time he'd finished giving the horses their exercise, intending to feeding and watering, the wind had picked up to a familiar pitch. He sighed heavily as he led them into the lean-to and secured them for the rest of the day. Perhaps longer, depending upon the storm they were about to encounter. The sound of racking coughs chilled his blood worse than wind. It was becoming more and more difficult to pretend all was well before entering the shack. It was difficult to erase the care and worry from his face when he looked upon his sister. He knew it was better if he did, better to keep her spirits up. Then again, Lenore did not strike him as a foolish woman. She would know all too well without having to tell her just how bad her cough sounded and how distressed he was for her. Along with Holly. It was enough to make him question what they would do when she died. Not if but when. Holly had said something shortly after Lenore's arrival which had stayed with him. She said women managed situations, coming up with ways to best move forward. Men, he knew, did the same, but when they did, it was during situations which women would rather not face. Such as the question of where to bury his sister's body, and what would be done for the child after she had died. With all of this weighing on him, he still managed to smile upon entering the shack. Holly was on the floor with Edward, dangling a doll made of woven bits of straw in front of him to encourage him to crawl to her. Where she had learned to make such things, he had not thought to ask. Just one of the many ways she had managed to surprise him. He turned to his sister, who appeared to have wasted even further away since he'd seen her only hours ago. When he had awoken on the floor, across from where Holly had made her bed near Lenore, that she might instantly be able to assist her should the need arise. Lenore's eyes fluttered open at the touch of his hand on her forehead. She searched his face as if looking for the answer to a question she had not asked. Rather than waiting for her to give voice to her fears and concerns, he sat by her side and took her small, fragile hand. Now was the time for comfort. To assure her that yes, things would be well even after she was gone. He could imagine that she was afraid for the child, though she had no reason to be. All is well, he assured her, sweeping her hair from her forehead as he murmured. There is nothing to fear. You can rest easy. Blood was blood and Edward was his. His father might not have wanted him, but Roan would see to his being raised as a fine, honorable man. The way his father had done for him. A look of sheer relief washed over her, and she did appear to relax against the pillows. He'd granted her a measure of peace. Can I bring you anything? He asked, leaning down that she would not have to raise her voice to answer. Tea, she whispered before coughing weakly. A good thing he had purchased plenty of it, along with the very dear, very fine sugar he had traded for. Why he had made certain of there being sugar in the larder, he couldn't say. It had struck him at the time as being a necessity, though he was not one for using it often. As if he somehow knew he'd need it later. She enjoyed her tea sweet, and he would provide her this small bit of pleasure. Holly stood, wiping her hands on her skirts. I can brew it, she offered. Too much time on the floor is doing no great service to my knees and my back. Roan picked up the crude doll from the floor, its arms and legs sticking straight out, a small stump in place of a head. How did you learn to do this? He asked before holding it out to his nephew. Edward took it with a wide smile, pleased to have his toy at last. Holly merely shrugged. My sisters and I used to do that when we were children. My mother taught us. I made a doll for Kate once, when she was younger than Edward. Isn't it strange how memories such as that come back to us when we least expect it? I had entirely forgotten that ever happened, until now. I suppose there was no reason to remember it really. I always wondered what it would be like to have many brothers or sisters, he admitted as he watched Edward speak to his precious doll. He had quite a lot to say. It was a shame that no one could understand him. Perhaps he would have a way out of this situation, since Roan certainly could not imagine anything at the present moment. Of course, there are times when I wished I did not have so many sisters. Holly chuckled. She sat in one of the 2 chairs near the table, waiting for the water to boil. He noted her tired sigh as she sank onto the thing, the way she stretched with her hands pressed to her lower back. This was taking a toll on her, though she did what she could to hide her fatigue and soreness most of the time. Yet she was smiling, likely in remembrance of her younger days. But there are times when I am so terribly grateful for their presence in my life. It might sound foolish or childish or well womanly. I wouldn't want you to dismiss my thoughts as being nothing but the prattlings of a woman. He gave her what he hoped was a withering look. I would never. Oh yes you would. Her laughter was merry and bright, and Edward soon joined in as if he understood. This made her laugh all the more, and Roan soon joined her. It was nearly impossible to be in a dark mood when surrounded by laughter, especially the laughter of a child. Please tell me. What were you going to say? He prompted, suddenly eager to learn more of where she had come from and who she was. No, it wasn't sudden. His curiosity regarding her had grown over the last several days. And it was far less idle than it had once been. He wanted to know her. Not simply what brought her to the mountain or where she'd come from, but more of herself. What made Holly who she was? Though he could not imagine what he would do with this information when she was no longer part of his life. And as long as the wind howled outside and snow continued to fall, as it had just begun to do according to what he saw through the window, she would be with them out of necessity. He might as well make the best of it. She looked at the floor, a fond little smile tugging at one corner of her mouth. There was a faint blush on her cheek, and her eyes shone. There is something to be said for going through life, knowing there are people who understand you. My twin, for instance, there are many times we don't get along, as I've always considered her to be rather bossy. His brows lifted. You consider her to be bossy? You? And what does that mean? I merely wonder how much worse she could possibly be than you are. If there wasn't a child in this room, she warned. Go on, he urged, grinning. She shrugged. There are times when it feels as though Molly and I can read each other's thoughts. Perhaps we can. Perhaps there is something to be said for having a twin. But the others too. Rachel and Phoebe and Kate. We know each other. There is always someone in the world who knows us without having to be told. When we are upset, the others know how to comfort us. When we are happy, the others rejoice with us. When we are ill, we are taken care of. We accept each other, though that does not always mean we get along without argument. Let anyone try to hurt any of us, woe to the man. She broke off with a sigh, staring out the window now. I can only imagine what they must be thinking. His heart clenched not only for her but for them. By now, more than a week after she had disappeared, the girls might well believe her dead. They might already have come to the conclusion that they would never see her again. Though he knew this was not the case, he could not help but ache for them. And he almost wished he could see their reunion, that he might witness their joy. This struck him as strange, out of character for him, but there was no helping the impulse. Holly jumped up from the chair with a groan. "I didn't put the kettle on the fire. No surprise the water hasn't boiled yet." She shook her head, disappointed in herself. "Forgive me, Lenore. I ought to pay better attention." Little wonder, though, seeing as how neither of them had gotten much sleep thanks to the constant coughing from the bed. Roan looked back to his sister, who he assumed was resting comfortably for the moment. She had fallen quiet while he and Holly talked. In an instant, he knew why she had fallen silent. He should have known the moment her coughing stopped, as it had hardly stopped in the last 2 days. "Holly," he murmured as he went to the bed, his hands trembling as he reached for Lenore. "Yes?" she asked, still at the stove. He took his sister's hand, stroking the back of it before pressing his lips to the now cold skin. "You needn't bother."
Chapter 13. No. She gathered Edward in her arms, careful not to turn her back on him when he might wander close to the fire, then sank to her knees at Lenore's side. How could she not have known? How could she have been laughing and speaking of her sisters, and teasing Roan when Lenore was dying? She had been lying there dead, and neither of them had noticed. Only a few minutes had passed, but it might as well have been a lifetime. For now there was one less soul in the room. Everything had changed. She held Edward close, her cheek against the top of his head and her tears dampening his hair. "Oh, my poor boy. Poor boy. And poor Lenore." She had known so much sadness, so much pain. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair for good people to suffer so. And now, she would never have the happiness she deserved. She would never watch her boy come of age and become a man, one who she would undoubtedly raise to be a better man than his father was. Someone who would not abandon what he had professed his love for. She wept for everything that had been lost. Roan was infinitely gentle, as he crossed his sister's hands over her stomach and placed one of his hands on top. "I wish we had the chance to be brother and sister," he whispered. "I wish I had been able to know her better. Perhaps I might have been able to help." Holly turned to him, wiping away her tears. It would not do for emotion to take away the comfort he needed now. You were here for her when she needed you. You did help. And perhaps these last several days were a gift. You had the chance to be together. You sat with her, you spoke with her. You gave her comfort. That was all you could do, and it was a blessing to her that you were here when she needed you the most. He looked at her, and the pain and confusion and regret in his eyes tightened her throat. "You believe that?" "I do. I believe it with every breath in my body. You were a blessing to her. She was so fortunate to have you." "I hope so. I do hope so." He took one of Edward's hands, so small compared to his own, and held it. "And now there's you. What is to be done with you?" For a moment, Holly gaped at him. He could not mean what he appeared to mean, could he? He could not question whether or not to keep the child, could he? Was everything she thought she knew about him wrong? Evidently not, for he reached for Edward and took him in his arms, hugging him to his chest. "You will never know her, but I will do my best to keep her memory alive in you. That is all any of us can do when we lose someone we love." Holly rose, turning away that he might not see the torment this put her through. She had come to love and respect Lenore over their short acquaintance. Silly as it seemed, she had almost come to think of her as a sister of sorts. While they may have come of age in completely different circumstances, truly they could not have been less alike. They had a great deal in common. How sad to think that this bright young woman was forever gone. When Holly thought about the happiness her sisters found with their husbands, it broke her heart. Lenore thought she had found such happiness, only to be devastated. Somehow this made her long for her sisters more than ever. She just had to get back to them, for they might be suffering this sort of heartache now on her behalf. Oh, how she would spare them this if she could. But the snow had begun to fall again, and looked as though it had no intention of stopping. Would she be here until spring? Could she even manage it? I suppose something will have to be done with the body, Roan reasoned, still seated on the side of the bed. The ground will be frozen, she said, turning her head slightly. Will you be able to dig a grave in this weather? No, though there would be little chance of being able to do so were it spring or summer. This is rock we are on. I would build a burial mound for her. That is the old way, the way of her people. How do you know that? What they would do, I mean? My father told me. He spent 5 years living among them, after all. He learned their ways. I would imagine he wouldn't want to speak of them, after how? She bit her tongue to hold back the rest of what she'd been about to clumsily say. She was not supposed to know of the family's history, after all. It wouldn't do for him to find out Lenore had been sharing secrets. After how cruel they were to me, he concluded. It wasn't you. It wasn't your fault. She couldn't go on allowing him to believe he'd done something to warrant his banishment from the tribe. It was not because of you the tribe made your father leave. Then why did they allow Lenore to stay? She already regretted having loosened her tongue. Perhaps there could be no harm in admitting the truth, now that Lenore was gone. Holly wished she'd had the chance to tell her brother of this herself. Because Lenore's mother and your mother were two different women. Your mother had already passed on. You were too young to understand or to remember it correctly. That was what angered your grandfather and the tribal elders. She told me so. If she were never born, no one would have known. You would have grown up in the tribe as she did. Her face flushed in embarrassment. Who did she believe she was, speaking so freely of another's family? What right had she to share the secrets Lenore had confessed? The fact was, she felt sorry for him. And perhaps a bit protective. It pained her to know he was in pain. She supposed it was only natural, after everything they'd been through. He was quiet for a long time. Edward had long since fallen asleep against his uncle's chest, unaware of what had just transpired. She envied him this, the ability to rest comfortably, secure in the fact that he was safe and warm and taken care of. Unaware that his mother would not be waking up again. Watching the entire scene caused a terrible in her chest. There they were, a family, and one of them was gone. She had never seen Roan behave tenderly toward the baby before. She supposed now was as good a time as any for him to start. He stroked Edward's head, perhaps unaware of what he was doing, and the sight gave her hope. He was not entirely uncomfortable with the child. I'm sorry if I shocked you, but it seemed to me you deserved to know the truth. There is no reason to blame yourself. He shook his head. I never blamed myself. I blame them, the tribal elders. They were the ones who saw to it we were removed. I'll grant you, I often ask myself why my sister was allowed to remain. Now I understand. Her mother was there, in the tribe. Mine was not. My father was likely unable to care for both of us at the same time. Especially if Lenore was a baby. He could not have taken both of us with him. He did what needed to be done. I imagine he longed for her. To have you two together, she ventured. Was she overstepping herself by speaking so freely? If she was, he would have no trouble telling her so. He never had before, after all. I imagine he did, Roan sighed. I wish he'd told me the truth long ago. But there isn't any sense in dwelling on the past, when there is so much to be done now. She almost wished he wouldn't do that. It was clear to her how he closed himself off, how he turned his thoughts away from his sorrow and toward something else, something to keep him busy. To keep him from thinking and feeling. She wished he would stay with her and talk with her, because she was hurting too. But he was right. There was so much to be done now. They could hardly leave her lying there, could they? She took the sleeping child from his arms and watched, silent, as he bundled himself up against the cold. Where will you go? Not far, I hope, she ventured as he crossed to the door. He shook his head. I believe the ledge, where we sheltered from the storm, will do nicely. I will go there now and clear it for her. Out in the open? She asked, scandalized at the very thought. Their ways are not our ways, he explained, and I believe she would prefer to have the sort of burial she would receive by the tribe. They leave their burial site open, that their spirit might walk free to join the ancestors in the great beyond. They believe in leaving their body to nourish those who come later, the animals, you understand, or even the very ground itself. They become part of life in another way, you see. There was something oddly touching about all of it. About Roan knowing of these customs and wanting his sister to have the burial she deserved. He might not have cared much for his mother's people, but he respected Lenore's desires just the same. It was perhaps the most decent, unselfish thing she'd ever witnessed. I can prepare her, she offered, already imagining washing down the body and plaiting her long, thick hair. A faint smile touched his lips. She would like that. Thank you. For all of it. He left then, either overwhelmed or uncomfortable. Perhaps both. She did not start right away. Instead, she sat in one of the chairs, rocking Edward while watching over his mother. The shack was quieter than ever now. And all she could think about was the man in the snow, clearing a place for his sister to rest.
Chapter 14. I covered her with pine branches, he explained that night by the fire. She will rest peacefully there. He said nothing of how it pained him to leave Lenore there, all alone where any animal could find her. He would rather have sealed her to with rock or something similar, but he knew it was not what she would have wanted. She would have wanted her burial to be like those she had witnessed all her life, he imagined. Why had they not discussed it before she died? He had not wanted to speak of it, and now he wished he had. Just as he wished it was she who'd told him the truth of their shared and unshared parentage. It did not make her any less his sister, but it would have been better to hear it from her. Holly sat by the fire with the child in her arms. He was sleeping, content and peaceful. Not yet missing his mother. If he did, there would be no way of knowing. He certainly could not speak of it, nor could they explain in a way which he might understand. Roan suspected he'd begin to ask questions as he grew older. That would be the time for explanation. He considered himself fortunate that there would be a few years until that day. He might be able to come up with something suitable by then. Or so he hoped. I'm sure she would be pleased with whatever you did, Holly murmured, careful not to wake the child. And I'm also certain she would be quite touched that you went out of your way to lay her to rest according to the traditions of the tribe. It was thoughtful of you. I did what needed to be done. And he did not wish to speak of it any more. There were certain things a man did not wish to relive, and this was one of them. At least the snowfall had only been a squall, not much more. Nothing like the blizzard they had endured. By the time he'd finished his simple ceremony, with no one but himself to pay respects to his sister, the sky had cleared and the sun began to shine. Were he the sort of man who believed in such things, he may have believed his sister sent sunshine for him. To tell him how grateful she was that he had laid her to rest in such a fashion. But he was not that sort of man. Holly might have understood had he shared this with her. He could not, for it would mean speaking again of the incident. He would much rather have left it behind him. As if he could. What a silly waste of time it was to believe any such thing would be possible. There would be no leaving it behind, for his nephew was there in front of his very eyes. A child who needed him. A child who would not need him were his mother still alive. What was he to do? There was no room here for a child. He was older than Edward when he and his father had set out from the tribe, was he not? He remembered walking on his own. Edward could walk but not nearly so far. And he was not yet big enough to be held at the front of the saddle. He would not understand how important it was to sit still and allow his uncle to guide the animal. How was he to go about his business with the child in the house? How was he to watch Edward and make certain he did not hurt himself or fall into the fire or wander outside when his back was turned? There was a great deal of work to be done, a great deal of hiking and climbing during a hunt. He could not possibly bring a child only 2 years of age along with him. It was up to the mother, or to the women of the family, to stay behind and tend the children while the men went about their business. He had no woman. The woman before him, the woman so tenderly rocking the boy back and forth, the woman whose hair shone in the firelight, whose eyes softened when Edward yawned, would soon be gone. Or would she? He could not pretend as though the thought had not occurred to him before now, but it had been fleeting. Unclear. A mere hint of an idea. The thought of her staying with him. If she did, it would not be for his sake. He would never ask her to do such a thing, because he did not want her to do such a thing. He did not wish to live with a woman. Especially not this one. She drove him nearly mad, after all. What man would welcome constant argument and misunderstanding, and awkward attempts at reaching out afterward? No, he would rather have done without all of that. His life had been comfortable before. He knew what to expect from day to day. Even the wildest weather, the most unpredictable storms, were still easier to manage than she was. Unfortunately, he had the suspicion that life with this child would be far less predictable and bring far greater strain. It was when in a situation like this that a man was forced to decide between the lesser of two evils, as it were. From where he sat at that moment, she was the lesser. But she would never wish to stay here. He couldn't imagine a circumstance in which she would agree to live her life on the mountain with him. She was from the city, accustomed to fine things. Though she might, as of late, make her home on a ranch, he would have wagered all he owned that her house was fine. Large. He'd already asked her the size of the place, purely out of curiosity and the lack of anything better to talk about, and she had indicated the size of the spread her father had managed. Such a large, prosperous ranch meant the existence of a large, prosperous house. The house that would put his humble home to shame. That was the place for her. It would be cruel to ask her to stay. Especially when there was nothing else to offer. Physical comfort was one thing, but he got the impression that she was the sort who would have foregone physical comfort if there were anything between them. The sort who would make the best of any situation so long as there was a strong reason behind it. Such as love. He knew little about women and less about love. He had never loved before, not the way his sister had loved her man. Not the way his father had loved his mother. He never had the chance, and yet hardly missed it, had in fact been grateful to have never entangled himself so. Life as a mountain man was difficult enough without additional entanglements holding him down. Strange how watching her smiling with such tenderness at his nephew made him question exactly what he'd missed. It was moments like this, quiet ones spent by the fire after a long day's work was done. He suspected these were the times that made everything else seem worthwhile. For a moment he could even imagine she was his wife, and the child she held was their child. He could imagine the pride he would feel if that were the case. Pride in a fine son and pride in a fine woman. For she was a fine woman, the finest he had ever known. What she did with all her heart. She had loved his sister in the handful of days they had spent together, and she now loved Edward. So much so, he suspected, that it would be quite painful to part with him. What if he asked her? What was there to lose by at least finding out her thoughts on the matter? He might pose it as an innocent question, perhaps pertaining to the care of a child. He might share his apprehensions, for example, and laugh at his lack of experience with children. He might confess how nervous he was, how much there was for him to learn in such a short time. And how he doubted he would be able to do so, and still maintain his life as a trapper. It was all he knew, the only way he could make his living. He would certainly need to do that if he was to provide for a child, would he not? Was this how men felt when they settled down with a woman and began a family? He felt for all the world like he was drowning, like he could barely claw his way to the surface. Each new thought revealed another thought, then another. Another apprehension, then another. Another way in which he was certain he would fall short. "What are you thinking?" she whispered all of a sudden, her voice cutting through the silence which had only been broken by the snorts of the horses. He could feel her watching him, her eyes missing nothing. There were times, like at that moment, that he wanted to tell her to turn her face away. To stop looking at him, to stop seeing him. For she did see him. She did not merely look, she saw. And she understood. Much more than he wanted her to. I was asking myself how it will be possible for me to carry on from this, he admitted. He spoke slowly, his words halting. As if his tongue could not quite make itself form the words he needed to say. It was not easy, admitting weakness. Especially for him. I have no doubt you will do beautifully, she assured him. I don't believe you give yourself enough credit. You might not want to hear this, but I believe you are a good man. Please do not overflatter me. Laugh if you will, but I maintain what I said. You're a good man, with a good heart. You mean well. I know you will do what's right for Edward. That is just the thing. I don't know what is right. He shrugged, spreading his hands. I have not the first idea. I have never been alone with a child. I have rarely been alone with anyone, except for my father and for you. He glanced her way, only to find her smiling in a soft, knowing fashion. And just look how far you've come with me, she pointed out. First, we rubbed each other the wrong way constantly. It seemed there was no end to the ways we could insult or offend each other. Now we sit here as friends. At least, I see you as a friend. I know there is a great deal more that you are capable of, that you simply have not had the chance to try yet. Such as raising a child. I'm certain it will not be easy. It never is. But you can manage. That is easy for you to say, he muttered. It sounded dangerously close to a snarl, and he knew it. But he could not help himself. She did not know what she'd said. How she'd closed the door on his ever asking her to stay. She believed in him, it was easy for her to do so. She would not be the one to suffer through what he would have to suffer raising a child on his own. But he was the child's uncle, and the only blood he had. He'd do it because that was what a man did. And damn him forever for thinking he could ask a woman for help, for she would always think of what she needed first. In fact, she was thinking of that then and there. She sniffled, running her hand across her face as if to catch a tear which had escaped. I can't help but think my sisters again. They are always on my mind. I worry about Molly. She is the oldest, even older than me, and she's always taken our welfare to heart. Before Mother died, she asked Molly to watch over us. She's taken that vow quite seriously. I can only imagine what she must be thinking now, and how it must hurt her to believe she fell short somehow. I know her, you see, and I know she will take this personally. As if she had anything to do with my kidnapping. He remained silent. She turned to him. Did I ever tell you the reason we have to live together on the ranch? Curiosity got the best of his will and pride, and he shook his head. When our father died, we found that he had left the ranch to us in his will. But there was one stipulation. We were to live together, all 5 of us on the ranch, for 1 solid year after our arrival. Only then could the ranch be ours. You did say something about that, in fact. When we spoke of the men who kidnapped you, and how they could not have known that the ranch wasn't truly yours, that you have no money to give them. That's right. But you see, if any of us no longer lives there, I'm afraid the bank will take the ranch. Especially if they later find out that I was alive, through everything. Do you see what I mean? It might actually have been easier for my sisters, had I died. Don't say that. It came out louder than it should have, considering the sleeping child, but Edward didn't stir. How Roan wished he could sleep that deeply. Well? If I'm dead, it would not be a matter of my living elsewhere of my own free will. Any lawyer worth his salt could argue that there was nothing I could do about dying. The rest of my sisters would inherit what is theirs and be done with it. Now, if they find that I spent so long away from the ranch and was alive entire time, I'm afraid the bank will take the ranch before I can even return. I know they want the land, it's quite valuable. It frightens me so. I fear that when the time comes for me to leave, there will be nothing to go back to. It will be my fault, because I should not have run to the mountains. I only made things worse for them. And for myself. He shifted, suddenly uncomfortable. There he was, thinking of his own problems, while forgetting about hers. He had his nephew's life to consider, but she had her own, plus those of her sisters and even her unborn niece or nephew. All of them might be affected by her absence from the family. Do you truly think the bank would try to use your disappearance as a means of taking the ranch? I have never been fond of banks in general, which is why I didn't deal with them, but it does seem terribly cruel. She laughed without humor. Yes, well, that is very much the impression I received. It was difficult enough getting them to agree to allow my sisters to live only half of their time on the ranch now that they are married. Phoebe and Rachel both visit their husbands 3 days out of the week, then spend the rest of their time at the house with us. He winced. That must be difficult. It is for them. That is what they have to do. We were all expected to fall in line, to come to Carson City and live here. No matter whether we were already wed, with families of our own. My father knew nothing about us, yet this was what he demanded. And there is little room for us to work around what he put in place. For a moment, Roan believed that her father and his grandfather might get along quite well. They seemed to care little for the needs of others. They certainly did not give much thought to them, at any rate. Now he had another problem on his hands. Not only did he have no choice but to manage some way to care for his nephew, he also had to find a way to get her home. It seemed that they would not be able to wait until the weather broke for good. And this caused him no end of strain as he sat and watched the flames lick at the wood in the hearth. Wondering how to return to his old life once she'd left him forever.
Chapter 15. I will not be gone for long. Holly merely laughed and shook her head. I've told you time and again we are fine here. Edward and I will keep each other company and have a grand time together. You need only concern yourself with hunting. We'll be here when you return. He looked rather bemused as he clamped his hat over his head, hiding the long hair she'd come to admire so. I would hope so. Seeing as how there is no way for you to get anywhere without me. She rolled her eyes. If I had to get somewhere, I would. Or do you forget who it was who helped pull you? All right. No need to remind me of that again. But he was smiling when he left the shack, perhaps even laughing to himself. That was good. In the days since Lenore's passing, he had finally seemed to turn a corner of sorts. His spirits were no longer so dark. He brooded far less. Though she knew he would have denied being in mourning, had she asked him about it. He was a man of great pride, after all. She considered it silly, as there were certain situations in which pride could not be considered, but he did have rather silly ways. Edward crawled across the floor, avoiding the makeshift gate she'd placed around the hearth. Nothing more than stacked rows of firewood, but it was enough to keep him away from the heat and the flame. Roan would have to keep this in mind when she was gone. There would be so much for him to keep in mind. To his credit, he had begun to pay attention while she changed Edward's diaper, while she fed him. He asked intelligent questions too. What did he seem to enjoy eating? When did he sleep during the day and for how long? How exactly did one change a diaper, and what was to be done with the one he'd removed? That was not a very pleasant task, and she had perhaps taken a bit more enjoyment from his discomfort than she should have. Men, even those who considered themselves quite rugged and brave, tended to shy away from such basic human matters. As if there was anything truly unique or shameful or embarrassing about cleaning up after a baby. She lifted Edward from the floor, delighting in the way he squealed and babbled and patted her cheeks. She raised him up high, swinging him around until he squealed with joy. It was so easy to make a child happy. If only I knew how to make your uncle happy that way, she murmured, holding him close and kissing his smooth, sweet forehead. He was such a charming little thing, with his dark hair and eyes that reminded her of Roan. She wondered if Roan had been anything like him when he was a baby. And just what had taken place to turn him into the rather surly creature he had become. But he was changing. He was improving. She had hope for him. It made her sad, however, to think that she would not be there to see the man he would become. How foolish this was. How terribly foolish to even think such things. She meant nothing to him, aside from someone he had no choice but to provide for. Nothing more. And that was as it should be, she reasoned. For this was only an arrangement of convenience. Soon it would no longer be convenient. And she did have to get home. For each day that passed brought new fear to her heart. What if she returned and her sisters no longer lived on the ranch? What if the bank had taken it in her absence? Or what if Molly had lost her child? What if one of the girls had taken ill? What if? It never ended. She sighed, looking down at Edward, and he seemed to understand her distress. He patted her chest with his pudgy little hand, and she burst out laughing. He was so solemn, so eager to please. A sweet little soul she would miss so desperately when the time came for them to part. Just the thought of it gripped her heart, and she squeezed him tighter. The sound of footsteps at the front door came as a surprise. Perhaps Roan had forgotten something. She was halfway across the room, and prepared to open it to him when it swung open of its own accord. Only to reveal a man who most certainly was not Roan. He was roughly 20 years older, and a great deal grimier. She scrambled backward, holding the baby tight. "Who are you? You have no business here. Go away." He was filthy. He stank terribly. She could smell him from across the room, and he had not yet entered the shack. Instead, he stood before the open door and looked around inside. "What do you have here?" he asked, his voice bitter and nasty. It brought to mind the men who'd kidnapped her, and this only served to make her pulse race faster than it had before. This was the same sort of man. One who wished to use her to hurt her. She stood her ground, her voice loud and sharp. "We have nothing. I told you, be gone. It's not your home. Go." She thrust one arm out, pointing. The man laughed and spat on the ground. "Tobacco juice, black and disgusting. I don't recall saying this was my home," he grinned as he stepped over the threshold. "This ain't my place, but I intend to have everything inside if I want it." The way he looked at her, the way he smiled when he said it, erased all questions as to what he meant. She knew all too well what he had in mind, and the thought turned her stomach while sending her into paroxysms of outrage. "You will do no such thing," she bellowed, still backing away from his approaching figure. The baby began to wail, and she stumbled when she came up against the firewood gate she'd prepared for him. Several pieces scattered about, a few catching fire. Now, is that any way to treat a guest?" He snickered, looking her up and down as he drew nearer. "Get rid of that baby. I want to get to know you better." "Don't you come any closer," she cried out, but it was no use. He took her arm in a tight, merciless grip, and all but threw her across the room. She fell onto the bed, careful to avoid falling on top of the squalling baby, and quickly checked to make certain he was well before the man then grabbed her and hauled her to her feet. "Come on now. Don't you believe in being friendly?" His breath stank like the most unimaginable filth, his teeth brown and yellow. He leaned very close to her, his lips nearly touching her cheek as his hands traveled further down over her body. Sheer panic overtook her. She screamed, shoving him with all her might. She must have taken him by surprise, for he stumbled back. Now, he was no longer teasing. He wore an expression she could only describe as rage. Bitter, brutal rage. And he intended to take that rage out on her. She needed a weapon. Something, anything with which to defend herself. Her eyes fell upon the wood which had scattered over the floor. Thick, sturdy pieces which Roan had chopped from a large limb. As the man advanced on her, she bent and picked up one of those lengths of wood and held it at one end like a club. She did not think. She only acted on instinct. Standing between the man and the bed, the baby still screaming behind her, she raised the wood over her head. He snarled as he lunged at her. She swung her arms down with all her might and heard a resounding crack, then a thud. She did not know until moments later, as the man lay bleeding before her, that she had struck him over the head. That was where the noise had come from, that was why he had dropped before her. All she knew was that he no longer moved. He no longer threatened her. He no longer tried to hurt her or Edward. And he no longer moved. In fact, he no longer breathed. His eyes were wide open, staring across the room. There was no blinking, not so much as a twitch, when she nudged him with the toe of her boot. "My God," she breathed, dropping the wood before sinking onto the bed. Edward's face was beet red as he wailed. She forgot about the man for a moment, grabbing the baby and holding him tight. He was fine, uninjured but frightened. She understood that all too well, for she was rather frightened herself. She remained that way, sitting on the edge of the bed and rocking the baby back and forth while staring down at the dead man, until Roan returned. How long had he been gone? She hadn't the slightest idea. It took only a moment for him to understand what had transpired. He dropped his bag to the floor and ran to her, kneeling by the bed and taking both her and the baby in his arms. "What happened?" he whispered as he held them. She could barely speak against his shoulder, he held her so tight. "He came in. He wanted." She turned her face away, unable to speak of it. The shame, the repulsion. And the knowledge that she could kill a man. She was a killer. Roan did not seem to see it this way, as he stroked her back. There. It's over now. You did well." "I did well?" She pulled back to stare at him, unable to understand. "I killed a man. I killed him." He met her gaze unflinchingly, and with a great deal of intensity. "I know. And I applaud you for it. You did what needed to be done. Both for you and for the child. I couldn't be prouder. I'm only sorry that I was not here to defend you." She allowed him to hold her, to comfort her even as the dead man stared lifelessly at her feet. She only knew that Roan was there and it was all right. He would help her. And he thought she had done the right thing. Somehow that provided a great deal of relief. She didn't ask where he buried the man. She only looked at him once upon his return from having disposed of the body. He seemed to understand her feelings, for he did not press her into speaking of it. He was kind and gentle, even going so far as to clean the blood from the floor and to dispose of the wood she'd used as a weapon. He'd done all this without question, without comment. He had simply gone about his work until it was finished. It was not until much later, lying in his bed while he stretched out on the floor by the fire, that the shock began to wear off. It left her trembling, her emotions running high and threatening to spill over at any second. It left her concerned about the fate of her immortal soul. She did everything she could to conceal her weeping, as there was no use in letting him know how deeply she felt the pain and regret over what she'd done. Yet he must have heard, for he sat up with a sigh. That man deserved what he got. He deserved much worse than that, in fact. It was easy for him to speak this way, for he had not ended the man's life. "I didn't mean to do it. I didn't. I know you didn't. But when you are faced with such a situation, what else is there to do?" He came to her sitting by the bed, though they did not touch. He simply remained on the floor, with Edward on the bed between them. She drew the blanket up near her chin, as if it would protect her from the hellfire she feared awaited her now. "I knew what he wanted to do, and I only wanted to stop him. I didn't mean to kill him." His mouth set in a tight line, his eyes narrowing. "There are men like him in the mountains. I should have known better than to leave you alone." "It isn't your fault," she sniffled. "You didn't know. And you were only acting in protection of yourself and of Edward. Anyone would have done the same, though I don't believe many are as fortunate. Not many would have the strength or the quick thinking to do what you did. And they might deeply regret it now. I'd rather have you regret killing him than regretting not having killed him. Do you understand what I'm trying to say?" She nodded, and she saw the sense of this. Better to be sorry for what she did than to spend the rest of her life wishing she had. For all she knew, he might have killed her once he'd finished. "I am still proud of you, if it means anything," Roan whispered, reaching over Edward to take her hand. It was warm, solid, the fingertips callous but gentle. "And I am everlastingly grateful that you protected Edward as you did. I could never thank you enough." Then, to her eternal surprise, he raised her hand to his lips and kissed it. The briefest kiss, gentle and tender and lasting no longer than the time it took to blink an eye. But she knew then and there that she would carry it in her heart for the rest of her life.
Chapter 16. It was time for her to go home. He'd known it for days, naturally. He was a reasonable man. This was not her home. But the now-dead outlaw who dared enter his home had added clarity and a sense of urgency. What if something of that nature happened again? He'd never forgive himself. This was no place for her, no place for any woman. He certainly could not take her everywhere with him, and he would never feel safe leaving her alone again. Just as he knew she would never feel safe being alone, no matter how she tried to tell him otherwise. And she did too. She told him she knew this sort of thing did not happen every day. And next time, I'll know what to do right away. I'll even keep a wooden club at my side at all times. Fine, brave thing she was. She even tried to sound cheerful, as if knowing she'd killed a man did not shake her to her very marrow. How he hated that dead man for making her feel this way. She of all people in the world deserved it the least. After the worst of her shock had passed and she was behaving more like herself, he knew it was time. He finished exercising the horses for the day, the snow around the shack having melted, giving way to clear ground. It seemed they were in for a patch of mild weather, so there could not have been a better time. They could either leave now, or they could wait for the next break in the weather. He couldn't risk keeping her there much longer, as there was chance of another blizzard trapping them together for even longer than before. When he looked at it this way, it seemed there was nothing to be done but to start out. And instantly, the day seemed a bit darker. His heart was heavy, as were his feet. He dragged them in the shack, barely smiling when Edward toddled over to him. Holly clapped her hands, encouraging him. "Look, Uncle Roan. He's gotten so much better at walking. Soon we won't be able to keep up with him." We. She spoke of them, as if they were to stay together. As if this were anything more than a temporary arrangement. A slip of the tongue, he supposed. He lifted Edward, smiling with pride. "Well done, young man. I will have you hiking the mountain in short order. Now, let's not rush him to grow up too quickly." Holly joined them, stroking Edward's head before smiling up at him. How he wished she wouldn't. How he wished she would not make him long for something he had no right to long for. Once again she brought to mind the notion of living with a wife and child, and it was a notion which provided him a great deal of comfort and pleasure. He didn't want that, did not want to think favorably on such a notion. Any sort of attachment to her was dangerous. He had already gone too far. A good thing, then, that he had decided already it was time to take her home. "I believe we should be on our way in the morning," he announced before he lost the courage to do so. She stared at him, taken aback. Her eyelids fluttered, her mouth falling open. "What? Be on our way? On our way where?" "Home. It seems the weather has broken for a spell, and it seems to me that this is as good a time as any. We really should be on our way if we are to get you home before another storm hits." Rather than stare into her stunned, beautiful face, he bent to place Edward on the floor. It was easier this way, easier if he did not have to look her in the eye. Meanwhile she stammered helplessly. I had not expected it so soon. I mean, that is to say, I knew it had to happen. I wanted it to happen. Simply did not expect you to announce it that way." She began to pace, her steps sharp and short. He knew not what to say. He feared that if he said too much, he'd only make a fool of himself. It was best to keep his thoughts silent then. No reason to leave her with a poor impression of him in their last days together. He stood, offering a smile. "I hope this makes you happy," he offered. "Happy?" She burst into a gale of laughter, throwing herself at him. Her arms wrapped around his neck, squeezing hard as she hugged him. This was entirely new. And not entirely unwelcome. He patted her back, then when she did not pull away, his arms closed around her. He had held her before, after all. After coming home to find the dead man on the floor, he had held her and Edward together. While he was hardly familiar with her, this was not the first time she'd been in his arms. But it was the first time she had held him, too. Her grip loosened, though she did not push herself away. Instead, her palms resting on his chest as she tipped her head back to look up into his eyes. She did not look exactly happy, though she wasn't unhappy. Troubled, perhaps. Thoughtful. Any number of words could have been used to describe her solemn expression. He couldn't help but look at her lips, slightly parted and glistening. She sighed, her breath soft, and her eyes began to close. Why? He did not know until that very second that he'd already begun leaning down, the instinctive desire to touch his mouth to hers more powerful than his will. He needed this, pride be damned. So he kissed her. Gently, tentatively, always prepared for her to push him away and curse him, spit on him. He told himself it would not matter if she did, that it would not hurt him in the least. Just the same, when she leaned against him rather than away from him, his heart swelled. Relief swept over him, leaving him dizzy. She wanted his kiss. She wanted him. His arms tightened, drawing her closer, and her arms circled his neck again. What was happening to them? This blissful, breathless, dizzying sensation. He could hear nothing but the blood rushing in his ears as his heart pounded wildly. Was this what he had been missing all along? The sense that everything was spinning out of control, and the only way to remain steady was to hold on to one particular person. Even as he knew she was the reason everything was spinning, even as he knew he would not have changed it for anything. And she was leaving him. How could he allow himself to forget? He broke the kiss, using more self-restraint than he could ever recall using in the past. One of them had to be smart, and it appeared as though that person had to be him. She smiled, shy and flushed and drowsy-eyed. He didn't dare believe there was hope in those enigmatic and confusing depths. He stepped back, out of the warm, welcoming circle of her embrace. I had best begin preparing provisions, he decided. We'll leave first thing in the morning, before dawn. I suppose it would be best if Edward had clean diapers, and if you made certain to pack enough food for him. It should be no more than 2 days. One to descend the mountain, as it will be slow going, the other to get to the ranch. She blinked, her brow creasing in a frown. This is not what she had expected after that kiss, it was clear. But what else could there be? There had never been anything, would never be anything. Only a few tender words spoken in front of a fire. Nothing more. And that was how it needed to be. Are you ready? He found her standing in the center of the room, looking over everything in turn. She frowned, as if she had regrets. How could she possibly? This was not her home. It was his. She had merely stayed there, and she'd been there far too long as it was. He needed to get her home, and soon. Or else all would be lost. He would never be able to let her go. She would never know the sacrifice it took to watch her bid silent farewell to his few meager possessions, to not draw her into his arms and profess his love then and there. This was for the best. He'd repeated it again and again, like a chant. This was for the best for her. She nodded, offering a shaky smile. I'm as ready as I shall ever be, I suppose. Was that regret in her voice? Probably put on for his benefit, that he would not believe her eager to be rid of him. He helped her into the pack which Lenore had used to carry Edward during her journey, the buckskin straps snug against her shoulders. Edward was wearing his fur tunic, and Roan slipped him into the pack and made certain he was secure before leading the two of them outside. The horses were packed, weighed down with goods and blankets and other necessities. How good it would be to travel light again. Without a woman taking his concentration. No, it would be Edward he'd focus his attention on while riding back. He'd been up throughout the night, 100 questions racing around in his head at once, now that he knew it was nearly time for him to take full responsibility for his nephew. Would he be good enough? Would he make the right choices? Would he always do what was best for the child? What would it be like, traveling so many miles of open land with a 2-year-old on his back? Then again, Lenore had managed it, and she'd been ill at the time. If she could do it, there was no reason he could not. He trusted that her spirit would watch over them both. She would never let any harm come to her boy, nor to her brother. He needed to believe that. Holly led the gelding as he led Merlin away from the shack and down the slope which they had climbed together. Would he ever be able to climb this slope again without thinking of her? Would he ever be able to do anything? Even the simple act of sitting before the fire would be enough to bring her to mind, he was sure. For he would miss her presence, the simple joy of having her at his side. If only he could have seen that joy for what it was when he had the chance. They'd been together for more than a fortnight, and he'd squandered so much of that time. Telling himself all the while how she meant nothing to him, that this was a temporary situation, and he'd better get used to being without her again. When he might have spent that time enjoying her. Getting to know her better, creating memories to carry with him for the rest of his days. For that was all he'd have. His memories. A stolen glance. A blush on her cheeks, a smile she tried to hide. The smell of her hair when he held her, the warmth of her body and strength of her embrace. The firm plumpness of her lips, and how sweet they tasted. Each step he took down that steep slope was one step further from the brief interlude they'd spent together. There would be no turning back. No reclaiming the moments they'd lost. He knew it was for the best. She did not belong in his world, and he would certainly never make it in hers. Some things were simply not meant to be. That much he knew.
Chapter 17. Edward giggled and clapped his hands when Holly offered him a spoonful of fried corn mush. The child simply could not seem to get enough of it, no matter what she added. This evening it was mashed carrots and stewed squirrel. "You are a healthy, growing boy," she observed with a smile. "I wish I could see you grow." It was safe to admit this to him, as her desire was completely natural, and he could not share her secret with anyone else. It was only between the two of them. She'd come to think of him as her confessor of sorts, and she told him everything. She told him of the conflicting feelings she had for his uncle, and how much she wished it were not so. For if there was ever an ill-fated match, it was theirs. He cared nothing for her. He cared nothing for any woman. As it was, he would be hard-pressed to adapt to life with his nephew, who would rely on him for everything. Certainly, he would not wish to add a woman to his overcrowded home, would he? It was just as well. The mountain was no place for her. It was her fault for growing so close to him. For allowing her thoughts to take the turn they had. For allowing him to kiss her, and especially for kissing him back so much vigor. What a breathless, heady, tremendous moment that had been. She would never forget it, holding it in her heart for always. The one moment they had shared, the one moment that was truly theirs and no one else's. Just the two of them. The sweetest moment she'd ever known. That was all life afforded her. Moments. Nothing more than that. For how would she find anyone like Roan ever again? After knowing him, how could she ever find another man even vaguely interesting? No man would ever be as brave as he, or as good or as decent or as wise. She'd never met a man so rugged on the outside, yet so tender when he dealt with the horses. He cared for them then, grooming them after a long day's descent. They were out of the mountains at least, and the sun was already on its own descent. It had taken many hours in the snowy terrain, and with a baby on her back who'd been at the forefront of her thoughts with each step she took. All she could think about throughout the first leg of their journey was how easy it had been for Roan to fall. How easy be for her to do the same, but it would not only be her life at risk. That had slowed her considerably, but Roan hadn't seemed to mind. She supposed he understood without being told. This spoke to his excellent instincts, as the surrogate father he was about to become. "I want you to listen to me," she whispered to Edward between each spoonful of supper. "Be good to your uncle. Be gentle with him. Be patient. He won't know what he's doing, but no parent does at first, I suspect. I know he will do his best, for that is the sort of man he is. And he will love you, even if he does not always show it or say it. Everything he does will be for you, of that much I'm certain. Edward regarded her with his wide, wise eyes, and she could almost trick herself into believing that he understood. Wouldn't it be grand if he did? Perhaps he did understand in his fashion. Perhaps he felt sorry for them both, as Roan was about to embark on something for which he was entirely unprepared, and Holly was about to get her wish, when now she was entirely uncertain that she wanted to go home at all. Oh, she did want to go home. She wanted more than anything to be with her sisters, to be free. To be able to roam, without fear of slipping and falling on rocky terrain. To sleep in her bed, to be warm and comfortable. Life in the shack was not the life for her, of that she was certain. Yet this did not stop her from suspecting that she might have done everything possible to make the best of it, where his feelings for her were more than just those of a friend. They held up well, he said as he joined them, taking a seat by the fire. Satisfaction was evident in his voice. How difficult it was to keep herself from crying. Only knowing how he would hate it if she didn't hold the tears at bay. No doubt. After all, you've kept them exercised and are excellent with them. I suspect that were you not a trapper, you would make a wonderful horseman. He chuckled. I've never seen anyone who understands animals the way you do. And they take to you as well. It's as if you share a language. She blushed, turning her face away. I'm sure that sounds very silly. Not silly at all. In fact, I must admit. When he did not continue, she turned to him. What? What must you admit? How hungry she was to share even a brief moment with him, learning more about him. The way he thought, the way he felt. They had so little time left. He chuckled again, a bit sheepish. There are times when I think the same way. As if we share a way of speaking to each other, the horses and me. I understand them. I've seen men mistreat their animals, almost to the point of abuse. I've never understood that. Animals think. They feel. Horses possess a great deal of wisdom. They are more than just pack mules, and even pack mules think and reason in their own way. Their instincts are stronger than ours, and they are wise enough to follow them when we might sometimes tell ourselves otherwise. I probably make little sense to you. Nothing could be further from the truth, she assured him. My sisters don't know this, but I enjoy visiting the stables whenever I get the chance. I talked with the horses sometimes when there was no one else there. They are good listeners. He laughed, but he was not laughing at her. That they are, he agreed with smile. She had to look away from him. She feared that every ounce of longing would show itself on her face if she made the mistake of letting him see. And then he would know she had been a fool. That she might have fallen in love with him, which was the last thing she should have done. For it was not as if he had ever given her a moment's encouragement. On the contrary, from the start, he made it clear that he had no desire to entangle himself with a woman. And every heart-stopping moment they had shared, both the moments of near death and the ones when her heart had nearly stopped because he was so handsome or so kind, despite how hard he tried to hide it. She was a fool for taking any of it more seriously than it deserved to be taken. If there was anything between them, it was all in her head. He did not love her. He could not. He never would. She would do well to begin removing him from her heart. And his nephew along with him. That would not be so easy, but it had to be done just the same. Edward finished his meal, after which she cleaned his face and hands and had him wish his uncle a good night. She tucked him inside the tent, wrapped in furs, and pressed a gentle kiss to his forehead. I do love you, she whispered as tears came to her eyes. I love you so terribly much. And I will miss you greatly. She stroked his fine dark hair, until the wave of the emotion passed and she felt confident in rejoining Roan outside the tent. The sun went down in a blaze of glory, red and gold. Glorious. She happened to glance at Roan, and found him staring it to the west, awestruck by its beauty. As she was awestruck by his beauty, she found herself memorizing every detail of him. His fine profile, his tawny complexion and high cheekbones, and that hair of his, oh how she longed to sink her hands into it. How she had wanted to do just that when they kissed, but had at least possessed enough sense to hold herself back. His healthy, strong body. The body she had already admired, as he led them out of the mountains. He was so sure-footed and confident and powerful, and gentle with the horses and kind and patient. How many times had he extended a hand to her when she was uncertain of where to place her foot next? Every time their hands had met, uncertainty had left her. She felt no uncertainty when she was with him, when he was helping her. He would never allow her to fall. He looked at her then, his eyes searching her face. "Is everything well?" he asked. "No, it's not. Nothing is well. Because I think I love you, and I have to go home. I can't be with you, and I'm afraid that's all I want to do. I don't know what to think, or how to feel, or even how to act around you anymore. I don't even know what I'd do if you told me you loved me." "Yes," she lied despite her aching heart. "All is well."
Chapter 18. The sky was ink-black and full of stars. Roan lay on his back, a firm blanket beneath him and one stretched over him. He bent his arm and propped it behind his head, never taking his eyes from the glory at which he stared. Truly, it was majestic. Mystical. He would never understand where they came from, the stars, but that did not stop him from being grateful for them. And in that sense, they reminded him of her. For he knew not from where she had come, Baltimore, Carson City, it didn't matter. For she was of neither of those places, more like an angel sent from heavens. Yet he did not need to understand her to appreciate her, to be grateful for her. Perhaps she only seemed so precious because he knew she would be home by this time the following evening. The short time they'd had together would end, as it was always meant to end. And the small bit of sweetness she had brought his life would go with her. Yes, he would have Edward, and he was grateful for that. He would raise him as best he knew how, though he suspected he would make more than his share of mistakes along the way. He'd simply need to forgive himself for those mistakes, and to do his best regardless of them. It wouldn't be the same without her to talk to, at the end of the day. To reflect on the day's events and what might have been handled better. Someone to fret over the boy with. When he was ill, perhaps, or when he'd taken it into his head to make mischief. There would be no one with whom he could rejoice over the boy's growth. She was in the tent, preparing herself for sleep. The fire still burning outside the tent cast just enough light upon it that he could barely make out her silhouette as she loosed her hair from its thick, heavy coil on the back of her head. She shook her head, allowing a waterfall to plunge down her back. His breath caught, his head spinning. He could not even see it, not truly, yet that vague silhouette was enough to set off 1,000 dreams in his head. Dreams and images. He imagined what it would be like to plunge his hands into her hair, to smell its sweetness and feel its softness against his cheek. He turned his face away, nearly ashamed that he'd taken the liberty of watching. He had no right to see her that way. She wasn't his and never would be. "Roan," she whispered from inside the tent. His heart nearly stopped. Did she know? Had she sensed him watching? He drew a deep breath and released it slowly, willing himself not to sound like a guilty child when he replied. "Yes? I've been wondering something. And you do not have to agree, but please tell me you will at least think about it. Do not disagree without thinking about it first." This did not bode well. Very rarely did a conversation which started out this way ever turn out well. He decided to give her the benefit of the doubt. "All right. What do you have on your mind?" "I was only thinking that if you ever decided you no longer wish to be a trapper. Not that there's anything wrong with trapping, and not that I believe you ought to think of another way to earn a living, but in case you wanted something a bit more secure for Edward's sake, you might consider working at the ranch." Were his ears deceiving him? Where had this come from? The ranch? Yes, my ranch. It would not necessarily have to be my ranch, exactly. But with your skill with horses, I naturally thought. He stared up at the sky, asking himself how to manage this. What was she truly asking? What was she truly saying? "Do you disapprove of my life that much?" he asked. She let out a sharp sigh. "I should have known you would take it that way." What other way is there? Take it. He looked at the tent, where it appeared as though she was staring in his direction. He could only imagine the outrage on her face, the way her cheeks would blaze with color and her eyes jump and dance with fury. Perhaps you could thank me for offering. Perhaps you could express just a small bit of gratitude, that anyone would even think of you at all. I didn't need to offer. No, you did not need to. I don't know why I bother. No, I don't know either. A great deal of commotion went on inside the tent before she stormed out, wrapped in a blanket. Her hair fell in the same shining waterfall he had imagined, spreading over her shoulders and back. She seemed not to notice, or perhaps not to care. You might stop being so stubborn for just a moment, and give some thought to what I have offered you. You might be too stubborn to accept an offer made out of gratitude, or too prideful. But you now have Edward to consider, and you have no room for pride when it comes to him. You must think of him, his future, his potential. How are you going to raise him in that shack? You have traps to attend to and hunting to do. Do you presume to take him with you? Do you plan on leaving him alone all day? What business is it of yours? He snarled. They had argued many times and had said many things they could not take back. Things which he'd come to regret. Never had there been so much pain on her face as there was at that moment. Never did he think he'd truly hurt her. He sat up, prepared to apologize, but she held a hand in front of herself, signaling him to remain silent. He knew he would be wise to do so. I thought I would try to help you, she hissed. But your pride, as ever, is in your way. And it will continue to stay that way unless you open your eyes and see the world for what it is. Not for what you believe it to be, but for what it truly is. There are people who wish to be of help to each other, for no other reason than to simply do good. There are those in the world who wish to repay the kindness. Such is the kindness you showed to say nothing of the effort it's taken you to lead us even this far. I've been sitting in that tent all this time, asking myself what I could do for you and for Edward. That is what I came up with, and it is obviously not good enough for you. Oh, how she managed to shame him. What a fool he'd made of himself. This did not mean, however, that he had any intention of apologizing. For now she had angered him. Who are you to say that I want anything to do with your type of life? Just because you think it is right for me, does not make it so. I did not ask for any favors, and I do not expect any. I also do not expect any repayment, so you can put your mind at ease. I need nothing from you, and I want even less. What was he saying? That wasn't what was in his heart at all. His mouth got away from him, forcing him to say things he didn't truly feel. He didn't want to hurt her. He certainly did not wish to give the impression that he wanted nothing from her. He did want something from her. He wanted her love, her affection, her time. Her attention, her sweetness, her cleverness, and her bravery, and all of it. Everything made her who she was. If only he possessed the wisdom and the courage to say what was in his heart, rather than allowing anger and bruised pride to speak for him. She threw back her shoulders, her face now stone. I feel sorry for you, she spat before returning to the tent. If she'd leveled the rifle at him and fired, she could not have wounded him more deeply.
Chapter 19. If anything, Holly reasoned, Roan's cruelty made it easier for her to say goodbye. The ride from the foothills through the land just beyond was passed in silence, and even the vast, breathtaking vista before them was not enough to lighten her spirits. Only the babbling baby on her back gave her any comfort, any reason to smile. And when she did, the reminder that he'd soon be gone from her life rang through her head like a bell. Best not allow yourself to remain attached to him, the voice of reason in her head advised. It was too late for that. He lived in her heart now. Along with his uncle, damn him. Oh, how she'd practiced over and over asking him to stay at the ranch. It made perfect sense from her vantage point. He was gifted when it came to the care of horses, and Lewis could always use a good man in the stables. Edward might live in the house with the girls, they would love him, she was sure of it, while Roan built a house of his own on the land. She'd already planned out the perfect place just beyond where the old foreman's cottage had once stood. A fire had destroyed it years earlier, the one in which Louis' parents had perished. She had even allowed herself to imagine before posing the offer how Edward would love growing up on the ranch. He would learn to ride, perhaps even to lasso the way the more skilled of the hands did when it came time for branding. There was space for him, enough that to a child it would seem limitless. He could grow and explore without the fear of losing him in an avalanche, or to a misplaced footstep, or any of the multiple dangers which existed on the mountain. Righteous indignation stirred in her breast at what she saw as Roan holding him back out of sheer stubbornness. Did he not know how dangerous pride could be? What other reason would there be for him to turn her down without giving the offer any thought? Rather than being reasonable, thoughtful, he chose to dismiss her out of hand and accuse her of belittling his way of life. Edward would have all the caregivers he could ever wish for, if only Roan would see past his dratted pride. There was another possible reason for him to turn her down, and she knew it, though she did not much enjoy considering it. What if he simply could not stand the thought of being in close proximity to her for that long? She would have asked him about this, and even might have eased his mind if she could bring herself to speak to the man, which she had not yet managed to do. It was already midday, and they'd shared not a single word. She did, however, speak to the baby. "Yes, Edward, those are sugar pines in the distance," she explained, pointing as if he'd asked a question. "We have nothing that beautiful growing on the ranch, unless you count our rose garden, which we are all very proud of. Our mother first planted it and tended to it, and we were all so surprised to find it blooming still. It seems our father saw to its tending over the years." Edward babbled in reply. She chuckled. "Why, I cannot say why he went to the trouble. We've all wondered about it. You know, he maintained the house exactly as it was when we left as children. Not a piece of furniture or a single figurine or bowl was out of place. It was as if time stood still for him." Edward still babbled. She sighed, her heart heavier than ever as she saw the similarity between her father and Roan. "I suppose he was too proud to write to us even once in all those years," she mused, staring straight ahead rather than at the man riding near her. "His pride kept him from knowing us. All he could do was bring us back after he'd died, and to what purpose? We could never regain the time we'd lost. He never had the chance to know his children, and we never had the chance to know him. Because he could not admit that he longed for us. And for our mother. Then again, was she not also guilty of the sin of pride? For she couldn't bring herself to tell Roan how she longed for there to be no quarreling between them. She could not bear the thought of his scorn if she dared breathe a word. Roan kept his thoughts to himself, which came as no surprise. When she stole a glance at him from the corner of her eye, she found him sitting straight and tall in the saddle. This also came as no surprise. He did look rather grand while in the saddle, though he looked grand nearly everywhere while doing nearly anything. Except when he was being hateful and stubborn, and making her want nothing more than to strangle him. His jaw worked, though his mouth remained closed. He was fighting himself on something or other. She had no doubt he understood her meaning all too well, and wanted nothing more than to scowl and behave terribly. At least he held his tongue. He had the good sense to do that much. It was the strangest thing, truly. Each minute brought her closer to the ranch, and whenever she imagined the house in her mind's eye, it was all she could do to hold the gelding back from running full out the rest of the way. Yet she wanted to bring him to a stop, too. She wanted to take her time, to let the minutes unravel into hours and days. No matter how he disappointed her, no matter how he hurt her, she couldn't help loving him. And she would gladly fight with him every day for the rest of her life, so long as he was there to fight with. So long as it meant he was with her. She was quick to wipe a tear from her eye before it could spill onto her cheek. It seemed she couldn't get herself under control. By the time they reached the wide, off-traveled road which led to and from the ranch, she could hardly believe her eyes. The barbed wire fence on the other side told her they'd already reached Reed Land. "My goodness," she breathed, her heart clenching. Roan pointed. "Yes?" he asked. She nodded, her throat too tight to allow her to speak. She'd never known such joy, and such gripping heartache could exist all at once. How would she live through this when her heart seemed prepared to burst? Roan clicked his tongue to signal Merlin to proceed down the road. He did this without looking back at her, or even asking if she needed a moment's rest. It was for the best that he did not ask. It was entirely for the best. If he didn't care, neither did she. All she wanted was to get home. Even when the baby slept peacefully against her back, she wanted nothing more than to hold him, to soak him in as long as she could. This yearning was enough to make her consider asking if they could stop for a moment, but she'd waited too long. It was too late. A dust cloud rose in the west ahead of them. A horse was on the move, and it was coming their way. She recognized it as Louis in an instant. "Holly," he cried out, hollering at the top of his lungs. He was there, which meant the girls were still there. Holly barely choked back a sob of relief as her brother-in-law raced toward her. By the time he brought the horse to a stop, and all but leapt from the saddle, she had dismounted as well. "Louis," she wept, running into his outstretched arms. He was laughing and so was she, and to embrace him meant she'd truly come home. "Who is this?" he asked, slack-jawed, staring over her shoulder to where Edward was just waking from a nap. "This is my good friend Edward," she explained through her happy tears. "His uncle Roan saved my life. I've been with him all this time, or nearly. I can tell you everything once we reach the house." "Roan?" Louis approached the stallion, where Roan was just dismounting. "Roan MacIntosh," he confirmed, shaking Louis' hand. "I owe him my life," she repeated, watching Roan carefully. His face was unreadable. "Well, you know your sisters will want to hear all about it," Louis beamed. "And you, Mr. MacIntosh, had better believe you'll be welcome at the supper table tonight." "I could not ask you to be so generous," Roan insisted. Instantly, Holly felt his guard going up against Louis' hospitality. He was not accustomed to being with people, she remembered. It had been easy to forget that, when it was only the two of them and the baby. "You didn't ask," Holly reminded him. "Unless you want my sisters invading the mountain and making themselves at home with you, you had better have supper with us tonight, and let them ask the questions they'll be dying to have answered." He looked like he would rather swallow crushed glass. "I'll ride ahead and tell the girls you're coming," Louis decided, then took off a second later. She knew he was mostly happy for Molly's sake, but that touched her just as deeply as it would if he had been happy just for her. She winced as she turned to Roan, who looked like he'd just been through another blizzard. "I'm sorry, I should have warned you," she murmured. "They're going to want to know all about you, and not merely because we spent a good while together in your home. They'll be curious." "I'm quite familiar with curiosity," he grunted, cold and sullen. "You might at least pretend to be decent. No one is going to ogle or judge you. They will be so overjoyed. You are their new hero, though they don't know it yet. They will soon enough." "I never asked to be a hero. I don't want to be one." "It's too late, I'm afraid." She swung up into the saddle. "And as I am taking your nephew with me, you had better either follow me or say goodbye to him. One evening at the house will not be too much for you." There was a moment when she thought for sure that he wouldn't follow, that he would turn and leave her and the baby, and never come back. She suspected he might truly be that proud, and that fearful of being in the company of so many strangers. "You might wait a moment," he called out, falling in step beside her. "And give the child to me. Your sisters will want to hug you, and—" Yes, that made a great deal of sense. She pulled up on the reins, and he did the same before bringing Merlin up beside her and reaching out. "You won't run away?" she asked just before sliding the straps over her arms. "Why would you?" "I just want to be sure. Please. Come with me." She looked at him over her shoulder and found him scowling, though she had the impression that he was upset with her for seeing through him, straight to what he had already considered. "Roan. Please. Just one more thing for me. They'll want to meet you, to thank you, and to find out who I've been with these last 2 weeks. They will always wonder about you otherwise." This was true, all of it, and more than enough reason for her to want him to come along. But it was not the entire truth. It was hardly a single slice. Still he agreed, nodding firmly while positioning Edward before him in the saddle. Very well then. It sounded for all the world like he was telling her he'd warned her, and she was about to get what she wished for.
Chapter 20. She was loved. If there was one thing he could have wished for her, it was that she be loved. Well loved. Adored, even. Which was what made the sight of the young women of the house pouring out to greet her, weeping and shouting with delight, all the more gratifying. Holly. Her name became a prayer, a song, as her sisters repeated it again and again. They hardly waited for her to descend from the saddle before covering her with tears, kisses, embraces. And she wept with them, leaning against them and laughing and answering questions as they came at her from all directions. Yes, I'm just fine. No, I'm not injured. It was snowing, so yes, I wanted so much to tell you I was alive and well, it weighed on me so. Who is this? The one who looked just like Holly. They were all similar in appearance, but this one might have been her mirror image, stared up at him from the commotion. Which quickly brought the commotion to a halt. His skin crawled at the presence of so many staring, wondering women. This is Roan MacIntosh, and he hates being stared at, so please refrain. Holly joined him, holding her arms out for the child. Roan handed him to her, and gladly, as Edward would take their attention from him. And this is Edward, Roan's nephew. We're very good friends. She showed him off to her sisters, who cooed over him, and made a very large fuss in general. They asked dozens of questions, the chief of which regarding his mother, and Holly shook her head with a frown when one of them asked after Lenore. We can talk about that later, she promised. One of the girls leaned against her arm, sniffling into a handkerchief. We thought you were dead and gone, she whimpered. Now Kate, Holly smiled. I made it home just as quickly as I could. And let me tell all of you here and now. Do not ever climb down from the buggy while on the way to town, no matter what happens. A trio of men kidnapped me and wished to demand ransom. Ransom? The one who had to be Holly's twin pressed a hand to her chest. How dare they? What of you? Holly asked. How do you feel? World's better now, the girl assured her. Come inside. You are in terrible need of a bath and a fresh change of clothing, and I can imagine you want to rest after all this riding. There is so much to tell you. And so much we want to know, another sister added, eyeing him with great interest and, he suspected, suspicion. You'll hear it all at supper, Holly promised. Louis already demanded Roan's stay, and I agree. It was clear he had no say in the matter. I'll tend to the horses, he murmured, taking the gelding's reins and turning toward the stables. One of the stable boys can manage, one of the girls called out, but he ignored this. The next thing he knew, they would be telling him he was in desperate need of a bath as well. When he reached the long, low-slung building, the plank walls were painted an attractive shade of green, he noted, and the paint was fresh and the roof well tended. He found Louis waiting. It seemed wise to let them have their reunion. Louis grinned. He seemed an easygoing sort, at least. Holly had praised him to no end, most notably for having kept the ranch in good condition, and behaving as if it were his own. They must have been terribly worried, Roan observed. Holly was concerned for them. Especially for Molly. I won't pretend it was easy to keep her calm, which was what Doc Perkins told me to do above all other things, Louis admitted with a rather wry expression. The girls did their best. You can't imagine how many rumors went around about where she might have gone, what she might be doing. She was kidnapped, Roan explained before going into the details of their time together. It was easier to speak to just one person, especially as this Louis seemed a kindly, trustworthy sort. They discussed the blizzard and Lenore, and how much of a help Holly was with her and with Edward. I admit, I cannot imagine what I'll do without her, he concluded. Was he wrong to say it? Louis did not appear to find anything wrong with it. Raising a boy on your own. That won't be easy. I know Mr. Reed had his hands full with me, but I was older when I lost my folks. And he already had the house here, the bedrooms. Plenty of space and no children to fill it once his wife took the girls away. Once they'd finished tending to the horses, they walked out to a fenced-in paddock. "She's going to foal any day now," Lewis explained, pointing to a heavily pregnant chestnut mare walking to and fro as if fretful, uncomfortable. "She might be prepared to foal now," Roan observed, already on his way to examine the horse before propriety stopped him. He so easily forgot the rules of social behavior. "Please go ahead," Lewis encouraged. He followed Roan as he approached the mare, who both looked and sounded miserable. He suspected he'd feel the same way if he'd been carrying a foal for a year. Once he'd gained the animal's trust, he crouched beside her. "The teats are waxing," he murmured, stroking her flank. He tested the milk. "It's turned white. She's going to start laboring soon." "You've spent a good deal of time among horses then," Lewis observed, standing to the side. "I took to them from a young age," he explained, leading the mare to the stall which Lewis indicated was hers. "Has she been eating well?" "From all reports, yes, though a bit less today. She's very uncomfortable." He stroked her forehead, scratching between her ears. "What is it you do to make your living?" Lewis asked. "Fur trapping." "Ah. I should have known from your clothing. Every trapper I've ever met has worn the same type of buckskin coat, and carried a bag like yours. You've met a great many trappers." He glanced up at Lewis, wondering what the man was getting at. He seemed to have something on his mind which he had not yet come out and stated. "Certainly. In town, quite a few of them. I've always found them to be honest and hard-working, and I appreciate those qualities very much. It seems that if you were kind and unselfish enough to save Holly and give her some place to live until you could come down from the mountain, you're a good man as well." He was not accustomed to this. Rarely had the men he'd encountered on his trips into Carson City spoken to him so plainly, so openly. As if they were equals. In that spirit, Roan couldn't help but ask what had been on his mind since first meeting the man along the road. "How do you manage living under one roof with so many women?" Lewis burst out laughing. "It isn't easy, I'll tell you that much. It was especially challenging when the girls first arrived. They didn't know the first thing about living on a ranch, and were more than a bit perturbed to be here at all. I admit, I can't say I would have handled it much better were I in their place." He appeared to size Roan up, a crooked smile revealing his thoughts. "Did she drive you to distraction?" "It's all right. I know what it means to need someone to talk to when a Reed sister makes them half mad. I've been outnumbered here for quite some time." Roan continued to stroke the mare's flank, as he recalled the many times she'd done just as Lewis described. "I'm unaccustomed to the presence of others," he mused. "Women especially. It was the same for me. Truly," he added when Roan cast a skeptical eye. "Just because there are a few dozen hands working here, doesn't mean I'm always with them. I spend much of the day by my lonesome, in the saddle. Checking on the condition of the fencing, going out to find a calf who wandered. I could ride all day out and back, and not see another living soul." "I understand you lived in the house with the owner, Mr. Reed." "I did, and if you think he was a pleasant character, you're sadly mistaken," Lewis grimaced. "I respected him a great deal, and I owe him everything. He might easily have disposed of me when my parents died in the fire. But we barely said more than a few words to each other every day that didn't have to do with the ranch. And once he passed on, it was just me in that house until Molly arrived." "I suspect that was a shock," Roan chuckled, knowing all too well. "For both of us. She arrived to find the place exactly as they'd left it, except I was living here, and I'd lived here longer than she ever did. It was much more my home by then than it was hers. Naturally, she didn't see it that way. She didn't know how things were, how Mr. Reed took me in and treated me like a son. The worst part came when the rest of the girls arrived a week after she did. I had to prove myself worthy all over again." "You lived here alone, together?" "Certainly." Lewis raised an eyebrow. "As you and Holly did. She drove me to distraction, always asking questions, always determined things ought to be done to her standards. It meant nothing that we'd been doing things a certain way for 15 years. And did she ever raise a fuss when it became clear I had no intention of leaving the house to suit her modesty? The fights we got into. He whistled, rolling his eyes at the memory. This sounded very familiar. It granted Roan a measure of peace, knowing he was not the only one who'd resorted to fighting with his unexpected guest. "And what did you do about it?" he asked. Louis grinned. "I married her."
Chapter 21. He's darling, Kate smiled, bouncing Edward on her knee. It was her turn with him, and Phoebe was beside herself with impatience while she waited for her own turn. "Let me hold him," she insisted, reaching out. Kate was hearing none of it. "Wait your turn, the way the rest of us did." For his part, Edward enjoyed the attention. Holly guessed he sensed his importance in the room, surrounded by doting women who wanted nothing more than to admire him. His charming temperament and winning ways had already captured their hearts. Molly turned to her, eyes full of understanding. "I expect you'll miss him terribly." "More than I can explain," she admitted, a bit tearful at the sound of his giggles while Kate tickled him. "I could never have expected this. Any of it." "Ooh, how I wish we could find those men who took you," Rachel snarled. "What we wouldn't do to them." Fine talk from a deputy's wife. Kate chortled. "I am a sheriff's wife, and I completely agree with her. To say nothing of the men, who I'm sure will agree when they arrive and hear of this." "That is enough," Phoebe added, taking Edward under the arms and pulling him close. "You've taken twice as much time with him as the rest of us had." "Is this what I have to look forward to?" Molly asked with a tired smile, one hand over her belly. "The poor child won't know who their mother is by the time you're all through with him or her." "I'd think you'd be grateful for the assistance," Kate pointed out, falling back onto the bed. They'd gathered in Holly's room, where she sat propped up on pillows at her sister's insistence. "How will Roan do this on his own?" Phoebe asked. She placed Edward on the floor and held his hands, as he took one joy-filled, uneven step after another. "I don't know," Holly admitted. "It has been on my mind endlessly, as I'm certain it has been on his. Though I'd have better luck pulling his teeth out than I would of getting him to admit it. It's so frustrating. I know how nervous he is, and would like nothing more than to ease his mind somehow." "I think he's a fool," Molly announced, shrugging when the rest of the girls turned to her in surprise. "I do. He has no business raising a small child on his own, in a shack on the mountain where anything might happen. What if he were to be caught in a storm like the one Holly wandered into? What if Edward was with him? What if he wasn't?" Rachel pointed out. "What if he was in the little house, alone, and Roan was unable to make it back to him?" While she knew this was all purely conjecture, Holly's heart clenched at the thought of her beloved Edward suffering so. He'd be so frightened, so alone. The very idea made her want to bundle him in her arms and refuse to let him go. "I did try to suggest he live here instead," she whispered, recalling the shame and frustration of their last argument. "You did?" Phoebe whispered, aghast. "Well?" Holly demanded, looking around the room. "I had to do something. We all agree it's a terrible idea to take on such a challenge, when his life is demanding enough. He is quite gifted in the training and caring of horses. I thought perhaps there might be a place for him here. Edward would not need to be alone." "I love the idea," Kate beamed. "He could live here, in the house. With us." "Wait right there," Molly murmured, shaking her head. "This is a great deal of conjecture for no reason. I take it he refused you." "He did." Quite sternly. "You could change his mind," Kate suggested. "You only want the baby to stay," Phoebe pointed out. "And there will be a baby to take care of soon enough," Molly reminded her. "We can surely manage 2 babies at once," Kate assured them both. "There are 5 of us, for heaven's sake." "There is no need to discuss it, since it is never going to happen," Holly said, bringing the conversation to a halt. Their faces fell, and she could see how they agreed with her. Edward should not be brought up alone. It would be too much. What of Roan? Phoebe picked Edward up and placed him on the bed, where he crawled gleefully to Holly. She bundled him up, kissing the top of his head. If only she could keep him always. What of him? She asked, careful to keep her eyes on the child. This was not an innocent question, especially when it came from Phoebe. Her thoughts were always on romance, and marriage had not dulled her sensibilities in the least. He's terribly handsome, she pointed out. Thank you. I spent the last 2 weeks never once having looked at him, so. Molly laughed. Your tone tells me you're trying to conceal something. And doing a terrible job of it, Rachel giggled. Excuse me, but were you not in my shoes not so very long ago? Holly demanded, turning her attention to her most recently wed sister. I seem to recall asking about your feelings toward Mason, and you were having none of it. I'd think you would feel sympathy for me, if nothing else. Oh, I do, Rachel nodded with a gleam in her eyes. And I also know I was wasting time pretending I cared nothing for him. Holly sighed, her cheek against Edward's head. He had fallen asleep on her shoulder, as he was wont to do. Such sweetness. She would have to live without it. In my case, she whispered, I am wasting time by caring for him. He cares nothing for me, or for any woman. He's told me so on numerous occasions. He wishes nothing more than to live his life alone. Always. Isn't that the way many men feel before meeting the woman they're destined to love? Molly asked. I'd wager if you were to ask Louis, he would tell you straight out that he'd never considered marriage before our meeting. And even then, Kate giggled. I'm sure marriage was the last thing on his mind when you first met, knowing you. Molly stuck her tongue out at her sister. Thank you very much, she replied tartly. I won't beg him. I already reached out to him and tried to make him understand that. Phoebe shook her head, with the expression of a woman believed herself to be an expert on the subject after being married for mere months. Did you tell him you love him? Holly's cheeks flushed. That is very presumptuous of you. Just the same. Did you? Holly shook her head, crestfallen. No sense in hiding it from them when they knew her so well. No, of course not. He doesn't even like me. I should never have allowed this to happen, and I blame no one but myself. Blame? What is there to blame you for? Molly scowled in that special way of hers. There is no helping what our hearts lead us to. You have clearly found something in him worthy of your love and esteem. Try as one might, it is impossible to simply close one's eyes to what their heart is trying to tell them. I'm sure the offer you made was made with love, nothing but care and concern for him. But it was not enough. From what you have already described, he is a very proud man. Rachel was no longer teasing. A proud man would take your offer as an insult. Didn't he? Holly nodded, miserable. Did he ever? She murmured. I'd be willing to bet it's because you didn't tell him this was something you wished for, Kate mused. Rather than saying you were offering because you care for him, and because you want him near you, you offered as a business proposition. What of it? Holly argued, now incensed that even her youngest sister had seen through her. I want what is best for Edward. And for Roan, of course. He did so much for me. I hate to think of him spending the rest of his life alone, and with the child to raise. Because you love him, Molly whispered. Yes, yes. All right? Is that what you want to hear? Yes, I do love him. But I will not allow him to hurt me again. Kate fairly growled as she jumped up from the bed. He hurt you? How? Her hands tightened into fists. Holly shook her head. Not the way you mean. By rejecting me, he caused me quite a great deal of pain. I cannot let him know it, though. I would rather avoid him ever finding out. Why? Phoebe asked. Why do you think? Because he would only reject me again. When she looked around and found nearly identical expressions of confusion, she could have screamed. It is very nice for you, isn't it? Things worked out so well and relatively easily. Certainly you had challenges to overcome, and you have, she added, looking around at her married sisters. I, on the other hand, am in an entirely different situation. He refuses to live the sort of life we do. He's a mountain man, born and raised, and he wants nothing to do with any other sort of life. Or people, in general. He's spent little time with them, and I suspect that the time he has spent has not been pleasant. I can only imagine how it frayed his nerves, facing all of you. Pardon me if my heart does not break for him. It sounds as though he needs a great deal of reason knocked into his head, Molly mused, chewing her lip. He has a child to think about now. Not only himself. See? That is exactly what I hoped he would consider when I made my offer. Then perhaps you need to rephrase it. Ask him to consider Edward. I did. Yet he merely dug his heels in deeper and refused to budge. We have hardly spoken a word to each other since then. Kate came to her, stroking her hair as she stroked Edward's. That pained you greatly, didn't it? I can sense it. Holly tried to smile and failed. It did. It still has. Don't you see? If he wanted me in any way, would he not take the opportunity for us to be together? Now it seems he cannot wait to be rid of me. He would not even consider my offer. I admit I understand why. I've been nothing but trouble to him from the start. That hardly seems to be the case from where I'm standing, Rachel disagreed. Were it not for you, he would have been driven to distraction by a sick sister and a child too young to care for himself. You shouldered that burden for him. You made his sister as comfortable as you could, and you have obviously cared for Edward as if he were your own. Anyone with eyes can see you love him already. Holly did not offer a reply to this, but instead held Edward just a bit tighter. Phoebe sighed, rising from the chair by the bed. We had better let you rest, she suggested with a nod to the rest of her sisters. I will call you down for supper. Kate shed only a single tear as she bent to kiss Holly's forehead. For her that was quite an achievement. I shall spend the time before supper offering prayers of thanks for your return, she whispered. Rachel took her by the arm, pulling her from the room. Yes, and while you do that you can assist in preparing supper. We will have a feast tonight, and we can use every pair of hands. Then I should be helping too, Holly reasoned. Molly shook her head with a loving smile, the last to leave the room. Not when the feast is in your honor. She winked before closing the door. This left Holly alone with the sleeping Edward, who she laid on the bed beside her. At least she had this short time with him, just the two of them. She could not help but wish for a minute or two alone with Roan as well. But she had given up wishing when she was a little girl, as it got her nowhere. She and Roan were simply not meant to be.
Chapter 22. Roan could hardly believe his eyes as he took in the sight of one covered platter for another, stretching the length of the sideboard along the dining room. A fine room, papered in silk and filled with heavy, well-made furniture he suspected had cost Mr. Reed quite dearly. The cloth along the table was of the finest lace, which he barely felt worthy to touch. Rance, Phoebe's husband, the sheriff of Carson City, chuckled at Roan's reaction to the way the girls had set their table. They certainly killed the fatted calf for you and Holly tonight, he observed. This answered Roan's question, one which he would not have dared voice. He'd wondered for a moment whether they always put on a display. A foolish thing to suspect, as naturally, the girls want to prepare a grand meal to celebrate their sister's return. Rance surprised him by extending a hand to shake. We are all very grateful to you, Mr. MacIntosh. You did a grand thing by sheltering Holly as you did. I hate to think how the story might have turned out differently, were it someone else who found her and not yourself. There was no helping the brief flash of memory, recalling the night he'd disposed of the man who'd forced his way into the shack. I would not underestimate her, Roan replied with a grim smile. She has quite a bit of strength. They all do, Mason Murphy agreed as he joined them, handing both men a glass of whiskey. They would stop at nothing to help each other. Yes, Roan could see that clearly. The five sisters were so close, he questioned whether they would be able to live separately once their year of being forced to live on the ranch was through. He raised the whiskey to his nose and appreciated the scent. It was fine, no doubt about it. Just like everything else in the house. Whether or not those occupying it realize their good fortune or not. I suspect this makes you a hero in their eyes, Rance warned him. Roan winced. I have never been anyone's idea of a hero, he admitted, before savoring a sip of the amber liquid. He was glad for it, as he needed a bit of bolstering. You wear it well, along with Lewis' clothing. Mason nodded approvingly. I understand you helped a mare foal today. Yes, she had a difficult time of it, but the foal is a healthy one, and both of them are doing well now. Unfortunately, his clothing had been ruined by the mare's blood and other fluids. He'd hardly been prepared for such activity, and he had certainly not planned on spending the night at the ranch. He'd arrived with nothing more than the clothing on his back. It was a good thing, then, that he and Lewis were built roughly the same. He could not help but tug a bit at the collar of his starched, white shirt. He was unaccustomed to such close-fitting collars and wondered how these men managed to go through their day without feeling like they were being choked. Molly entered from the kitchen. For a moment he thought she was Holly, and his heart betrayed him by leaping in his chest. Phoebe has just gone up to fetch Holly, and we can sit down to eat. Mr. MacIntosh, I hope we have prepared the food to your liking. His stomach rumbled as if in response. I'm sure that no matter what you have taken the time to prepare, I will enjoy. Your sister can tell you that I live quite simply, so anything more involved than squirrel stew or fried corn mush is a delicacy. Molly eyed him from across the room, and he sensed that her opinion of him was favorable. You're quite well spoken. I do not mean that as an insult. I realize it might have sounded a bit backhanded, but from my experience, men who live alone in the mountains do not often speak so eloquently. He told himself that she did not mean to speak down to him. She, like her sisters, seemed a fair and honest sort. My father was well educated before he came to this country from Scotland. His family was nobility, or so he told me. I would not know where to begin learning whether or not this was true. I have no intention of doing so, as it matters little to me. My life is here, you see. But he insisted upon passing his education down to me. Wise of him, I would reckon. Lewis helped Molly into her chair before pulling out his own. Too often, trappers are taken advantage of by the merchants they trade with. Too right you are, Roan muttered, remembering several such men who'd tried to take advantage of him. The memory of the surprise they'd shown upon discovering he was no illiterate wastrel never failed to make him smile. He was smiling still when Holly joined them. His smile dissolved like snow falling on water. He forgot how to breathe. She was that beautiful, newly scrubbed and dressed in fresh clothing. And such clothing too. He suspected she'd chosen her prettiest gown for the occasion, deep red velvet with ribbon trimming the collar and sleeves. It fastened at her throat with a jeweled cameo which sparkled when it caught the light, nestled in a thick bunch of lace. Her hair shone, brushed and braided and coiled around the back of her head. She carried it like a queen would carry a crown, though she appeared a great deal prouder of the child she held in one arm. How he wished she had not taken to Edward so well. How he wished the sight of her carrying him, as if it were something she did every day, and would continue to do, did not tug at his heart. His treacherous heart, reminding him time and again how delightful it would be if she were his. Perhaps not always easy, perhaps not always even very pleasant, but delightful. Her eyes traveled the length of the table, and widened when they found him. Roan, you look. Doesn't he look grand? Kate asked, clasping her hands together. While I am sorry your handsome garments were ruined, you do look quite fine dressed as you are now as well. He doubted that he looked very fine at all. He was willing to smile and accept her praise, sensing that she was a good-hearted girl who simply felt everything too strongly. Just the way Holly had described her. Thank you, he remembered to say. It was important to remind himself of the social niceties now, when surrounded by such generous people. He was out of practice, as evidenced by the way he forgot to rise and pull Holly's chair back from the table. You do look quite fine, Holly agreed in a soft whisper, smiling just for him. He was glad then that he'd forced himself into a pair of trousers and was nearly choking thanks to his collar. She thought he looked well, though he doubted he looked half as grand as she did. "Would you like to?" she murmured, nodding to the child she sat on her lap. She was asking if he wished to hold Edward, to see to his being fed. He wondered at what the correct answer would be, then chose to answer with his heart. "You might hold him," he suggested. "I will have so much time with him when we are gone." Her face crumpled with pain for the briefest moment, no longer than the blink of an eye. He suspected no one noticed but him. She was only saddened because of the child, not because of him. He took pains to remember this as they began their meal of roast beef and boiled potatoes, creamed peas and stewed squash. Fresh bread. Homemade applesauce. And for dessert we've baked cherry pie. Holly's favorite, Phoebe explained with a fond smile toward her sister. "Perhaps I ought to get myself kidnapped more often," Holly laughed, causing everyone to laugh along with her. Including Roan, who could not help but notice how easy it was to laugh with all of them. And how nice it felt to be part of something, perhaps for the first time in his life. After their gluttonous meal and a glass of brandy with the men, he stepped out onto the porch for a breath of fresh air. Pleasant as the company was, as much as he found himself enjoying it, he needed time and space away from them. He looked up at the sky, spangled with stars just as it had been the night before and every other night before then. Even when clouds covered them, the stars were still there. And they looked the same, though nothing in this place was the same as where he had just left. There was love here, and family. Civilized conversation. Manners and fine things, yes, but also honesty. Decency. Friendliness. There had been no need for anyone to invite him to supper, or to spend the night in the house. The men had not needed to be so welcoming, nor had the women. They might have treated him as nothing more than what he was, a stranger to them, a stranger to their ways and their lives. Someone with whom he shared only one thing in common. Holly. And soon he would not even share that. Soon she would be out of his life forever. Now that he'd taken the time to explore the house and ask questions as to the ranch and how it ran, he knew one thing with greater certainty than he had ever known it before. He had nothing to offer her. What would a woman of her means and her background want to do with someone like him? Yes, he was an intelligent man. He knew this. Yet he was intelligent compared to other trappers, some of whom had never bothered learning to read or write. His education in these areas, therefore, elevated him above those men. He was no one compared to Lewis or to Rance or to Mason. These were the sort of men the Reed women chose for husbands. How could he ever compare to that? How could he have been so careless as to allow himself to fall in love? It would never bring him anything but pain, nor would it serve as anything but a reminder of how he fell short. He squelched these thoughts as the door opened behind him, and prepared himself for what was to come. He expected Holly to join him, as that was her way. She never knew when to leave well enough alone. Only it wasn't Holly. It was Lewis who stepped up beside him, and admired the view as Roan had just been doing. "It is a beautiful piece of land, isn't it?" he asked. "It is, in fact," Roan agreed. On that, there was no argument. It stretched out for miles in all directions, and it was all reed land. He imagined riding Merlin over so much flat, open space, letting him stretch his legs in a way he never could while in the mountains. There was a peace here, a stillness in the evening which stirred the same dark, quiet piece of his heart that only the mountainside had ever stirred before. Looking down over the wide, vast stretches of land which unfurled at the base of the mountain, he had always felt like a king, surveying his kingdom. He would never be king here. Then again, he was not truly king on the mountain either. There were other men there, men who would always want to fight and steal that they might take what he had earned. What little there was. I'm sure you can understand now how reluctant I was to allow a group of strangers to come in and take this from me. At least that was how I saw it at the time, Lewis explained. A bunch of city-slicking women who knew not the first thing about ranching. I thought they would come in and take it from me, not to mention everything else in my life. My position, my security, everything I had ever worked for. Roan could understand this, for he had only just been on the verge of asking himself if he could have given up what he'd built on the mountain. He'd earned a good reputation over the years as a fair and honest man in a trade, to say nothing of the quality and value of the pelts which he traded. But they didn't, he observed. You are still here working the land, doing what you have always wanted to do. He looked to Lewis, who rubbed the back of his neck with a rather chagrined smile beginning to spread. It might look that easy on the surface, but there's much more to it than that. Sometimes, a man has to look at his life and accept that things are going to change in a way he couldn't have predicted. Yes, I can have what I've always wanted, but only if I wait a year and live with my sisters-in-law. Even then, we have not yet discussed what will be done with the ranch once the girls earn it. And I have to accept that. I have to trust that whatever happens, happens the way it was supposed to be. Yes, I can try and struggle and fight to bend things to my will, but in the end, I can't control everything. That isn't easy for a man to accept. Roan stared off the distance, shaking his head. No. I would suspect it isn't. Then there are times when we must do what we never expected we would do. Especially when we do it because we've come to care for someone else more than we care for ourselves. Roan had the sneaking suspicion Lewis meant far more than he said. He turned to him, facing him head-on. What is it you're trying to say? Lewis grinned, always good-natured. Now that you mention it, I was about to make a suggestion.
Chapter 23. Good night, Molly whispered, leaning in to kiss Holly's cheek. Tonight I sleep. Holly cupped Molly's cheek in one hand. Don't tell me you haven't been sleeping. Don't tell me you would be able to sleep if I had gone missing. Molly smiled. There was nothing else to do but worry for you. Now, I have nothing to worry about. You're here where you belong. Where you are loved so deeply. I cannot begin to tell you. Holly shook her head, willing back the tears stinging behind her eyes. Let's not speak of it, she hastened to reply. I can't stand it. Just know that I was worried for you too. All of you. With another kiss, Molly went to her room and closed the door. Holly wondered if her twin would ever know how she envied her. Her happiness, her security. Knowing her man loved her so. The joy of being able to love him freely. That was what weighed heaviest on Holly's heart, as instead of going to her room she went downstairs. If only she could love Roan openly. Throughout the evening she had noted the little looks Molly and Lewis exchanged, the way Rance's and Phoebe's hands always found each other whenever the two of them were in close proximity. How she had longed to touch Roan's hand, to pat his leg. Small gestures such as those, completely innocent but speaking to a deeper intimacy which they would never share. There was no hiding her tears this time, and she collapsed onto the sofa in the parlor and wept, cradling a small pillow in her arms and holding it against her chest. She had never felt so utterly alone, especially not while in the presence of her sisters. Even Rance and Mason had spent the night, intending to bid farewell to their guest in the morning before taking their brides to their home in town. Even in a house full of people, Holly might as well have been back on the mountain. All by herself. Would she ever be able to feel the same again? Would she ever return to the person she had once been? The ranch had already changed her so, she suspected that none of her friends or even her students back in Baltimore would recognize her now, but this had altered her down to her very soul. She had freed herself from her captors, had escaped into the mountains. Had fallen in love, had nursed a dying woman and come to love her child. She had even killed a man, something she still had not shared with her sisters. Some things needed time before she could give voice to them. The house was so quiet now, when it had only just been full of life and laughter hours earlier. She'd done her best to play the part and be jolly, in spite of how every moment she wished she could pour her heart out to the man she loved. A man who might as well have been on the other side of the world, rather than seated directly at her left. Soft footsteps echoed down the stairs as someone approached. A heavier tread, not one of the girls. She sat up, quickly wiping away her tears and struggling to contain herself should she be discovered. Rather than turning right to enter the parlor, the footsteps moved away toward the study. She listened as whoever it was pulled the stopper from one of the decanters and poured a drink. This was intriguing. Who could it be? She tiptoed from the parlor, forgetting her misery for a moment, and through the half-open study door saw Roan sipping a whiskey. Her breath caught. She did not want him to see her. Holding her skirts close to her body, she took one backward step in hopes of fleeing upstairs before he took notice. Naturally then, a floorboard squeaked underfoot. His head snapped around, his eyes meeting hers. There would be no fleeing now. Instead of stepping away then, she marched forward. "I'm sorry to disturb you," she murmured. He looked down at the glass, then at her. "I hope this does not look the way it likely looks," he grimaced. "I don't wish to give the impression of taking advantage of Louis' hospitality. No one would ever think that, but it surprises me. I did not take you for a drinking man. Typically, I am not. My father was a Scotsman through and through, and therefore appreciated his whiskey. He trained me to drink, and to drink well. I simply do not keep it at home, for it is a remembrance of him I would rather not visit. Tonight, I needed one more drink before bed. Is it not comfortable for you?" He had taken the last of the bedrooms, the one which had been Molly's, until Molly took the master bedroom with Louis. "On the contrary. It is perhaps the most comfortable bed on which I have ever." He stopped there, still staring down into his glass and swirling the liquid. "But I could not sleep. I could not even bring myself to close my eyes." "Why? Something upset you? You did marvelously well tonight." "Nothing like that," he murmured. His brow creased as if in concentration. Or consternation. She could not tell which. "It did strike me, however, that everything will change tomorrow. I will take Edward home with me, and I've never been alone with him before." Yes, he was more concerned with Edward than with her. She knew this would be the case, did she not? Why did it come as a surprise then? Why did it hurt so? "That's natural. You will do what's best for him. Trust your instincts and you will be fine." She did what she could to inject a positive note into her voice, but she feared she'd fallen flat. At any rate, he hardly looked comforted by this. "And what of you? What of me? What will you do here?" She shrugged, looking around the room to avoid looking at him. He would certainly see the pain written all over her face if given enough time. "What did I do before? Wait for the year to be over, I suppose, and think about it then." "That sounds very nice for you." How did he manage to inflame her anger with only the slightest word, the slightest sentence? "What do you mean by that?" He shrugged, lifting the glass to his lips. "Having so much time, before you have to make a decision. Sitting here, passing the days. Knowing you will be taken care of, no matter what the decision. You will have a home, or you will have the money from the sale of the ranch." "How dare you?" she hissed, closing the door so as to avoid waking anyone. "You would come into my home, and speak to me that way, after everyone was so kind to you today. And I thought you were getting along with the men, especially with Louis. He seems taken with your abilities." "Certainly he was," he muttered before placing the empty glass on the desk. "But it doesn't matter. None of it does. Tomorrow I will return to my life, and you to your own." This was nothing but a what? She prompted. "Come now. The whiskey has given you extra bravery. What is it you wish to say?" "Watch what you imply," he warned. "I know exactly what I implied, and I should have said it straight out," she fired back, still fighting to keep her voice low. "Now that you've had your drink, you can say what's on your mind." "What is it? That you still think you're better than me, than any of this? None of it is good enough for you. Even now, when you've seen how pleasant it could be for you here, you refuse to listen to me. To accept what I offered." "I will not accept charity," he spat. "Who is offering charity?" "Not me, certainly. Louis would work you from dawn through dusk, make no mistake about it. But it would be a good living, in open country. With a child to consider. What are you going to do with him out there? How can you possibly hope to raise him?" "I thought you just told me my instincts are true, and I ought to do just splendidly," he reminded her. And I said that because it seemed like the right thing to say at the time, she admitted, her face flushing painfully at being caught in a lie told for the sake of his feelings. In reality, I believe you to be a prideful, stubborn fool who would rather cut off his nose to spite his face than admit he needs help. You need help with Edward. Why doesn't that matter? His dark gaze was locked on her face. She threw her hands into the air. Why don't I matter? She hadn't expected to say it. Neither had he, judging by his stunned silence. Sputtering, she tried her best to explain herself. I mean, why doesn't it matter that I offered this to you with nothing but the best intentions? Do you care nothing for what you've done to my feelings? You make it seem as though we aren't good enough for you, as though all of this is beneath you. I know the truth. You are afraid. His eyes widened. His nostrils flared. She feared she'd just made a grave mistake. Afraid, he whispered, brows lifting. That is what you think of me. That I am afraid of what? Your life? Yes, I do. Why not own up to what she'd said? It wasn't as if this could possibly get any worse. She would never see him again after he left in the morning. You care more for your pride and the fear that you wouldn't be able to make a life out here than you do for your nephew who could be happy here. With all of us. A family. Not just you and the Pelts and Merlin. What sort of life is that? It was good enough for me, he snarled. And look how you turned out, she spat. Enough of this. I'm through arguing with you. You aren't my responsibility any longer, so I do not have to listen to your prattle. This is prattle, she asked, truly and fully furious now. It was nearly impossible to hear anything over the rushing of blood in her ears. How dare he? When I care enough to try to make your life easier, you dare accuse me of prattling? I never said I wanted an easy life. My life is my own, no one else's. Congratulations then, for you will have no one to blame but yourself when everything falls to pieces. I suppose you'll never know, will you? He reminded her, his voice cold. He might as well have hit her. She certainly felt as though he had, air forcing itself from her lungs like she'd been kicked. She took hold of a small table to steady herself, and looked down at the vase sitting in the center. Without thinking, she picked it up and pulled her arm back, prepared to throw. He caught her in time, his hand closing over her wrist. Rough, careless, he fought the vase from her grip, and placed it back on the table without letting her go. He then pulled her to himself, his hand tighter than ever. His lip lifted in a snarl, his eyes narrowing as he took her in. She stared up at him, defiant. Let him see how she hated him. How the very sight of him sickened her. How it didn't matter in the slightest that they were pressed together, that his breath was hot on her face, and somehow made goosebumps rise up all over her skin. How could he infuriate her so, when she loved him to the depths of her soul? He crushed her to him then, kissing her roughly this time when he had been so sweet and gentle before. Rather than repulsing her, however, this inflamed her passion more than she ever could have imagined. She reached up, taking a handful of his glorious hair and pulling him closer, desperate to take every last moment she could manage. A sob swelled in her chest, and she could not tell whether it was one of grief or one of joy. Perhaps both. Was it possible to feel grief while in the grip of complete joy? When he held her, kissing her hard, leaving her helpless like this, she could describe it in no other way. Her lips stung when he pulled away, and they both breathed like horses after running a great distance. He took a step back, looking her up and down, fists clenched as he fought with himself. Why was he fighting? What was he fighting? She would never know, as he barged past her and out of the room, then up the stairs without another word. Leaving her alone again, with only the taste of him on her lips.
Chapter 24. He paced back and forth in front of the door, waiting for someone to finally wake and descend the stairs. Why did they all insist on sleeping so late on this of all mornings? It was not late, not truly, but it felt that way to him after spending such a fitful night tossing and turning. The whiskey had not helped at all, thanks to what came after it. He'd never known such suffering as he had that night, knowing he'd hurt her and then used her so brutally. Kissing her the way he had, holding her as he did. Rough, brutish. The fact that she'd responded favorably hadn't helped matters. In fact, he was more certain than ever that he'd never understand her. There was no call for him to do so, which meant it was just as well. He would have left already if it were not for the baby. Why was he foolish enough to agree to let Edward sleep in Holly's room? He'd been waiting nearly an hour for one of the girls to go in and take him. He knew well enough that he could never be so bold. Not even after he'd kissed her until it hurt. Footsteps. Finally. He came to a stop, looking up the stairs. For some reason, the sight of Kate, out of all of them, granted added relief. I need your help. He kept his voice low, going to her before she reached the last step. What is it? She whispered, immediately excited by the notion of intrigue. I need you to go to Holly's room and take Edward from it. It's time for us to go. Her face fell. Damn it all. You're leaving? Before breakfast. But we would all like the chance to say goodbye. I'm afraid I've already overstayed my welcome. Isn't that up to us to decide? She asked, eyes wide and innocent. She hadn't the first idea what he suffered. Please. It's time for me to go. I've spent far too much time here already. I have traps that need checking and... Never fear, she murmured, sounding terribly disappointed but willing to assist. I understand. I only wish you would stay. For everyone's sake. What does that mean? He asked, but she was already halfway up the stairs and he would not shout after her. He'd already made enough of an undignified cad of himself. Just the thought of what Holly must think of him made him wince. Yes, she'd behaved as little better than a shrieking harpy, but he should not have behaved like a brute. All the more reason for him to get out of there, soon. Before she had the chance to challenge him once again. He doubted he would be able to refuse her once more. Kate descended moments later, with Edward wrapped in a blanket. Thank you, he murmured, taking the child from her. He seemed sleepy, a bit fretful. He's likely hungry, she reasoned. He ought to eat before you go. He had half a mind to ask her to leave him to his business, but that was only because she was right. The child needed to eat something. Is there anything in the kitchen, do you think? Something fast. I'm sure there is food left from last night, she whispered, leading them down the hall. He wished he did not feel like a thief sneaking out this way, but at least Kate still saw the adventure in it and was willing to help. If only she would keep her opinions to herself. As she'd mentioned, there were vegetables and meat left, along with bread and apple sauce. He spooned a bit of the apple sauce into a bowl, and Kate offered to help, so he allowed her to feed Edward while he listened for footfalls overhead. What about peas? She suggested. He liked those last night. Yes, certainly. Why not arrange an entire 4-course meal for him? How he longed to be away, far away, out of the grip of this house and this family. Even the sound of Kate cooing and giggling with the child set his teeth on edge. It was entirely too warming. Entirely too welcoming. What a fine, healthy appetite you have, she marveled. You'll grow up to be such a big boy. Aunt Kate wishes she could see that. Aunt Kate? He raised a brow. What? I've always loved children so. Holly was a marvelous teacher. I used to visit her at school sometimes and watch how she managed them. If I wasn't committed to the stage, I would become a teacher. Or perhaps a nurse. Yes, and I could nurse sick children. He rolled his eyes, turning away. How she did go on. If you do ever take the stage, I hope someone else writes the play for you, he muttered, going to the door and looking down the hall. Because you are quite obvious in your machinations. And just what do you mean by that? He cast a doleful look over his shoulder. She did remind him of Holly in many ways, down to the eyes and the shading of her hair. But Holly would be scowling at him now, whereas Kate was wide-eyed. Innocent. Lying. You deliberately mentioned Holly being a teacher, as if to point out how she could teach Edward when the time comes. I see straight through you. I don't appreciate your tone, she said with a sniff. when I've gone out of my way to help you sneak out of here, and everything. He sighed. Yes, all right. I apologize. But I do not appreciate your attempts at making me stay, either. The sun was already on the rise, visible through the window over the kitchen table, and he ached to be gone. Isn't he finished yet? And why not give him reason to spit it all back up while riding on your back? Came her tart reply. But yes. He is finished. She then washed the boy's face before covering it in kisses. All right now. That will have to be enough. He lifted the child from her arms. Thank you for your hospitality. Please extend my thanks to your entire family. Will you explain to them that I wanted to be on the move early? I'm sure they will understand. Understand what? He turned to find Molly walking into the kitchen, followed by Phoebe and Rachel. That you're sneaking out of here like a thief who just stole our best silver. Are you implying? A figure of speech. She sighed. Why would you leave this way? Because? I simply have to. He could not stand it. This was all a mistake. All these women looking at him. Judging him, questioning him, demanding things of him. They were wise to stay out of his way as he marched down the hall, where he'd left his possible bag, his rifle, and tomahawk. This was real, this was what he knew. Not the starched shirt he wore now, the trousers, any of the trappings of this home and this family. He knew nothing of their lives. And he would never be one of them. Which meant he would never be good enough for her. Goodbye and thank you, Phoebe whispered as he slung his bag over one shoulder. You saved our sister. Yes, and they could keep her. Thank you for your hospitality, he murmured, glancing up the stairs, half expecting Holly to come flying down at any moment. Shouldn't you say goodbye to Holly? Rachel asked. I'll get her. No. The force of it made all four women reel back. No, thank you. We said our goodbyes. She understands. Somehow I doubt it, Molly frowned, but she did not stop him from stepping outside. He'd already prepared Merlin, who was waiting in front of the porch. Edward began to wail. It's all right, don't cry, he murmured in an awkward attempt to comfort the child. Don't cry. We're going home. He tried to avoid noticing the women crying behind him, lined up on the porch. They waved goodbye, leaning against each other, calling out to Edward and to him, but mostly to the baby. He mounted Merlin and tapped his heels to the horse's flanks. They were off. And it was for the best. It truly was. He only had to convince himself it was for the best. And he had the rest of his life to do so.
Chapter 25. Goodbye, Edward. Goodbye, dear. Be good. Goodbye, Edward. Goodbye, Edward. Holly's eyes flew open, her heart racing madly. Goodbye. Were they leaving? Sure enough, when she sat up, she found the little nest she'd prepared on the floor empty. He was gone. And that fool hadn't given her the chance to say goodbye. She barely had time to think as she grabbed the wrapper lying at the foot of her bed, shoving her feet into slippers before running headfirst down the stairs. Wait. What's happening? She shouted, bursting outside. The girls were there, wiping away tears as they waved goodbye to the departing horse. They were barely bigger than a dot. He was making haste. Roan, she cried out, but it was no use. If he heard, he did not stop. He insisted, Kate whimpered. I knew it was wrong. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to see you fighting. He didn't say goodbye, she whispered, swaying back and forth. And Edward. Oh God, how could I let him go this way? Louis offered him the chance to stay, Molly announced. Holly whirled around, gaping at her. He didn't. He did. Last night. After supper. He asked him to stay on to train the horses. Roan refused him. All four of them gasped in unison. Why? Rachel demanded. Why, when it was Louis who offered? Molly's face fell when she looked at Holly. He said it would be too difficult, as he... What? Holly shouted, prepared to take her sister by the arms and shake it out of her. What did he say? Nothing had ever been as important as this. He said he didn't think he could live here, knowing he would only ever be the hired help. That we would care for Edward, out of a sense of obligation. He has a great deal of pride. Pride? Holly shouted, fists raised to the sky. Damn his pride. Holly. Kate whispered, aghast. It's true. Damn his pride and damn him. She turned toward where he'd just disappeared in the east, rage now taking the place of grief. No. He will not get away from me without saying goodbye, and I will not spend the rest of my life knowing I let him do it. Where are you going? Phoebe shouted as Holly ran for the stables. She was going to follow them, of course. The gelding was there, chewing on some straw. Forgive me, but we have something to do, she muttered as she saddled him with shaking hands. How dare he? Thinking he could run away on her. Thinking she would not follow him to the ends of the earth, if only to have her say. What a coward he was. A coward and a prideful wretch who barely deserved a minute of her time. But she loved the wretch, loved him almost enough to hate him for pushing away something he clearly wanted. You can't do this. Rachel cried out when Holly emerged from the stables with the horse's reins in hand. Yes, I can. Even in her nightgown, wrapper and slippers, her hair loose and flying behind her as she dug her heels into the gelding's flanks. She hated running him when he'd not had the chance to warm up, but he would not have to run far. How dare he? How dare he? She watched for them, willing them to come into view again. They hadn't gotten far yet, had they? Not unless he wanted to bounce the baby right out of his carrier. The fool would do something like that too, wouldn't he? All in an effort to get away from her and save his silly pride. There they were, trotting along. Edward was in the carrier, waving his little arms. To think. He was going to take Edward away before she had the chance to kiss him one more time. The brute. Roan, she screamed into the wind, urging the horse to greater speed. Roan. Stop. This time he did, bringing the stallion around and watching open-mouthed as she caught up to him. She was truly and fully enraged by that moment, bringing the gelding to a trot before stopping. Her chest heaved. She knew she must look a frightful mess. She did not care. How could you? She asked, struggling to contain the tears which wanted to flow as she pushed her hair from her face. We had, he stared at her. I had to be away from you. Don't you see? She reeled back as if slapped. Is that supposed to make me feel better? Knowing you had to get away from me. Roan MacIntosh, I swear you are the most. I had to be away from you, while I could still muster up the courage to leave, he muttered, miserable. Why can't you see that? I see Lewis offered you the same position I offered, and you had the gall to turn him down. And why? Because you don't want anyone to feel obligated. He rolled his eyes. I should have known. You mean even last night in the study, you knew you had already turned him down? And you said nothing to me. Perhaps I wish to avoid a scene such as this. That's a terrible shame, but I refuse to let you sneak away from me before I've had my say. It was too late to hold back now, and she had no desire to any longer. Not when this was her very last chance. Why do you think I asked you to stay? Why, really? Because we're in need of a horse trainer? We could find one anywhere. Because I long to care for a child. Molly's child will be born in a few months. Why then? Because I feel sorry for you? No. Because I love you, you fool, and you're too blind to see how desperate I was to keep you here by any means necessary. Her words died on the wind, but they'd reached him before the wind carried them away. She could tell by the widening of his eyes, by the way the muscles of his jaw worked. I do love you, she whispered, chin quivering and eyes watering. I do, and I'm sorry if it's wrong and you don't want me, but I love you very much and I only wanted you to stay with me. That's all. No pity, no obligation. Only because I love you. Though right now I don't know why, because you've just broken my heart. Holly. He dismounted, coming to her left side with his arms open. "Come here." She did, glad he hadn't run screaming from her. Anything to touch him again. She let him pull her from the saddle, his hands so strong and capable against her trembling body. He placed her on her feet and took her face in his hands. A smile began to form. "I refused because I thought for certain I'd never be good enough for you. Don't you know how it would kill me to watch some other man court you and marry you while I worked in the stables? When it is I who ought to court you, I who ought to make you my wife?" Her eyelids fluttered. She was sure she would faint. "What did you say?" she managed to croak. "That I love you too, Holly Reed. And I was certain I'd never be good enough to kiss the hem of your garments. I couldn't imagine the strain of watching you from afar, never able to tell you how I adore you." She beamed, still crying but happier than she had ever been. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Why didn't you tell me?" he countered. "Why do you always have to answer a question with a question?" He threw back his head and laughed, which made Edward laugh with him. Holly joined them. "Oh, my love," he chuckled, wrapping his arms around her. "I didn't tell you, for the same reason you didn't tell me. I'm not the only one with more pride than is good for them, you know." He was so warm, so strong and good. She melted into his embrace, turning her face upward for a kiss sweeter than any she'd ever imagined. She sighed, taking his coat in her hands and pulling him closer, her soul singing. "Promise me something," she whispered, breathless, giddy. "Anything," he breathed, his lips against her forehead. "Do not ever consider yourself unworthy of me again. You are more than worthy. I don't care a thing for finery, society, any of it. Even if I did, I would still want you, because you are the best man I know. And I'll never want anyone but you." "Even if it means living in a shack on a mountain?" he asked, his brows lifting. She pursed her lips. "Yes. Even then," she decided. His laughter rang out again. "I don't know. Now that I've been out here, there might be more to life, it seems." Epilogue. "And do you, Holly Elizabeth Reed, take Roan MacIntosh as your wedded husband?" Holly smiled up at Roan, whose dark eyes shone as he smiled back. He looked so handsome, so very fine in his new suit. He cleaned up well, everyone had agreed. Though she cared nothing for that. She'd liked him just fine in his buckskin. He wouldn't be wearing a suit while doing his daily work, that much was certain. He'd already become a fixture on the ranch, only a fortnight after their arrival. She'd wanted as quick and simple a wedding as possible. "Nothing fancy," she'd insisted. "Like Phoebe and Rance. They are no less married than Rachel and Mason, are they? I only want to be married to him and start a family." No one could argue with that, though Molly had insisted they at least wait 2 weeks for a dress to be fitted. "Let this be my wedding gift to you," she'd pleaded. "I would like to see you in a beautiful dress. It doesn't have to be extravagant, but you deserve something lovely." And it was lovely, with its puffed sleeves and billowing bustle trimmed in jets of lace and silk ribbon. She was glad upon stepping into it, and allowing her sisters to button the back, that she'd agreed on this one thing. She truly felt like a bride. Though she suspected Roan would have been pleased if she'd worn a calico work dress. He struck her very much as a man who knew how fortunate he was, and did not yet know what he'd done to earn that good fortune. If it took her the rest of her life, she would get through to him. He'd need to do nothing but be himself for her to fall in love with him. And with his nephew, who clapped his pudgy hands and shouted his happiness. Or what she wanted to believe was happiness. Kate held him, standing in line behind her with the rest of the girls. Yes. He was happy. They were all happy, standing together in the parlor with the people they loved. And to think, it had only taken a trio of would-be kidnappers to make this possible. "As long as you both shall live," the preacher asked, smiling at her as she stood before him, her hands joined with Roan's. "I do," she whispered, shy and joyful. "And do you, Roan MacIntosh, take Holly Elizabeth Reed as your lawful wedded wife?" He stared down at her, with more love and devotion in the dark brown depths of his eyes than she'd imagined existed in the entire world. Until she met him, naturally. He was a fine man, as everyone already knew. He would make his way in the world, without feeling as though he had to be apart from it. She would see to it, because he deserved more than what life had afforded him thus far. He might have saved her from freezing to death, but she had saved him too. And she would keep doing so, for the rest of her life. "I do," he murmured when the preacher finished. His hands tightened around hers and she beamed with pride. "Then by the power vested in me, I pronounce you man and wife." A cheer rose up around them as Roan leaned down. "Ready?" she whispered a moment before their kiss. "Are you?" he countered. "Why do you always answer a question with a question?" She laughed and he kissed her in reply. Her husband. His wife. Always.
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.